snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to what is potentially the last day for the defense. We started Dr. Rensler yesterday, and it didn't seem like the defense had a lot more questions to him. And hanky-panky, an hour and a half, Your Honor. So 5 hours, something like that. And other than that, we will have some rebuttal. And I've been thinking a lot about the X-rays. Let me throw the tennis ball out on the court and see if anyone hits it back. Was it smart for the defense to keep those in for the rebuttal of Dr. Welcher? Yeah, I think that's his name. Because he said, I never saw no X-rays. And we now know X-rays have been there the whole time. We never saw it in the first trial. We never heard about them till yesterday. And he's coming back in and say, Arca, be dumb. And they're going to ask him, but you didn't even look at the files. Why didn't you see the X-rays?
Yeah, I think it's smart. Again, I think it's going to catch Dr. Rensler. Even if Dr. Rensler never saw these, why did the state not give their expert everything? Because Hank has been hammering on, oh, well, you didn't go to the scene. You didn't look at everything as an accident reconstructionologist. Wouldn't you want to go to the scene?
And Marissa, he hasn't seen the X-rays. He testified in court that he never saw any X-rays. Normally, you would do X-rays, but he hasn't seen anyone in this case, which means either hanky-panky didn't show it to his expert or hanky-panky's expert lied to the court. It's one of those kind of like dating Jamie. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Or being married to me.
I agree. Like, well, I don't think that, like, he even showed him the x-rays. Like, yeah, like, I don't think he brought it up at all.
See, Marissa is sick and in a bitchy move. Because I said Rensler to begin with, and then I said, when he comes back, Mr. Dr. Welcher to rebut. And then Marissa is just, oh, I'm sick because Marissa's always sick. Got you back, girl. Because Sue was it yesterday. Baker's always sick. I said Rensler to begin with, then I said Dr. Welcher the second time. Daddy's back.
I knew you were
back again. Well, Marissa didn't because Marissa is angry. Marissa, I know you're feeling sick. It's all in your head, girl, like every other female problem.
Oh, Lord.
R.I.P. Baker, and hello, future Snapped episode on Petty Express.
Yeah, yeah. 35-year-old female chose to take the plane from Philadelphia to Denmark, where she disemboweled a quite oversized creator through his navel because he made fun of her on a stream. The jury found her not guilty because they watched 5 seconds of his coverage and said, yeah, he kind of deserved it.
Yeah, if you could watch his stream, you'd understand. That's all they have to say.
I do wonder, again, Hank's big issue has been that the defense witnesses were either not at the scene or not touching the actual, John's body. So with this being his general attack, you would think he would make sure that his witnesses wouldn't fall into one of these traps and he would give them everything, including the x-rays.
But
because in Welcher, you have you have someone that will say whatever. I mean, he painted himself blue and was like, it's totally John.
Yeah, he blued himself.
He blew himself, yes.
I love the Arrested Development. That was a great show. Well, most of it.
Oh my God.
I've got to watch that show. I need to watch that. Something Jules that you were telling me about, Justified and Schmitz.
No, don't watch Schitt's Creek.
Oh,
I love Schitt's Creek.
No, it's a boring
I say watch
show.
it.
Okay. I will say, everyone, if tomorrow is the last day, I found the best, most loud suit jacket that I will wear as Bev.
And Shore Life is correct. This shows the whole trial is a circus. Bring on the monkeys. Again, I saw all the antis. All of them exploded into, well, you're fat commentary yesterday because all of the lies they have been feeding us, absolutely not. Plevin was fighting really hard against, well, all that data that they put in. Said they put less data in this time. Remember, he was all about just wait for the chip-off data. There was nothing new in the chip-off data other than they moved the 1152 to 1162-2. Yeah. And then they said, well, we kind of says this is when they did the three-point turn. That's the only new thing in it. We didn't know about the x-rays. We now have testimony that it looks like dog animal attacks. And we have less presented from the Commonwealth this time around than we had last time. No how, when, where she did it. All of it is, you better find her guilty because she talked on TV.
Yeah. What do you think about the defense really focusing on just the car accident versus third-party culprit stuff? Did you think
exactly as I said before we started the trial? Get away from that third party because it'll be too conspiratorial, and people will sit there and say, "Yeah, they're just trying to shift blame." And I saw the same one. It's what's his name, Monkey something. I can't remember. He was it's fake, and he was one of those that the X-rays isn't there. Plevin says X-rays are not normal in America, but they are in Europe. Plevin, you do know we are 42 countries in Europe. We go all the way from the top of the top, which is Denmark, to Sweden. Sweden is below Burkina Faso and Equatorial Guinea. Just so you have a range.
Do you think it's been more effective to you? Because I think they've done a really good job with it.
I said keep all of that who done it out of it and focus on she didn't hit him. And I think the jury has a way better case to consider this time. I know it's not for everyone. I know everyone wanted the Matlock moment saying, this guy did it. But that's not how court is. Court is not surprises. It's not, oh, we just found the missing hairnet. And I feel like they have put a way better, and they've gone longer, and it felt better because the witnesses have been really good. I like Dr. Russell for her life story, but I don't like her as a storyteller. I think La Posada was a way better storyteller. I still hope they would have called Dr. Stonebridge.
Yeah. I thought La Posada was amazing.
Well, I'll say this as a juror. This is a very science-dense case. And from this, comparing the state's witnesses when they were trying to explain everything, like Dr. Welcher and Shannon Burgess, versus the defense's witnesses, they have been clear, concise, and not condescending. The state's experts were fairly condescending, and I don't know anyone who enjoys being condescended to, but the fact that I was able to understand, if not all the math behind it, the physics of what Dr. Wolf was saying, versus I couldn't figure out anything with Dr. Welcher, and I had 24 pages of notes. That difference, I think the jury's going to appreciate. Where that line, juries are wild creatures, crazier than Sarah Boone, so I never know what they're going to latch onto. But for me, as someone who's also been writing notes, I can tell you that I understood the defense's, experts so much easier and better than the state's experts.
Yeah, and I'm glad that they didn't bring back Richard Green, I believe his name is, because he was impossible to understand with his 223 because Hasfeld. I know Totally Russian was sitting there saying, speaking my language, brother. But the rest of us are just sitting there saying, I had Snake on my phone once.
I'm still waiting for my pizza waffle or waffle pancake.
The pepperoni pizza is still missing. That was...
After that day, God. I was ready to quit. I was like, I'm done. I'm done. I don't understand any of this crap.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm not sure
I'm
this
so
is a
glad they didn't bring Green in because I think fighting that search, when you didn't bring anybody else in to really tell us the full story with all the other players, that search is meaningless at this point, in my opinion.
The state spent more time on Jen McCabe, on making sure we all knew that Jen McCabe was totally innocent than they did on how John died.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's, to me, again, this is why I wanted them to stay away from it, because now they, again, have spent so much time talking about how Jen McCabe didn't do it and didn't have anything to do with it. And the only, again, I've been away for a week. I might have missed some of it, but the only thing that defense have really done is mention it with Koliakakis, asking, what did you notice? And yeah, it was weird. She put her arm around her and said, "You're coming with me." So yeah. Did you see there was another jury that helped the defense out of something? It came out. No, I've been sleeping. Doing my recap, sleeping, going to the gym, sleeping. So I haven't seen anything new. I'm so tired. I'm about to slip into Danish.
Ooh, that'll be fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be. You're gonna be weirded out when og det er bare så tosset, vi sidder her, så kigger vi på det. Og jeg forstår rigtig godt, at Matt McCabe, han er overhovedet ikke nødvendig. Og der er ingen grund til at hverken Brian Albert eller Brian Higgins, det er jo helt toslos at begynde at bringe dem ind i det, fordi så vil alle jo bare sætte der og sige, hvad har de med noget at gøre? Og ja, vi vil jo sætte alle sammen og sige, ja, det er galt, det er fuldstændig galt, at de begynder med det. Men Jen McCabe kan man jo ikke komme udenom, fordi Jennifer, ja, hun er tos i hovedet, det kan vi da kun sige alle sammen. Men jeg er glad ved, at vi er kommet så langt, som vi kommer, og det kan nok blive den sidste dag.
Is Jen the same in Danish as well as English?
No, because Jennifer isn't really a Danish name. So
You guys have
yeah,
J's, right?
yeah, but Jennifer isn't really a name as much because, like Jane, that's Jane because we say it as we spell it.
Yennefer?
No,
Jennifer?
Jane. I said Jane, not Jen.
Well, I was trying to do
Jane.
Okay. Mo learns Danish on a budget.
Oh.
Will be this weekend, Sunday, depending on Baker's sanity.
And again, the only one who understood any of what I was saying, and probably not even because he's not from my island, is Sebastian. So yeah.
I understood every word. She's the worst.
You and Iris learned all the Danish while you were there.
I didn't learn any Danish, which is so sad.
Well,
No.
I'm not talking crazy. I talk Danish. I do actually. That's the funny thing. I talk slow when I speak in English, but if I do it in my own language, I speak very, very fast. Jennifer is
can
also
imagine.
most often Lennifer in Germany, even if they always nicknamed them Jenny, the English pronunciation. Yeah, but we would do more instead of a Jen, we would do a Jan with an A. Because the J sound isn't really one we use.
Yeah, Yan, Yan.
Actually, there was a kids book series called Jan when I was, and he was a boy because that's a male name in Denmark.
Hmm.
Cool.
Oh, Innifer.
Well,
Innifer. Oh, you're weird.
Jennifer?
Sound familiar is to me. I used to be fluent in German, not same language, but similar sounds. Oh, yeah, kinda. Still, but that's all the Nordic countries because we've been fighting a little bit, all of us here and there, and we moved a little bit around the people who were allowed to do it as mercenaries and stuff like that. That's why I can read most of the Dutch people put in chat because it's just German and English put together when I read it, and then you can guess what the hard words are. So, but there's a lot of the same noises.
Now, am I having a brain fart, or were they going to start with a voir dire, or at least a third or fifth look at the slides that Dr. Welcher is allowed to put in? Because I know there were basically 3 he was allowed to put in.
Well, if they'd agreed, she wouldn't mind. That's what she said. And is Bev going to be on time, Amanda? I don't like to ask, but are you new here? We're 10 minutes late.
Yeah.
I kind of hope on the last day we see Kimmy. I need another Baker
miss her.
Kimmy love bomb.
Yeah, and I've been close to her. I could feel it when I didn't fly over the East Coast this time because we flew over the North Pole, so.
I want to hear what she has to say nowadays.
Well, she will come in and say, did you know Alan Jackson did something, say something? Yeah, and Lally will be playing with his paper clips again today. Imagine, I don't get that modern thing where men like to see someone else touch their wife because that's kind of your job. But imagine being in the same situation just in a courtroom. That's what Lally has. He put it in the same situation. He has had like 2 or 3 times where he could come over and just stroke her chin and said, "Is it good, honey?" and go back and sit in the corner chair. I don't know if they do that. I'm not into that, but maybe they do. But imagine sitting there. You ran this trial last year. You did a better job than Hank Brennan. I'm sad to say it. I hated every single day of Lally because he was insufferable. But he put on a better case than Hank Brennan has.
He wasn't an abject liar. Brennan lies about what the witness says, tries to get them in a loophole about it, and then they say, I didn't say that. So you're saying that force hit him. No, I didn't say that. You used the word force. So
Yeah.
answer the question. You said that? No.
Yeah, and
Lally wasn't afraid to bring all the witnesses in. Every single person
And his
that breathed and lived in
progression
Canada.
made sense.
well, I
Yeah,
try to
it's
get around
order.
that subject once every day. The two cases are very different by the Commonwealth. Yeah. And you can say, well, he was preparing for the third-party culprit defense. That's why he brought in everyone, and he had the Aruba chicks to try and put in that Karen was such a jealous woman. But we have time. We have to fill time, and I'm tired, so let's do the easy bait. Karen supposedly flew into a rage. Over what? He hasn't laid any foundation that Karen... This time you have to believe by every witness, everything was hunky-dory, and then she snapped.
Yep.
There's no build-up, there's nothing. Well, they had that argument that afternoon, which wasn't really an argument. It was more him being a douchebag. Oh, you're going to call a plumber? I hope you put the piping in, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. That's all we have had to build a foundation that Karen was such a
Baker,
bad girlfriend.
You've been married before, so
Yeah,
you think
sure.
everything's fine, and you get into a space where you can't get out because the car is moving, and Karen's like, I really want to readdress how hurt I felt when you were mean to me, this morning. And then he's like, I thought we buried this. So I could see if Karen had had a couple drinks, but that none of this has ever been, brought into evidence. That's the problem. I could make 100 different speculations about what they fought about.
Yeah, but again, say what you want about the Sullivan sisters. I don't know. I think they're the Sullivan sisters. I forgot. Isn't Sullivan the one who wrote Pinafore?
I don't know. I always think of the Sanderson sisters, and they're from Hocus Pocus.
I never watched that movie. Well, I'm not a 13-year-old chick.
What do you have against Bette Midler? All the things.
Well, not as much as I has against Barbara Streisand. Who's the one who sings, Papa, can you see me?
Barbara Streisand.
Oh, I can't stand her.
That's well, I don't think anyone can. That's why we found her mansion and put it all over the internet.
She's the worst.
Two cases, I still have no idea what time she hit him, what speed she was going, when on the road she hit him. Exactly. And that's why I believe Lally had a better case, because at least Trooper Paul and Trooper Guarino tried to say it happened exactly here. This is the indication she hit him. This time, well, it's a backing up event. But again, so because you put your car forward, put it in reverse, you kill someone. What was the basis? Her being so lovey-dovey, him being so lovey-dovey, kissing her on the forehead, which apparently is the most sexual thing someone had seen ever in public. And I'm thinking, oh, you must be drier than Coco, who needs the pocket calls. Well, we're among friends. We can talk openly.
Yes.
I know Marissa have been running a little more Christian channel show, so you missed the good old Baker.
Good old Baker and
Baker,
his moist comments. Yep.
Did I miss it? But I thought Dr. Welsher was going to prove that those 86 or 83 feet that he moved were because he was flung back and he didn't actually take those 26 steps or what have you. That was him getting hit. Do you remember that in the opening statement when he said, we're going to prove that those steps were in fact him getting launched across the open field next to the fire pole? Or flagpole, not fire pole.
Well, remember he also said we're gonna smother you in science, or we're gonna something science. I'm I haven't seen any science from them, because how do you measure that? Well, I couldn't because there's too many variables. No, there's actually not. You have a set speed around, you can do the math with any speed that's in that recorded event, and you have the ending point, you say. Then you just need the third leg of the triangle. And some of those legs are short, some are long, and it depends on the rest of the equation. It's not that hard to figure out. If you say, this is where X is, Y must have hit him somewhere on this axle, how fast is Y moving? This is set, because that's the amount of force it would take to launch him. And then you can do all the backstrapulations and say, oh, how much force does it take to break an arm? And that's the big old problem. Blind you with science. Was that the word he said? It might be what he said. Yeah, the third leg in the equation. Eddie, I know you were thinking about something else.
Not do that today.
We have noise.
Thank goodness.
Do they think that mark on John's head was caused by his hat? And if so, did that hat do the damage, then run off to hide? Yes, because he slid across the ground, it tore into his scalp. And was it a snapback? I can't remember. I think it was one of those with a piece of cloth. Not
the metal, like the metal.
Yeah, but that's only like a small little piece of metal that couldn't do like a big. And then it fall off his head while he landed, making it squish, and then it landed away from him, getting buried under the snow.
Well,
again, it doesn't make sense if you think about it.
Kind of matches that J mark that we saw.
Good morning, jurors.
Yeah.
I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case
I
with
just
anyone
want to speed
since we
her up.
left yesterday?
Oh, I know.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Can we have Dr. Rentschler again, please?
I love Dr. Rentschler, by the way. He's so underrated because everybody loves Wolf.
Doctor, on Monday, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So they're not going to have the voir dire over his slide?
Maybe they agreed or whatever.
Maybe they
All
agree.
right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready. Are you ready, Doctor?
I am, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Rentschler, good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were discussing materials that you had been provided to review, and you described much of that material in furtherance of your answer that you were asked to review certain data and undertake certain testing as it relates to testing that was done by Aperture, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to illustrate the analysis and methodology in your review and testing of this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you bring that with you today?
I did indeed.
Your Honor, I have a.
Why is that
I'd like to have marked as-
echo in court?
Okay. Is there an objection?
Not for identification.
Okay, so it's marked for identification.
We have above 400, but only 70 of them are populated.
KK for ID.
Oh, KKK, that's not a good thing to say. Is this TMI?
Don't forget.
Let me know whenever. Pardon me. Let me know whenever you're ready, Dr. Rentschler.
Sure, you want me to bring up the PowerPoint? Or?
If you could bring up the first slide, let's start with
Sure.
that.
Let's see here. There we go.
Is this representative of the PowerPoint that you presented, or sorry, that you prepared for presentation for the jurors?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Are there several blank slides, just sort of placeholder slides as we walk through your analysis that the jurors will see?
There are, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about first of all, what was the purpose of your investigation? What did you seek to undertake?
So the purpose of my investigation in this matter was to evaluate the evidence, and particularly as it pertains to the alleged theory of what occurred in this case.
All right, so I'm going to strike that answer, ask the question again.
Sure.
Why?
It is alleged. It hasn't been proven.
Yeah, alleged theory.
Yeah.
Well, do you remember that Bev called a sidebar when she said canine teeth yesterday because she thought she was talking about a dog, but you do in fact have canine teeth on all mammals?
Don't we have canines?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's what Bev
that's
got
your
pissed off that she
incisors.
said canine and she was talking about a tooth. So she's like, sidebar now. And Jackson's
Yep.
like, she's talking about a tooth.
And again, it's canine is the name of them, and that's why we are hybrid. That's why we have the flat teeth of a vegetable eater, green eater, and we have the sharp canine for a hunter animal, because we are evolved to live on both things. So the canine is just we call them corner teeth in Denmark. It's just your fangs, and that's
my
the
point.
canine. If you have any teeth doctors, which is a dentist, which I remember because that's Kane's first. That's Kane's first role was Isaac Yankem, Mr. McMahon's own personal dentist. So I know what a teeth doctor is named. But
Teeth
yeah.
doctor, I like that.
Yeah, we are omnivores because we have the flat ones to shred like kale and stuff like that, and we have the sharp ones to tear through meat.
Did you
Can't
seek
relate.
to undertake an analysis of apertures testing or part of their testing?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. With regard to that testing, what was the reason that you undertook to analyze apertures testing?
Sustained.
Ultimately, were you in receipt of a PowerPoint presentation and a report from Dr. Judson Welcher?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review that PowerPoint presentation in whole?
I did, yes.
Were you able to look at his report and read his report and review his report?
I was, yes, sir.
Did you undertake an analysis based on his reporting and his PowerPoint presentation?
So I'm going to see you both at sidebar for just a minute, please.
She is being too strict with this. You're not
No,
allowed to
it-
criticize the other side. Like that's
She has to let them to rebut him, or else
yeah.
at this point you should tell them, well, if you're not allowing them to go over your expert, you don't have any rebuttal witnesses. We know she won't do that. Oh.
What?
If I wasn't a big fan, I remember watching the upset
talk.
1, 2, 3 kid had against Razor Ramon, but I didn't like him as X-Pac. Why is Paul in a suit? Is he going to Aiden's trial today? I think Aiden is in
believe they
court
didn't-
today at 11.
Yeah, the judge, from what I heard, denied him being able to get out of it. So, yeah, because he was trying to get out of testifying.
Yeah, he tried to get out of testifying by claiming that they were trying to take away his ability to be in court watching this trial. Hey, bozo, other than the moral support for your mother, you have no right to sit there.
Yeah.
It's just a court case. And again, if you're summoned to court, shut the fuck up and go to court. No. Don't. You're not Marissa. You're not Marissa. You're not Marissa.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that seems like it.
May I?
Yes.
Did you undertake to review analysis and testing that was done by Aperture as reflected in the PowerPoint that you reviewed, as well as the report that you received?
I did, yes.
Did ARCA, yourself included, undertake testing based on your review of the testing by Aperture?
We did, yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me, what was the biomechanical analysis? That's the second point on your PowerPoint. What was the biomechanical analysis that was undertaken after you reviewed the Aperture reports and Aperture testing? What did you undertake to do?
So I touched on this yesterday a little bit. A biomechanical analysis, there's certain steps that you have to do to actually perform a biomechanical analysis. First of all, you have to determine what the injuries are. What are the...
Drink more water, Marissa. Oh, my voice just went all the way low.
Oh, you went like.
I don't know what happened, but
Ooh, I like this.
Trying to be all sexy there. Look at you.
I know.
yeah, I'm really trying to be all that sexy.
Yikes, get a drink with honey.
Retrial.
You and me both sound
the
like Ethel
diagnosed
Merman.
injuries. Second, you have to determine what happened to the individual. So in this case, what would have happened to Mr. O'Keefe? His kinematics, how would his body move? Was it contacted by anything? Was it contacted by the Lexus? If so, what forces were produced on the arm, on his body? Were they sufficient to cause the injuries that he sustained? And in this case, it's a little more involved. We have, was he hit by the car? What happened after that? Did he somehow move into the yard? And then did something happen in the yard to actually cause the skull fracture? So in order to determine if that's what actually occurred in this case, you have to look at each of those three separate events. And you have to evaluate that from a biomechanical analysis by looking at the force, looking at the kinematics, looking at a human tolerance, and determining or attempting to determine what happened. Now, if you try to determine what happened, not only do you have to prove that that was the case and the facts support that that's what occurred, you also have to eliminate all other possibilities. Because if you're saying this is how it happened, not only do you have to show that that's true.
So next question, and I'm going to strike that. Next question.
Is there an element of differential diagnosis that goes into biomechanical analysis?
There is, absolutely.
Explain that for us, please.
Let me demonstrate. So there are several peer-reviewed articles that I reference.
Is this slide number 2, by the way?
This is slide number 2.
Thank you.
Correct. This is injury reconstruction biomechanical analysis of accidental injury. And that sets forth the methodology that I just described. It's well written about, well reviewed in peer-reviewed articles. This is the method you need. If you're going to opine on biomechanics, this is the method you need to do, the steps you need to go through in order to provide an actual opinion.
And describe that method just a little bit further. Does that include testing?
That includes testing.
Does that include both lab testing and field testing?
No, the case stays with the judge. It doesn't get reassigned. It happens sometimes. It doesn't happen every time. And again, it doesn't matter. I know everyone wants to, she should have moved before she got the case. It doesn't matter. We are now 31 days into a trial. Speculation about this is just more gray hair and less, let's get out of here. Bev's the queen. Bev's going to rule. And ain't nothing anyone can do about that.
Testing if it's possible?
Absolutely. Yes.
Explain that.
In fact, let me explain. Let me get through here. You know, I just had a couple examples here. This third slide, another reference about biomechanical analysis. Again, it's all throughout the literature, very well established how to do this. Now, it's all based on the scientific method, okay? And the scientific method, which it was really established back in the 1620s, but this tells you how to do a proper scientific analysis. So you have an observation, you observe something. So in this case, you might say, all right, there's superficial abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm. and there's a shattered taillight. Are those two things related? Well, the first thing you do is you research the topic area. You look through the literature, you find or look for any examples of that happening. You see if there's any reports or peer-reviewed articles written about this very occurrence. Can you actually demonstrate that if your arm hit the taillight would shatter and cause those abrasions? If this occurs or is a common occurrence, it should be in the literature. You should be able to find information about it. Then you form a hypothesis. Either you say, I think this injury is related to hitting the taillight, or it's not. Whichever one you choose, that's where you then start to go into your experimentation. You have to develop tests to get data to actually back up your hypotheses. So if I said, well, I think the injury is related to it, what would you do? You would go and you would test it. You would get an arm. In this case, we got a hybrid 3 dummy arm, and we got an exemplar vehicle, and we hit the vehicle with the arm. Or we hit the arm with the vehicle, we ran into it, to determine what's going to happen when that occurs. Do we get the right circumstances, the right loading to actually occur in that case? So this, and then you go back and you analyze that. And if your results don't match up with your hypothesis, you have to reevaluate. You have to go back and see if we don't get that type of injury, if we don't get the kinematics or the force associated with what we see, you have to reevaluate if your hypothesis or what you think happened is actually true or not. So you have to continuously go through this process. And that's what experts do. That's how you perform an analysis. And that's what's important. You know, I have 3 kids. I have a 9-year-old who's actually.
So I'm going to ask you to wait for the next question.
Okay, sure.
Was there an
No,
example
I wanted
that
to
you
hear
could
about his
use
ferals.
Yeah.
sort of a real-world example that you might want to use to explain some or part of the scientific method?
There is, yeah, and I would like to explain an example of what's important with that. So I was going to say I have 3 kids, a 9-year-old who's actually turning 10 today. Happy birthday, Kai! And I have 2 older ones.
Objection, Your Honor. No personal shout out on the stand. This
No
is
shout outs.
this is against the rules. At least we need a $5 super chat for birthday wishes. So, Your Honor, I move to strike. Kai, get your wishes another place. Yes, Christmas is canceled.
What an insufferable douche. Again, he's probably going to use his youngest, most feral as an example of using the scientific method to see if he wrote with permanent marker on the wall.
Yeah, it's Brennan is probably going to go up there. Well, I had a paralegal before the one I had with me in court today, and she also no.
All right. We're gonna stop this. Another example.
Go ahead. Less editorializing.
Minus all the personal.
I'm sorry, Your Honors.
Go ahead.
Details matter.
He did object to it. I said it as a joke because I thought you're so petty that Kai getting a shout. Hey,
We're gonna
Hank, just
stop
because
this.
no one doesn't. Oh, go ahead, Baker.
hey, Kai, from your friendly friend in Denmark. I know you don't watch this channel. You should. Well, you absolutely shouldn't because you're 9 years old and I have Jamie on this channel. But because Hank Brennan is a twat waffle and canceled your birthday and your lovely dad's birthday wish to you, I would, on behalf of all 221 people watching us right now, wish you a happy 9th birthday.
10.
Only one more year till it's double digits, and I know 9 years is a special time for a young man. That's the year when he finds out that he would either be the Lone Ranger or Popeye. So eat your spinach, take your vitamins, say your prayers. Yeah.
All right. Also, Hank, just because no one wants to reproduce with you ever, because I'm pretty sure you just branch off and form another one of you like a jellyfish, don't take it out on people who have kids and love and happiness in their life. It's not our fault you don't.
Hey, Kai, I know I said 9, but it was a joke. You know, good old Uncle Baker, your 10th. Double digits. It's an amazing time in your life. Only 3 more years till you'll be a teenager, and your dad won't use you in a positive way when he describes science anymore. But
Also,
happy
happy birthday.
birthday, and I hope you get all the cakes that Brennan won't get, because the only cakes he will get is, as we call them, remember cakes in Denmark.
I'm okay with delivering some of those.
Okay? Details in an investigation matter, and details matter here. You need details. You have to explain how things happen. Okay? You, as an expert, I can't come in and just say,
Sustained. It needs to be more question and answer.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God,
Why
I
do
hate you,
details
Bev.
matter?
because your opinions have to be based on the facts and the evidence.
Why is that?
Because that's what determines your conclusions. I can't come in and say, I think,
Next question.
What if you don't have
Jesus
all the details and facts?
if you don't have
They have to. They must have known it was going to be like that. He looks a little annoyed now. AJ has to send him a smoke signal, do something, and say, "Okay, I'm going to do this for the stupid people in the back of the room."
Yep.
Why do you need
Well,
details?
also, Welcher
Why do you need
was
that?
on and on. Welcher was on and on, spreading his load on mattresses. Ew.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Well, that's
That's,
direct. It's like open-ended questions.
yeah, and they are allowed to elaborate, but Brennan is so afraid of this guy because he knows this guy is everything his expert isn't. Intelligent, believable, and have actually done the work.
have details, if you haven't performed a proper analysis, then you can't come to a conclusion that something happened. You can't depend just on your experience. You have to have the analysis, the evidence, and the details to come to a conclusion in a case.
How do you best get details to come to a conclusion in a case?
You need research, you need peer-reviewed articles, you need evidence, you perform testing. You have to demonstrate what you think happened is A, possible, and B, actually did occur. And in order to do that, you need hard evidence to demonstrate that that's what actually occurred in this case.
Do you get that through both lab testing and field testing?
The form. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Can you get that in lab testing?
Absolutely.
Can you get that in field testing?
You can get that in field testing as well, yes.
Are those integral to an analysis?
They are. If you don't have any other evidence, if you don't have research, if you don't have peer-reviewed articles showing or demonstrating what happens, you have to formulate, you have to get that evidence. And the way to do that is through field testing, if you have no other evidence and no other source of information to provide that type of evidence.
Let's go to the next slide. Did you undertake, and this is a placeholder, did
Yes.
you undertake the scientific method in this case?
I did, yes.
What was the hypothesis of the incident that you utilized in furthering your analysis?
So the first step, the first part of this event is contact between Mr. O'Keefe's arm and the vehicle.
Well, that's the thing I would always be very cautious about with these objections, because it kind of gets to a point, and it's one side who does all the objecting. And to me, it seems like you want to hide the potato. And that's... But again,
No,
I don't
but-
trust jurors.
But could it also be seen as, okay, the defense must be trying something sneaky and the state isn't letting them do that. They keep trying, and they must
Yeah.
be really trying to be putting in
Could
sneaky
go either
stuff.
way.
Yeah, and we don't know. It's like Bev says, we can tell the jury's fed up. Yeah, they're probably fed up with you sighing like a sea cow giving birth. I don't know if
Could
sea
you
cows
describe for the jurors what
sigh when they give
hypothesis
birth.
you used based on your review of the information you got from Aperture?
Sure. So the hypothesis that I looked at, Aperture, their testing and report indicates that Mr. O'Keefe had his arm out at a 90-degree angle,
Sustained.
What do you see? By the way, where are these from? These two slides.
These two slides are from the PowerPoint presentation that Aperture provided.
All right. So you didn't create these?
I did not, no, sir.
Describe the angle of the arm in the left photograph with the drinking glass in the hand.
So the angle of that arm is approximately 90 degrees. The other photographs in the PowerPoint demonstrate that for someone the same height as Mr. O'Keefe, the arm would be about 90 degrees with an individual standing erect. That's what was demonstrated in their PowerPoint.
Do you note anything in their PowerPoint, the Aperture PowerPoint, related to the clothing worn in that left photograph?
Yes, they have the surrogates wearing a hoodie or a sweatshirt, which is the exact same type and brand that Mr. O'Keefe was found wearing at the time of the incident.
Did that play a part in your overall analysis, the fact that the individual, the surrogate, as you use the name, was adorned with the same type of sweatshirt that was found on Mr. O'Keefe?
It did, yes. I mean, that's one of the details that we have to look at. Details matter. So we look at the clothing that was worn and the evidence found with respect to that actual sweatshirt.
I'd like to stay with that for a second. Why is that important? Why would the clothing matter?
Well, because that tells us, that gives us evidence of what may or may not have occurred. Mr. O'Keefe was wearing this sweatshirt when the time of this alleged incident occurred. So if there is contact between his sweatshirt and that rear vehicle, the taillight from the Lexus, there would likely be evidence of that. And we have to look at that sweatshirt to see the condition of that sweatshirt, if there's evidence on that sweatshirt, and be able to pair that or match that up to what happened on the vehicle.
Is that part of a normal biomechanical analysis to evaluate clothing of the body as well?
Absolutely, especially when you look at automobile pedestrian impacts.
Why? Because
clothing tells you or can tell you how the impact occurred, where contact occurred between an individual and the vehicle, what part of the vehicle, what part of the individual. So it either may or it may not, but it can give you very important clues about what may have occurred during the incident.
Is that part of the normal methodology that's utilized in the field of biomechanical analysis, especially as it relates to pedestrian motor vehicle incidents?
It absolutely is. Yes. Look at the damage to the clothing. Look if you compare it up to the vehicle, to the ground, to other sources. It's another tool, another detail, and part of the evidence that allows you to try and determine what occurred.
Do you have experience in reviewing clothing of individuals that may have been involved in vehicle pedestrian incidents?
I do, yes.
How often has that played a part in your biomechanical analysis, the methodology that you employ?
It happens quite often when we look at automobile pedestrian impacts. That's really one of the steps that you need to do. You need to look at the clothing, you need to look at that evidence and see if that matches up with any other evidence in the case.
Would it be a proper methodology to just ignore the clothing in a vehicle pedestrian incident?
It would be, yes. I mean, it's really one of the first things you should do.
I'm sorry, my question was, would it be proper if you just wholly ignored it?
No, it would be improper. It would not be proper. It would be improper if you just ignored it.
Getting back to
go after his
the
fabric.
slide at hand, and we're on slide, just to stay coordinated, is this slide 7?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. You've talked about the left photograph. What is the right, the short video?
So this short video is what I refer to as the paint transfer test that was performed by Aperture. And what they did was take a surrogate the same approximate height and weight as Mr. O'Keefe and had him stand behind a subject, an exemplar Lexus, the same year, make, and model. And they put paint on the rear taillight cover on the fender, and then they backed it in to the surrogate's arm. And the reason for this is they attempted to show that where the paint contacts the arm, that it's the same area where the superficial abrasions were on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Did you utilize these photographs and videos from the Aperture report in conducting and building the field testing and or the lab testing that you ultimately undertook?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What's depicted in this slide?
So this is from the Aperture report And the third conclusion is that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and the orientation of the right taillight on the Reed 2021 Lexus LX57.
How did you interpret the phrase geometry?
To me, geometry just means shape. So the way I interpreted this is the one test that was performed with respect to the taillight. This is the only test I saw that Aperture performed involving the taillight and the arm, is that with this paint transfer test, they concluded that, again, the area where the paint was transferred onto the arm is consistent, the same shape and orientation as apparently the lacerations found on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm.
Did this test, in your opinion, establish force multipliers that were exerted on the taillight?
It has nothing to do with force. It doesn't describe the force exerted on the taillight or on the arm. It doesn't describe how the arm would have moved as it hit the taillight. It doesn't describe how the taillight would fracture. It doesn't describe how you would actually get the lacerations on the arm. Again, all this does is generally, and I made an error there. This report, and you can see the slide says laceration. Mr. O'Keefe did not have lacerations on his arm.
What did he have?
He was diagnosed with superficial abrasions.
Is there a difference between a laceration and an abrasion?
There's a distinct difference, both biomechanically and medically, yes.
Is that an important distinction?
That is.
Why?
The first step of the biomechanical analysis is identify the injuries, and you have to take the diagnosed injuries.
His deliverance is a little stunted, but probably because of Bev. But I love that I made a mistake because it says, but that's because the report is wrong.
Yeah, and he's not being super buttholy about it. He's just saying we have to be correct when we do this. This is about, being as factual and on point as possible. But I think he knows that if he says anything regarding, he's trying to edit, because he knows that anything he says against, Precious Judson Welcher is going to get an objection.
Yeah,
Exactly. I think
and again, he's doing it, and he's killing with kindness. I made a mistake, but that's because the report had a mistake in it.
Identified by a medical doctor. So it's superficial abrasions. To put lacerations on, that's simply incorrect.
So I strike the end.
Oh my
Would
God.
you describe
hate you.
the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm as lacerations?
No,
Would they be more properly described in another way?
it would be, yes.
What's that other way?
So they've been diagnosed as superficial abrasions. An abrasion occurs when there's rubbing or scraping of the skin, and it just rubs away the top layer, the epidermis of the skin. Now, a laceration is a jagged ripping or tearing of the skin, which gets down through the epidermis into the dermis. So abrasions take much less force. They're less severe than what a laceration actually is.
In a biomechanical analysis, if it's done properly, is it is it important to get the proper injury to the body as a foundation to the entire analysis?
That's core to the analysis, because you're trying to determine how an injury occurred. You have to know what that injury is. You have to have the correct injury to be able to evaluate it.
Let's go to the next slide. This is a placeholder. I want to ask you a little bit while this is up. We can turn the lights up. First step in the analysis. What is the first step of the analysis after you determine the injuries, the type of injury?
So in this step, after you determine the injury, what we want to do is we want to look at the physical evidence. So we have the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and we have the sweatshirt that he was wearing at the time. So the first step in any investigation is to determine, does the evidence from the arm match up to the evidence on the sweatshirt?
Did you undertake that analysis?
I did, yes.
Is that indicated in a slide a little bit later on in your PowerPoint?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this explains the injuries. And this is from on the left side, that is the diagnoses from the autopsy. The right side is from the hospital. And you can see it says blunt impact injuries of head and extremities, abrasions and lacerations. The laceration is on the back of the skull, on the back of the head where the occipital skull fracture is. When you look at the extremities, everywhere where it talks about the extremities, it's superficial abrasions. So the first step in a biomechanical analysis, you review the medical records, determine exactly what the injuries are. And you can see there's a picture of the actual abrasions. Those are the documented injuries or abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Are these acceptable sources? Well, let me ask you this. What are the sources that are reflected on this slide that you referred to or you relied on in coming to your opinions and conclusions regarding Mr. O'Keefe's injuries to his right arm?
Again, on the left side is from the autopsy report from the medical examiner, and then.
Well, Maria, it's because he read the report. He used the wrong word because Dr. Welcher had put the wrong word in his report. That's why he said, excuse me. But so Welcher is the dum-dum.
The right side is actually from the Good Samaritan hospital where Mr. O'Keefe was taken.
Are autopsy records, hospital records, medical records acceptable sources for a biomechanist to rely on in determining or coming to opinions and conclusions?
They are the sources you go to determine what the injuries are. Yes.
Did you see, you reviewed the entirety of the medical records as well as the entirety of the medical examiner's file? Is that right?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you see reference to any fractures that were noted on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his arm, his forearm, or his hand?
No, there were no diagnosed or references to fractures on any part of his right arm or hand.
I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk to display a couple of exhibits, the x-rays.
Okay.
So he's going to take over the TV screen.
Sure.
If that's okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Boom, boom, boom.
This is an exhibit that was marked yesterday. I want to say 226. I may be wrong, Your Honor. I'll get the right nomenclature in just a second. This is one of the exhibits, one of 3 exhibits that was introduced yesterday. Do you recognize what's depicted on this?
That's the X-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand taken January 31st, I believe.
Did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Was it part of the medical record? Medical records or these records?
It was a series of the X-rays. Yes, was attached. It was part of the medical records that were provided to me and that I reviewed in this matter.
Thank you. Just for the record, so I can clarify, this is Exhibit 229A, as in apple. Do you see? Have you looked at X-rays before?
I have, yes.
Have you interpreted X-rays in furtherance of your analyses in years past?
I have during my biomechanical analysis, yes.
Are you trained to look at X-rays and determine whether there are fractures, hairline fractures, broken bones, things of that nature?
I've been doing this for 20 years. In graduate school, I worked with surgeons and doctors to look at X-rays.
Is that part of the normal methodology that biomechanists undertake in furtherance of injury analysis?
It is part of.
I just want to be over on Plevin's channel right now because him and Koofy Deefy was spiraling hard when they found out that there was X-rays. There's a guy, I don't know who he is, called Furious George, who, well, I don't even think it's real X-rays. And someone went in there and said, no, and it's not CT scans either. It looks more like some kind of bone photographing machine. And I'm thinking, that's an X-ray. The good thing is that there's I don't know who she is, but she's absolutely stupid. She said, well, this is bad for the defense because the dog bites would have shown up on the X-ray.
What?
No. What?
Jamie, you are a medical professional. You're pursuing your doctorate. X-rays, do they pick up soft tissue injuries?
No.
They can indicate soft tissue swelling, but you'd have to be a trained person to be able to see that. But you're not going to see superficial abrasions on an X-ray. And I'm surprised they haven't asked for the metadata on the X-rays now.
Yeah,
Do y'all
bone
see
photography
skin
is
in
a
these
high
pictures?
demand.
Yeah.
I actually, I was wrongly diagnosed with my herniated disc for 3 years because they kept X-raying my back. Because herniated discs don't show up on an X-ray. That's why you get a CAT scan. Because there's a difference what pictures they take.
Yes.
I love the aunties. The funny thing is they are so stupid and they are not afraid to show it.
No. Not at all.
Yeah, and again, I'm a baker, and I know that you don't see soft tissue damage, especially abrasions on the outer skin. It's just stupid.
Of what we normally do, yes, sir.
Would it be an important part of a biomechanist's ultimate analysis and conclusions as it relates to an injury analysis?
It would be, and especially in this case, if we're talking about impact to the arm and the hand, very important to determine, as I said, not only what the actual injuries are, but what injuries did not occur.
Would it be appropriate to come to any opinions and conclusions in an injury analysis if you were to ignore X-rays if they existed?
No, if X-rays exist, you need to review them. You need to determine what they represent and what injuries either did or didn't occur. You absolutely need to look at them.
Do you see any injuries represented or any defects represented in this X-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
I do not know, sir.
Can you describe what you do see or what you would expect to see if there were injuries, broken bones, torn ligaments, things of that nature, swelling? What would you expect to see?
You could actually see the fracture lines on the bones. They are evident along the hands or along the ulna and the radius. Any dislocations you see, there would be a difference in the space at the joints between the bones.
Oh yeah, I saw that one. Look at the demeanor she has. That's not the correct demeanor for someone who's on charge for murder. Hey, if she had been crying every day in court, all of the same people would say, look, she's hamming it up. Oh,
Yep.
She plays a role. Oh, I hate these people. And I
She's so phony.
hey, all you lovely people, I love all of you. Jamie?
Yeah.
Nah.
Hey.
But I can't wait till we go back and cover what we normally cover. Some weirdo down in Florida who put 8 new holes in her boyfriend's face because he looked at a Latina going by in a pair of bike shorts. Just
Hey,
so we
Baker,
can
I have a perfect case for you. It's not here yet, but a guy called from a strip club because he paid a stripper $300 and she wouldn't do the horizontal tangle with him. So he decided to call 911 for theft and fraud on the stripper.
That's what I like to hear.
I would find that he had a case because $300 ain't no twerking that good without a little twerking on the pole, if you know what I mean.
Fair point. Baker as defense pro
Like a
se.
pop noise. Get out of here.
Wait, Iris is going to be on trial. No, Iris is not in Florida, and she does all her pew-pewing in the great old state of old Mexico. But thank you, Lefty.
Poor Iris.
Lefty was rewatching Dr. La Pasada this morning, and I think Brandon might have gotten him a little tipsy.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Eileen is over on Valhalla's channel, I think.
Yes.
If soft tissue showed on X-rays, they'd be useless for looking at bones because the bones are wrapped in a squishy bit. You're welcome. #science. Thank you so much, Eileen, for supporting Valhalla. Dina, you missed that this guy has a son who has his 10-year-old's birthday, and Bev won't let him wish him a happy birthday. He's not allowed to use personal language, even though the state expert could say he spread his load all over his bed. And let's just say Hanky Panky is very, very afraid for what he might say, because he is objecting more than a woman going on a date with me.
Dislocation, then there would be increased space or even a decreased space if there's compression of the joints, the interphalangeal joints, the metacarpal.
And Constance, I think it's you I was supposed to send a T-shirt to. I have Rabbit said she will send it, but she's sick, so it'll get there.
Phalangeal joints, the wrist joint, there's no indication on these x-rays of any fractures or any trauma or any type of injury to the bones or the joints.
Can we go to 229B as in Bravo with the court's permission?
Yes.
You see what's depicted in this photograph?
I can, yes, sir.
What is this?
So this is a x-ray. The forearm shows the ulna and the radius, which are the two bones in the forearm.
Do you see any defects, injury, trauma to these bones or anything associated with those bones?
I do not. And when you're viewing this on the software to look at the x-rays, you can actually adjust the contrast. So you can adjust the brightness and the darkness, and it allows you to go through the whole range to better evaluate whether there are any fractures. This is a little bright, so when you're looking at this, you would actually decrease the contrast a little bit.
In terms of your review of this particular photograph, what did you note in terms of trauma or injuries at all?
I did not note any indication or any signs of trauma or injury to the forearm or to the wrist in this case.
If we could go to 229C as in Charlie. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the right humerus, the right upper bone of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Do you notice, or did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you note any defects, trauma, injuries at all with regard to the bone is the
humerus.
The humerus?
I did not, no, sir.
What about the joints associated with the humerus, top or bottom?
I did not note any injuries or damage to either the elbow or the shoulder joint.
What is your opinion and conclusion, having reviewed all three of these x-rays, with regard to the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, starting from the arm, the forearm, and the bones in the hand?
There's no indication of any type of acute injury from the x-ray to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his hand, his forearm, or his upper arm.
Thank you. We can switch that back. If we can go back to your PowerPoint. Can we go to the next slide, please?
Maybe.
Oh, no, don't have technical issues.
See if I can start back on it here.
Come on.
I will say I like how he's explaining things. Again,
There we
he's
go.
not talking down to the jury.
What are we looking at in this
He's
slide?
just explaining things.
So again,
Yeah.
this is the hoodie or sweatshirt that Mr. O'Keefe had on at the time of this alleged incident.
Did you consider these photographs in conducting your injury causation analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
What role did these photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's hoodie play in your injury causation analysis?
So this shows the hoodie, and it was inspected by the police department, and it was noted, as you can see on the right sleeve by the triangles, there were 9 different punctures or holes noted in the sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these series of photos?
So let's move to sidebar for a minute and Mr. Jackson, bring your PowerPoint, please.
These pictures are already in. Why can't we?
So remember when they were having a problem and Brennan brought in that he's not a fabricologist, so he doesn't understand how
Not a
he can opine
seamstress.
on the wear and tear of fabric. However, if this is one of the first things that he does at any accident reconstruction, I would say he has plenty of experience, and it was laid in foundation that this is the first thing that you do, or one
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah, I don't know.
And again,
So-
one thing is to talk about how a certain fabric would act. Another one is to say, okay, I took the exact same mesh of cotton and whatever it is, and looked at it in connection with our own testing. He's not, yeah. Could they mention the vomit on the underwear? No, we won't hear anything about that. No one ever brought that up. We heard Dr. La Posada say yesterday that the blood on the back of his pants could be from when they tried to resuscitate him in the hospital. So I think they don't want to go into it because it'll be way too hard, and especially at this very late stage. Bev being a B word, Brennan being a B word, Kai having a 10-year-old birthday. Happy birthday, Kai.
Happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Everyone on Twitter is doing that. If Bev won't allow it, I'll do it.
Oh, that's awesome. Kai is going to have like I said, look, this guy loves his kids. And who else gets to say, Kai's going to be the baller at summer camp? Well, or with wine moms who watch true crime. Anywho,
Yeah, it's. But this is going to be a really rough, and we know as soon as he gets up there, he's going to do all the things that he objected to.
Jurors, I apologize that took so long, but it was necessary to do rather than sending you out. So,
Shut up, Bev.
sure.
Bev, be effing
Yeah, you
quiet.
don't have to commentate everything. Just sit down, shut up, and let them talk. Do their job.
Thank you. Tori.
If you do that, Hank Brennan will probably charge you with witness intimidation or something stupid. No, he was not about to talk about bite marks or anything. He was just about to talk about the injuries to the shirt. Yeah, her constant commentary about how fast they're going, how slow they're going, how important it is, and all of that.
Dr.
She should
Rensler,
just stuff
my
it.
eyes aren't good enough to see the upper right-hand corner. What slide number is this? That's
Number
on-
12.
Number 12, thank you.
Happy birthday early.
Did you look at these photographs and consider these photographs in furtherance of your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we move to slide 13, please? Did you also look at and consider these photographs in coming to your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes.
Can we move to slide 14, please? Did you look at and consider these photographs in coming to your conclusions and opinions
I
regarding
did.
this case?
Yes, sir.
Can you move from slide 14 over to slide 18, please?
Can I switch through real quick?
Sure.
Yeah. So we 18.
Let's go to 18. What are we looking at in slide 18?
So this is Mr. O'Keefe's right arm at autopsy, and they're holding up a ruler to demonstrate the size and dimensions of the abrasions.
And what are the yellow indicators?
Those are indicators I added based on the length of the ruler to show the approximate size, length, and width of those abrasions.
Was it important in your biomechanical analysis to measure and denote all the injuries?
It was, yes.
Did you actually count the number of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
How many injuries did he have? How many distinct and separate injuries did Mr. O'Keefe's arm present?
Conservatively, I counted 36 different superficial abrasions on his right arm.
And did you go through all the photographs in an effort to count and distinguish one abrasion and one defect on his skin from another?
I did, yes, sir.
And you said conservatively 36 separate abrasions, correct?
That's correct.
What does that mean in terms of the mechanism that you would expect to cause that abrasion?
Well, you need 36 different points of contact to get through the sweatshirt and get to the skin to actually cause abrasion to the skin. 36 different separate points of contact to the skin.
Wasn't there only 13 pieces of tail light that matched the tail light, not the 43 pieces that was found? So we now have less puncture wounds than needed and more pieces of tail light. I love this case. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
How many defects, remind us, how many defects were noted by the crime lab in Mr. O'Keefe's right sleeve?
9 defects.
Can you scroll to slide 22 quickly, please? What is this?
This is a slide, again, from Aperture, from their PowerPoint. It's the only slide, the only photo, the only indication of the hoodie that I found in their analysis. And it also has pictures showing, looks like they try to line up the top of that taillight cover.
Sustained.
Do you see there's some sort of marking on that lower left photograph with some yellow lines?
I do, yes.
How did you analyze that marking?
I analyzed that. It goes through the part of the taillight cover and then goes through part of the upper arm of the surrogate.
And there's a parallel line to it a little bit in a V shape. There's a parallel line below it. How did you analyze that line?
I analyzed that as apparently showing that the area of the taillight.
So not apparently, what did you
How did you
analyze?
interpret that?
I interpreted that represents that area of the taillight corresponds to the area of the upper arm.
And there's a red dotted line around the taillight, correct?
Correct.
How did you interpret what that represents?
That was the part of the taillight that fractured.
Did you put any of these lines on there, or are these all from aperture?
These are all from aperture. I did not put any of those on there.
You see the small, it's horizontal, I'm sorry, it's vertical photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I do, yes.
Did you note anywhere in the aperture report a denotation of the number of abrasions, counting the number of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
There's no denotation, no indication that the number of abrasions were ever counted. No, sir.
Ultimately, based on your review of and all of your testing, did you come to an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm are consistent with striking the right rear taillight of the Lexus?
I did, yes.
And what is that conclusion?
That they're inconsistent with striking the taillight or being produced as a result of contact with the taillight.
Why did you come to that conclusion?
There's a number of reasons that I came to. First of all, the abrasions, the numbers don't correspond to the number of holes or.
Sustained.
Did you consider, without counting the number of abrasions and the number of holes, did you consider the abrasions?
I did, yes.
Did you consider the sweatshirt?
I did.
Was that an important part of your analysis?
It was, yes.
What else did you consider?
I considered that it was not possible to line up 36 different abrasions with
You can't object to that. That's his scientifically. That protests too much.
Excuse me. I have no problem with ARCA coming in. I have welcomed ARCA. Also, objection, 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 and screw your son.
Is it sunny out today? Objection. Where? We forgot to ask where. It's not sunny in Korea right now because the sun has gone down. Move to strike, Your Honor. Move to strike.
I think he's doing it on purpose.
I'm going to
just
strike
keep
that
us
answer,
slow.
ask it differently.
Your Honor, if he could finish his answer. He was about to say contact with the taillight.
Yep, so ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. What did the 36 abrasions, conservatively, and their interaction with the taillight have to do with your ultimate opinion and conclusion?
Well, that you have to, if those abrasions came from contact with the taillight, you have to be able to correlate them and line them up with contact, 36 different contacts from the taillight.
And ultimately, based on your understanding of Aperture's review and the photographs that you saw, you were presuming, based on Aperture's testing, that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that hoodie. Is that correct?
Sustained.
What was the condition? Let me ask it this way. There's a photograph in the Aperture report that we're looking at with blue paint on an arm, right?
Correct.
Is that your understanding, or did you test that Mr. O'Keefe could have been hit wearing short sleeves?
No.
What did you test? What was your presumption and assumption in your testing?
That he was wearing the hoodie that was found on him at the time.
With the 9 holes in the right sleeve?
With the 9 holes in the right sleeve.
Watch the form of the question, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Let's go to the next slide, please. What is this?
Most of it was a sidebar because Brennan has, I think his pals are acting up today.
These are the top 2 and bottom right slide are from the Aperture PowerPoint.
How did you interpret the 2 photographs on the right? The parallel lines and the red lines in that slide?
The parallel lines correspond to an area of the fractured tail light, and then the red dotted line corresponds to an area of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm, and there's a red arrow pointing to part of the fractured tail light.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
Sorry, Diva.
Canton, Diva.
Yeah, you're new here, Diva. The defense is allowed to say nothing. And,
Norfolk County.
Norfolk represent.
Represent.
I want nothing to do with Norfolk.
What are we looking at in this slide?
Even though I
Again,
was
this
born in
is
one.
the paint test. This is the only test that was conducted by Aperture to look at the tail light and the arm in this case, and the interaction between the two.
Did you note whether in all of Aperture's data that you reviewed, whether or not there was any measurements to determine whether the abrasions were consistent with contact with the Lexus?
I did. There were no measurements at all taken with respect to that test. No measurements with respect to where the contact happened on the car or on the arm itself. There was no indication of where that blue paint extended on the surrogate's arm, say from the wrist up to where the laceration or the abrasions would have occurred.
Is that important?
That's very important.
Why?
Because you can't say that the area where the blue paint is corresponds to the area of the abrasions if you don't take measurements. If you just eyeball it, all you can say is by eyeballing it, it looks approximately the same. But that's not scientific. You can't come to an actual conclusion that where that paint covers the arm is where those abrasions actually were. They could lie outside, they could lie forward, they could lie above that painted area. You can't say with any scientific certainty that that area of paint corresponds to where the abrasions are.
In this motion video and the still photograph to the left in slide 24, is that what we're on, 24?
We are, yes, sir.
What did you note with regard to the positioning of the surrogate's arm? I think that's Mr. Welcher, as it relates to the taillight and the back of the SUV.
Yes, the positioning of the arm in the photographs as well as the one test that was performed, the arm is approximately 90 degrees, level in line with the rear taillight of the vehicle.
Did you seek to do any testing approximating the positioning of the arm as you saw it, as you interpreted it in the Aperture data?
I did, yes, sir.
What were you seeking to determine when you did your testing?
Well, if we want to determine whether the orientation and the position of the abrasions on the arm correspond to the tail light, you have to have the arm in the position that you claim it struck the tail light and then look at the abrasions. Because if you're looking at orientation and the direction of the abrasions, you can't look at how they exist with the arm. The only pictures of the arm of the abrasions are with Mr. O'Keefe's arm extended. But that's not how he would have had it according to the test. It would have been at a 90-degree angle.
Dr. Rentschler, were there any peer-reviewed articles cited in connection with Aperture's paint transfer test?
I did not see, I was not provided a single peer-reviewed article with respect to the paint test or any indication of any test or article looking at arm contact with the vehicle or a
Oh, I hope it tastes better than if it wasn't in a triangle. Canton words. Don't
Words are
come
hard.
easy to me.
tail light cover.
Can we go to slide 25?
We need to do a giveaway again.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
What are
good.
we looking at in this slide?
I just
So
got my
in
prize
this
from the last
slide,
giveaway.
the picture on the far left is the photographs provided from the autopsy in hospital with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm fully extended. Again, those are the only photographs we have.
What about the photograph in the middle and to the far right?
In the middle and the far right, what I did was actually take that.
I'll pay for your forged late note from your mama, lol. I had to go buy hay. Because I've been putting it off because I've been at this trial. And by the time the trial is over, so is the place that I buy hay. So I had to go run today.
That
Okay, to
arm
go to
and
eat
then
hay
rotate the forearm, put it in
Oats.
Both. They don't eat oats; they eat grain, but same.
I'll do that,
They would
Lefty.
eat oats.
Position
They
that
would
it
eat oats.
would be in, as demonstrated by the paint test, with the arm at approximately 90 degrees.
What was the import of this undertaking?
Well, if you look at the paint test and the way the arm's at 90 degrees and having the car come and essentially contact and push the arm out of the way, that's going to give you or tell you the directionality or the direction of the abrasions. Because if you have your arm at a right angle, and the vehicle comes and pushes and slides against it on that forearm, you would expect those abrasions to be horizontal, to be in line with that forearm.
Are they?
They're not. You can see some of them are vertical, some of them are angled, some of them it's hard to tell what the directionality is. But if your arm, again, is being struck and pushed this way, as it's pushed and as the car goes by, if this would occur in this manner, you would expect those abrasions to be horizontal in the direction that the vehicle's actually traveling.
When you say horizontal, do you mean horizontal from the elbow to the wrist?
Correct, or parallel, yes, with the forearm.
Can we go to slide 26, please? This is yet again the same video that we saw earlier.
That is correct. This is the paint test video, yes.
And what has to happen in order for the paint in this test to reach the upper forearm?
Well, in this case, to reach the upper forearm, there has to be contact between the forearm and the taillight cover.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is this slide showing?
Again, this shows, you can see on the right, I added arrows to kind of show the directionality of the different abrasions. And on the forearm, they simply do not line up with the type of kinematics or the type of motion shown in the paint test.
Remember when Lally
Again,
said,
of
well, to fix that, all you got to do is this.
Yeah.
In his closing arguments last year. What a moron.
You just gotta bend your
And
elbow.
Lynn Dalton says, I'm concerned that if the jury needs to ask what to strike means how much of this is landing last jury, huge disappointment. Lynn, always remember the juries are idiots. So don't trust the jury, don't trust the feds, don't trust a fart after Taco Bell. Those are rules to live by.
We could add a
The
couple
arm getting
things.
pushed
We could
out
add
of the way and the
Massachusetts
car
State Police,
traveling past if there were
Norfolk County
going to be
DA.
abrasions from the fractured glass as it moves along. Again, it would be lengthwise parallel to the forearm.
If the arm was positioned as it was indicated in the paint test done by Aperture, would you expect to see this pattern of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm if, in fact, it contacted the taillight and if, in fact, it was abraded based on the taillight?
You would not. You can't get, for instance, horizontal abrasions on the upper arm and somehow get vertical and angled abrasions on the forearm. The kinematics don't work out to actually produce those types of injuries.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
So again, this is the paint transfer test, and it demonstrates there were no measurements taken, so we don't know the exact size or location of that paint or the lacerations. And you can see the photograph on the right basically shows that after doing the test, a picture of the right arm was put next to it and basically eyeballed to say it's the same. Well, it's only approximately the same area.
So I'm going to strike that. So next question.
Do you see any
He didn't take any
measurements?
measurements. It was eyeball.
Yeah, it is
laser
eyeball.
measuring equipment, anything like that in that right photograph?
Nothing, no types of measurements whatsoever.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
She made a comment yesterday talking
This
about
is
how
on the
he
left,
was able to
same
attack the
video that
science,
we've
but
seen.
not the person, right? He was able to
Yeah.
attack the science, but not the person. Well, he is in fact attacking the science, and you're still protecting for the Commonwealth, Bev. So what the hell?
Hey, Valhalla, Fauci has feelings. Fauci has feelings.
Ooh, we're not late enough
Several
into this.
times.
I was
We don't go
joking.
into that on
What are
this
you looking
channel.
at on the photograph on
I
the
was
right?
joking.
So on the right,
said
it is
so.
the video of this test taken from the side of the vehicle.
Did you notice anything of note in this angle of the paint transfer test?
I did. I slowed this video down. And so as you can see, as it starts out,
Oh, yeah, let's talk about him rolling downwards to get the perfect fit. That's what I want him to say.
Yeah.
Because that's what we can see. He actually ducks down, or else it wouldn't have hit his upper arm the same way.
and you'll see the vehicle starts
Science.
to slowly back. So there was no photographs showing the position of the arm in the back of the car. The video is from the side, and the top video, you can't tell where the arm is positioned against the tailgate. But whatever positions it's at, you can see as the car backs up here, look at the elbow and the upper arm. If the car backed directly in this direction, there would be no contact with that elbow or the upper arm. And remember, this test is to show where the paint would transfer and if that correlates to the lacerations.
You mean before you start the video?
I didn't notice that.
When you say there would be no contact with the elbow or the upper arm, you mean the biceps area and from the elbow up?
That's correct.
Is that based on the photograph on the right and the positioning of the surrogate?
Exactly. You can see right now, if the car just backed directly straight back, it would not contact the elbow or the upper arm.
Before you play the video, what did you note when the car from the angle to the right of the video on the right? What did you note as the car, just before the car starts to make contact with the surrogate? What did you note?
So in order to get that pattern on the arm, right as the car contacts the arm, the surrogate pushes his elbow forward, leans into the car against the light, and then rolls off.
Can you play that for us, please?
Watch it.
That's not science. That is
No.
actually confirmation bias. I want this outcome, so I will shift the parameters to get this outcome.
And
Also
that is
known
not
as a paid hack.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the balls you have to have
Well,
to put on this, video, knowing that other experts are going to look at it and say, what the hell?
Exactly.
Well, Aperture will get a lot of work for insurance companies because, you want to deny this claim? Yeah, we can fix that.
Ballstorm, don't you talk about the Dollar Tree like that. That's mean to the Dollar Tree.
The dollar
Isn't that what
the Dollar
Archer,
Tree is great.
Isn't that what Aperture does? Don't they deny insurance claims? Like, isn't that a
Most of their work is for insurance companies. Yes.
Like I said, deny insurance claims.
Did you see what you were describing in that video?
I did, and I can slow it down. So you can see, even at this point, as the car approaches, it would not contact the elbow or the biceps. So as it comes in, watch the elbow all of a sudden shoot in. Surrogate turns his arm in and then leans against the light cover. So this is not indicative of someone standing there and having a car back into their arm. In order to get that pattern of paint on the arm, someone would have to stand there, and as the car approached and contacted their arm, they would have to actually push their arm forward and lean into it to get that paint.
Or else his hip would have taken the next hit with the way his arm was positioned. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so interesting because we didn't see that. I mean, I didn't see that as much as
Well,
I noticed
we
he
right now, and
hunched
it's
over.
crazy.
Yeah,
I knew he was
we talked about it that his hips would have been hit if he
Yeah.
kept his arm by his side. So that's why he scooted it forward.
So
And
You guys.
and
you
if
guys,
you
guys.
see the
were
back,
clearly
I believe there
forgetting-
is a back picture.
Go ahead.
Go.
You're clearly forgetting that there's that one day in the academy where they teach cops how to shoulder check cars that are coming at them. You're clearly
yeah.
forgetting the training that John O'Keefe took where he would shoulder check Alexis. So there's that.
Oh,
Don't forget that.
Well, also, let's
But we talked
take this
about
and break-
how we keep going. Mo, go.
Okay, sorry.
It's because we can't see each other's
Now we
faces.
have to believe that John saw Karen coming and decided to lean in to the taillight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's, as Val said, that's police training. I believe day 3, they do you can't stop a car with your hip, you can do it with your arm.
Yep.
That's why they do it like that. No, I just remember we talked about when he stood there that he would have been hit in the legs by the bumper if that's why the way he said John was standing. So imagine Dr. Welcher has to come back and debunk this and say, well, I actually didn't lean forward because the wind hit me in the back, and that's why I think I might have done it.
Yeah, he'll have to explain all of this.
Did John not have a phone in one hand and a drink in another? That's another big problem, because I actually had Valhalla stand up and show you how a normal person holds a drink. Well, Valhalla holds a drink, but he's kind of like the rest of us. And no one holds it in that position. You'll hold it in front of the beer gut.
So that was actually a thing that I was going to bring up. Put me back on camera for a minute. Put us up. So I found that when I'm like in the barn doing stuff and talking to the camera and stuff, I'll hold my beer like right up against my chest like this, right? No space at all. And I've noticed that I've been doing this and wanted to demonstrate that, because to hit that part of the arm in that position, he would have to demolish the abdomen, the torso. Also, shout out Roseman Ranch. New shirt.
Love it.
Mrs. Valhalla wore hers today. Completely coincidental. She left to go to work. I was sitting on the porch. She's wearing her Roseman Ranch shirt too. Thank you,
Ralphie.
Represent.
And that's, again, we just were at a party where everyone was canning it up, and everyone has the in front of the body position, because you won't drink like this.
No.
That's you do this.
And to hold your arm like way out in the middle of nowhere, like why in the hell would you hold your beer like this? That is the most awkward thing I've ever seen in my life. How does that
Why
work?
would he
Somebody
walk
does that.
to the back of the car, like back where the car was, and then wait? Just wait.
Yeah.
You know?
John wanted out of the relationship, so he rolled into the Lexus to make her think she hit him. Yeah, that's it. And then he felt so sorry
bold
about it that
strategy.
he did a back bump, so she didn't have to live with the guilt.
The flare
Or something.
flop. Woo!
It's terrible.
Paint pattern.
Terrible.
Is that, in your view, proper scientific testing?
Sustained.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What is this?
And so this is that
He
same,
should reword it and said, is that the way you would have tested it? And he should have said, no, I would have done a measurement like we did, positioned the arm so you could have an impact at speed, and make sure you hadn't had any variables that could be based on your perceived bias of the outcome. So AJ could have done that the correct way.
same event, and you can see I slowed it down even more just so you can see the actual movement of the elbow and the upper arm to get that pattern.
Thank you.
They
Can we
got
move to
John
the next
O'Keefe
slide,
walking
please?
around
This is
looking like
slide 30.
C-3PO.
And let's go to 31.
Yeah, this is 31.
I'm sorry, 31.
You can go and watch the video of them in the first bar. There, he's holding his arm in front of him with the beer in it multiple times.
Close too, right? Because you just get that one shot that they claim is the straw sticking up.
Yeah, I can't remember him leaving the waterfall, but I know at CF McCarty's, he's standing around talking and has it in normal rest position in front of his body.
What conclusions or opinions did you reach or could you reach after reviewing the totality of the results of the paint transfer test?
The paint transfer test, all it can show is the approximate area, of where the arm was covered in paint. As the surrogate jammed his elbow in and rolled against the taillight cover. So it tells us nothing about what may have actually occurred, how the lacerations were actually, or the abrasions were produced. It doesn't talk about the kinematics of the arm to actually cause those abrasions. All it does is just say, under this specific condition, if someone was to stand there and then shoot your elbow forward and lean in, you would get paint on this part, this approximate part of your arm, because we don't even have any measurements for it. That's the only thing that test demonstrates, and that's the only test that was conducted to look at the interaction between the arm and the Lexus in this case.
Did you reach any opinions and conclusions regarding whether the physical evidence is consistent or inconsistent with the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
I did, yes.
And what's the basis?
The basis is looking at the number of laceration or the number of abrasions on the arm, as well as the orientation and direction of those abrasions. And they don't correspond to how the arm would interact with the vehicle if it was at a right angle and struck by the rear of that vehicle.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Doctor?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? Actually, slide 33. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
That's good, Zach. That's good.
Did any of the testing that you saw in terms of the paint transfer test or any other testing that you saw included in the Aperture report and the Aperture PowerPoint presentation indicate that there was any consistency or any results that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm being struck by the taillight, causing 36 plus abrasions to his right arm while wearing the shirt, or the sweatshirt with 9 holes in it?
That's sustained. You have to ask that differently.
Love him or hate him, but Jordan, LeBron, and Dr. Felcher, which is Judson Welcher, I think is the name, all went hard in the paint. That's funny. That's funny, Zach.
LeBron never went hard in the paint. That flopping.
That's true. That's true. Should have went with Kobe
Did
instead.
you just determine, based on the testing by Aperture, whether or not it was consistent, that paint transfer test was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's arm being damaged by the taillight at speed?
I did.
Okay, what is that conclusion?
That does not represent that at all. The evidence from that test, again, it's only puts paint on the arm. So in no way does that determine or demonstrate how, if the arm struck the taillight cover, how the taillight cover could shatter, how the movement of the arm could interact with the cover to produce those abrasions.
Did you go, I'm sorry.
There's just no evidence of that. There's no steps taken to demonstrate how, if that's even possible, would that actually occur in a case like that? First, you have to show it's possible. I saw no peer-reviewed articles, no research data, and the only test that was done that links the injuries to the taillight cover is this paint test.
Is that the paint test in which the arm was leaned into the car?
In which the elbow was shot forward and then the arm and upper arm was leaned into and against the cover.
Doctor, did you also go on to further your injury causation analysis by performing impact tests to evaluate the kinematics involved?
I did, yes.
Can you describe that for us, please?
Sure. So one of the steps involved in the biomechanical analysis is the kinematics, the motion. So we need to look at the motion of the arm. If the arm hit the taillight cover fractured, and you got abrasions, you need to be able to show that. You need to look at how the arm would actually move if it was struck by the vehicle. I've seen no peer-reviewed articles or research to demonstrate that. So what you need to do then is do testing to look at how the arm would actually move and whether it's possible to create those conditions to actually get that injury.
Did you use an ATD hybrid 3 arm for testing?
We did, yes. We used a 50th percentile male ATD hybrid 3 arm.
Is the use of that hybrid 3 arm accepted in your industry in terms of testing?
Yes, it certainly is. As I said yesterday, it's the gold standard for testing. And the arm itself is used just for that very purpose. In fact, there's a number of studies. They use the 50th percentile arm to look at airbag deployment. One of the issues with airbags for the driver is it comes out of the hub of the steering wheel. So if you're steering and you're turning your car and you hit something and the airbag goes off, what happens? It blows right into your forearm. And it can actually cause fractures. We see that quite often. So they perform testing with the 50th percentile arm to look at the forces and acceleration on the arm as airbags go off. Very similar. So if your hand was hit by the back of the arm was hit by the back of the car and propelled forward, that's very similar to having an airbag deploy. Actually, this would probably be more severe. An airbag's almost like a giant pillow enveloping the arm. And here we have an SUV actually contacting the rear of your arm.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
Sure.
This is 35.
Let's see. Here's 35.
There we go. Thank you. What's depicted here?
So this was testing done at 15 miles an hour. So this is with a hybrid arm and suspended so that it was actually impacting the right rear of the Lexus as the Lexus was traveling at 15 miles an hour.
Was there acceleration that was noted on the arm?
There was on both the arm as well as the hand, yes.
What was the result of the damage to the taillight based on this test?
So in this test, there was actually no damage. As you can see, it catches kind of the hand and the forearm. And if you want to describe it as kind of a glancing blow, there was not enough force at 15 miles an hour on this glancing blow to actually fracture the taillight.
Is the position of this arm relative to the SUV consistent or inconsistent with the original spot that the surrogate in the paint test was standing as it related to the SUV?
It's consistent. We lined it up so it's consistent with that original location so that it would not impact the elbow or the upper arm. So at that position, if there's impact to the arm at 15 miles an hour, it doesn't cause the taillight to fracture. And it's also important to look at the kinematics. If you look at the acceleration data below, that hand and arm is accelerated. The hand's accelerated up to the speed of the vehicle in about 2 to 4 milliseconds.
How long does it take to blink your eye?
250 milliseconds. It takes a quarter of a second to blink your eye. So this occurs if your hand's hit at 15 miles an hour by a car, it's going to be accelerated up to the speed of the car about 50 times faster than you can blink.
Can we go to the next slide, please? And what are we looking at in there?
So this is lab testing at 17 miles an hour. So the housing and the cover was basically propelled into the forearm of the dummy at 17 miles an hour.
What was the acceleration that was noted on the arm?
So when you look at the arm, its acceleration here is almost 300 Gs.
What does that mean just to us?
So 300 Gs. If you look at weight, if you say the weight of the arm is 10 pounds, 300 Gs means there's 3,000 pounds of force acting on that arm.
Is that enough to break a bone?
It's more than enough to break a bone.
Is that enough to to tear ligaments?
Absolutely, yes.
What about the bones in the hand? Are those stronger or the same resistance as the bones in the forearm? Or are they more delicate?
No, the bones in the hand are, as you can imagine, much weaker because they're much smaller. When you look at the carpal bones, the metacarpal bones, the metacarpal interphalangeal joint, which is basically your knuckles, they are much smaller and it takes much less force to fracture your hand bones compared to your ulnar radius.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is a 24 mile an hour impact with the arm of the dummy contacting the rear, again, tail light. And it shows you the motion, the dummy suspended, shows you the motion of the dummy and again, the force and acceleration. Now that right video I put in because that's real-time video. We've been showing the low speed, but look on the right, this is the actual speed at 24 miles an hour. That's what it looks like if you have your hand out and it's struck by an SUV.
Is the arm accelerated do the same physics apply? Is the arm accelerated up to the speed of the car in milliseconds?
It is, yes. It's all about weight, right? Because you have a 6,000 pound car and you have a 10 pound arm. It's whatever speed that car is going, your arm, your hand, whatever sticking out there is immediately going to get accelerated up to the speed of that vehicle.
The video on the right is in real time. Like you said, it's sped up in milliseconds. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is the Hybrid 3 that's used in this test, is that suspended from above?
The dummy in this test is suspended from above, yes, like a pendulum, barely touching the ground.
Is the dummy connected to the ground in any way?
No, it's just its feet are barely touching.
What would happen if there were forces applied to that dummy that went perpendicular to the travel of the vehicle? What would happen to the dummy?
The dummy would swing out like a pendulum in that direction.
Based on your review of the test that was done, the 24 mile an hour test, were there forces on that dummy that were perpendicular to the car such that the dummy would swing out or be forced out or be propelled out away from the car?
No, there were no forces from the testing, and it's simple physics. Your center of mass of your body is basically your umbilicus or your belly button. So in order to move the body, you have to apply a force at that part of the body.
So they proved that the vehicle couldn't have thrown him into the yard, basically, with that test.
So you're saying he didn't do a triple Salchow into a double toe loop, then end up on the yard?
Correct.
What
Why
would
do you
Brian Boitano
to
do?
be smart when I just want to say so there was no belly button thrusting?
Well, that's why Hank hasn't ever had children.
Also
but-
correct, Baker. Also correct.
We learned it here, guys. There
No
won't
belly
be
button
any
thrusting.
motion in the ocean unless you move the belly button. And my belly button is extended further away so I can do more motion in the ocean.
Arm struck, it's not going to move your body appreciably. All it's going to do, your arm's like a moment arm,
Oh,
it's
boy.
going to spin you around. Could there be some motion forward or backward if you take a step? Possibly. But the center of mass of your body isn't going to move. You have to get struck by the vehicle to have the body actually move in a specific direction.
And that
Can we go to the
clearly
next slide,
didn't
please?
happen because there's no damage
What is this showing?
to that part
So
of the
this is
body.
a slow-mo of the overhead from the real time. There was a GoPro that was recording that real-time video, and this is a slow motion of that video.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. As you see the vehicle contact the arm, what happens to the arm as it's being contacted in those milliseconds where it's being accelerated?
It breaks.
24 miles an hour?
Well, the arm's accelerated up and pushed away from the body. So whatever part of your arm or body is contacting the car, that's going to be pushed forward away from the rest of your body. So not only is it loading the arm with an impact force as it strikes the arm and the hand, but then it's actually stressing the joints too. It's like imagine having a car come and 3,000 pounds of force pulling your arm forward at the elbow, at the shoulder joint. It's putting a lot of force and pressure on that appendage.
What's the G-force for the 24 mile an hour impact?
G-force, let me see
Could you
exactly.
pause that video for a second?
Sure.
Because I want to ask you a couple of questions about it as
Let
well.
me see exactly what that G-force was.
No,
Do you
just keep
refer to
the
something?
video
Yes,
running.
my report.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's going to be insanely high. Poor
So
Ray.
at 24 miles an hour for the arm,
I'm sorry.
the acceleration is 302 Gs. And for the hand, it's about 435 Gs.
Does that translate to over 4,000 pounds of pressure?
Well, for the arm, it's close to 3,000 if you say a 10-pound weight. And for the hand, that can be anywhere from 800 to about 1,600 pounds of force acting just on the hand itself.
Understood. Can you back this up a couple of frames?
Sure.
Pause it where I ask you. One more frame back. One more back. Right there. What's happening physically to the arm, to the right arm at the point of impact?
So there is a force on the hand, on the forearm, where it contacts. Now, your arm just isn't going to hit and the force be distributed evenly across the entire part of the arm. That's not how your arm is actually articulated. Even if it was, again, that's similar to an airbag deployment, where at these levels you would get fractures. But if it hits the hand, now, if Mr. O'Keefe's
Well, Brian, you're a smart guy. Dr. Welcher is an expert that gets hired by insurance companies. Put any inference in that as you wish.
holding a glass at the time of this impact, think about that. What happens is you're holding a glass. It exposes the knuckles. So if you're holding a glass and your arm's at a 90-degree angle and the car comes back and hits your hand, it's going to strike right on the knuckles. The force is going to be applied right at that joint. And then it's going to likely hit along the forearm back near the elbow.
What's the shape
I'm
of that
sorry.
arm in this?
I'm not. That's
Still
outstanding.
Well, it's somewhat of an abnormal shape because the arm should be level with the body. The forearm should be even with the shoulder. But you can
that's
see as it gets
amazing.
pushed forward, it's accelerating that forearm away from the arm and the rest of the body.
Does that abnormal shape suggest anything to you in terms of what you would expect regarding the bones in that arm?
Again, so there's thousands of pounds of forces acting on the arm and also on the joint itself, not just the arm or the bones we have to consider and how much force to fracture, but think of the elbow joint and think of the shoulder joint. It takes much less force to dislocate an elbow than it does to actually fracture it.
Did you see any evidence based on your review of the medical records, including your review of the x-rays, any evidence of any dislocation?
There was no evidence or indication or diagnosis of any dislocations or fractures to the arm at all.
Fractures or broken bones at all?
Correct, nothing.
Can we go forward another frame? And at this point, the arm has already been struck and accelerated, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you see the taillight material?
I do, yes.
Okay, it's basically now broken, is that correct?
That's correct. It has now been fractured, yes.
All right, let's go one more frame forward. And the taillight material, did you make note of that in this frame?
I did, yes.
What direction is that taillight material going relative to the vehicle?
It's going forward.
And where is the arm?
The arm has been pushed away. Now, you have to remember, as that arm, if it contacts and fractures the taillight, it's not exposed to the fractured pieces that still exist on the taillight itself, because those pieces that fracture haven't gone anywhere because they're against the arm itself. And then as the arm moves away, the pieces then move with the vehicle.
Are the taillight pieces upon fracture moving at the same speed as the arm upon contact?
That's correct, yes.
Is that a matter of physics?
That is a matter of physics,
Is
yes.
there any possible way for the broken pieces of taillight to out-accelerate the arm upon contact when the arm's being deflected away from the vehicle?
It is not, I don't believe it's physically possible. That was not demonstrated in our testing, and I've never seen that demonstrated in any peer-reviewed articles. Now, you can see here again also the light and the fragments are being propelled forward. So you also have to consider where Mr. O'Keefe was found. He was found in the yard about 10 or 20 feet from the road. There was no exact measurements. But if you look at the motion of the taillight, it's going forward. Now, if Mr. O'Keefe has to move diagonally to the top left of that corner, and if he's not hit with the center of mass, he can't get to where he ends up before the taillight fragments have already gone forward and been deposited on the ground. Average running speed is like 4 to 6 miles an hour. Even if this SUV is going 10 miles an hour, it shatters, the lights fracture, they're dispersed on the ground, and then Mr. O'Keefe somehow ends up to his point of rest. But you wouldn't find the fragments on him because they've already been pushed forward, come to rest before he even has a chance to get to where they find him.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What is this slide showing?
So this is just frames taken from that actual video showing the interaction from the top left, then you go down to the bottom left, and then the top right and the bottom right just shows you the progression of the contact and the movement of the arm.
Is the bottom left frame the same frame that you stalled on just a second ago at my request, showing the deformation of his right arm?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And is that just a close-up of the same?
That's just a close-up of the same, yes.
Okay, next slide. And is that the final close-up of the arm after it's been deflected out of the way?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Does this also illustrate what you just described in terms of the trajectory of the broken taillight fragments?
It does, yes, sir.
Do you see any defect at all in the right sleeve of that hoodie?
There is no defect in that right sleeve of the dummy. No,
Was
sir.
the dummy's sleeve examined following this test? Closely examined up close rather than just photographed?
It was examined and photographed, yes, sir.
Was there any defect in that right sleeve at all?
No defects at all were noted in that sleeve. No.
Next slide, please. What are we seeing here?
This shows some of the photographs taken of the sleeve and the arm to show that there's no defects whatsoever, and it shows the damage to the Lexus. And again, at 24 miles an hour, not only do you get damage to the taillight on the fender there, but you also get damage to the taillight on the liftgate.
But Dr. Rentschler, are you a fabric expert?
Are you a car builder? Do you know cars? Have you ever
No.
built this car?
You know, Hank's
you a-
going to say that's not a real hand, and real skin would go down, so it could actually, the taillight could bite, grab a hold, and drag John.
Are you a 5-year-old Chinese child? Have you ever built a shirt from nothing before?
Are you a seamstress? Yes.
Please tell me he says, yes, actually, I do Civil War reenactment, and I knit and sew our own clothes.
Wouldn't that be something?
I've got an 18th century loom in my living room, actually.
Yeah, he actually is. I actually sew clothes on a regular.
Video.
So this
So
was
my
29
daughter's,
miles an hour.
prom dress.
Was the arm in the relative orientation that you saw depicted in the paint transfer test by Aperture?
It was, and in fact, in this one, there's actually contact. We moved it in so that you would get contact with the elbow and the upper arm as well. So it's in the position after Dr. Welcher moves his elbow in and rolls his shoulder into the taillight cover. We evaluated that position with this test.
And do you see any damage?
I can't wait for Hank to come up and spew his bullshit.
Do you see
Did you
the ripple
signal?
effect on the tailgate as it hits, like right around the tail light? There's like this ripple that goes through the metal, and it just,
Yeah.
my God,
So crazy.
oh my God, this would have been so painful. He would have broken all of the bones, all of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Evaluated that position with this test.
And do you see any
Watch the tail.
damage to the liftgate taillight
Yeah.
on this test?
There's extensive damage at this speed, yes.
What about the damage to damage would you expect to see to the arm itself at this speed and in this orientation?
Yeah, at this speed, I mean, we're talking 4,000 pounds of force on the forearm.
Oh, yeah, and very, very loud. That would be a slap louder than Sean Connery talking to his wife.
Arm. And with the
Or a little
with the
schmuck.
hand, 1,400 to probably 3,000 pounds. I mean, well above levels where you would get fractures.
Next slide, please.
Hold
We're
out
looking at
like
this,
the warrior before a
slide with two photos.
WrestleMania.
This was the final test that was conducted and using a dummy, and it was impacted at 29 miles an hour. And this was a center of mass impact.
Why was it
Meaning,
important, Dr. Rentschler, why was it important to do a center of mass test?
because if we have an auto pedestrian impact and you want to see where the pedestrian ends up, you have to evaluate how they were impacted by the car. In order to have the pedestrian move any substantial difference, it has to be hit at the center of mass. Again, it has to be hit at that belly button area to propel the body in a certain direction depending on the speed and direction. If there's no center of mass impact, how does someone get to the point of rest? You can't correlate a side swipe where the arm gets contacted and say if someone ends up 20 feet away, there's no way to correlate that arm impact caused them to somehow move 20 feet away. It wouldn't be as a result of the actual incident. It wouldn't be a result of the impact pushing their body in that direction.
From a physics standpoint, is it reasonable to believe that your arm could be struck, just your arm could be struck as it's out in front of your body, and you could be propelled backward, say 7, 8, 10, 12 feet as a result of that strike?
No, it's not reasonable. That's not physically possible. And you look at the arm itself, and we're looking at talking about the injuries and the abrasions compared to fractures. So if Mr. O'Keefe's arm was hit at 24, 29 miles an hour, what this suggests, and there are only abrasions, what this would suggest is that if the taillight doesn't cover or fracture, you can have your arm hit at 24 miles an hour and you wouldn't have any injuries at all, which from a biomechanical standpoint doesn't make sense. If the claim is that the fractured taillight's the only thing.
So I'm sustaining the objection to that. I'm going to strike that portion, Mr. Jackson.
Let's go to the next slide. What are we looking at in this video?
So here's the video showing that strike at 29 miles an hour with the center of mass impact to the dummy.
What's the import of this particular test? Why was this important, and what did you conclude following this impact test, the center mass impact?
There's a couple of reasons. It shows there was extensive damage to the rear
Poor Randy.
of that Lexus. So if you had a center of mass hit, you would have damage to the liftgate, to the fender, to the sheet metal. You would have substantially more damage than what we had in this case.
Oh, he
And
slides so
secondly,
far.
which I believe is just as important, it shows the post-impact trajectory of the dummy. So again, if you're struck on the corner by the Lexus, the dummy goes straight back in line with the vehicle. There's no force and no direction to actually cause that dummy to move off into the side
I'm getting a
of the
little
vehicle.
like robot glitch occasionally.
I've had it twice when Mo talks, but it could be my internet, could be your internet. Try refresh the stream and maybe it'll go away.
So you can't be hit center of mass with a vehicle going straight back and somehow end up 10 or 20 feet to the side of where the vehicle is traveling.
So in this circumstance, would you expect the taillight material to be distributed straight back in the same center line as the vehicle was traveling?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you also expect the body to be struck and moved in the same center line as the vehicle?
Sustained is too much.
Sure. What about the body? What directionality would you expect on a center mass hit?
The body's going to move in the direction that the vehicle is moving. That main direction, that main force moving straight back, the body is going to move primarily straight back.
Did you reach an opinion or conclusion regarding whether the right arm kinematics are consistent with fracturing the taillight cover and sustaining the abrasions that you saw on John O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
What is that opinion?
My opinion that it is not consistent with contacting and fracturing the taillight cover.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And I could have just one more on.
Sure.
On what do you base your opinion that you just told the jurors?
That looking at the kinematics of the arm, it's inconsistent with the evidence we have, with the actual abrasions to the arm, the evidence on the sweatshirt, and that at these speeds, you would likely expect fractures, certainly to the hand, and likely to the ulna and the radius and the forearm, if your hand or arm was struck by the rear of the SUV.
Can we move to slide 48, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
This was a study where they used an impactor and they contacted the dorsal or top part of cadaver hands. And they looked at the force that was exerted and they looked at how many fractures were produced.
It could also be YouTube. Sometimes they have it where some streams just doesn't run. If you are on a phone or a tablet, sometimes I will have to go out, make sure that I close. I don't know what you can do on yours, but on my tablet, I can swipe up and the app goes totally away, and then I can open the app again and it works. YouTube is probably fixing something for us creators, and we will have to beg you all to remember to subscribe again the next month.
Yeah. It sounds like we're all about to lose.
Just as a result of that.
Did you review
2%
scientific
of our
literature regarding
subscribers.
hand injuries under this sort of impact loading? Is this representative of that?
It is, yes.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So this shows the position, and this is taken directly from the aperture paint test. You can see the position that Dr. Welcher had his hand against the tailgate right at the time of impact. And you can see that corresponds, the contact areas correspond to the areas of the hand that were actually tested in this case.
Next slide, please. What is this showing?
So this shows the forces produced during the test as well as the forces produced during our testing. And maybe the next slide here actually better. If you look at the knuckles, which are the blue middle region, and then the metacarpal bones, which are the lower one. So for the metacarpal phalangeal joint, the knuckles, on average, it took 397 pounds of force to fracture that joint. Well, the 15-mile-an-hour test produced a minimum of 483 pounds. And more realistically, that's just with the hand weight. There's going to be more weight because it's attached to the wrist. More realistically, it's twice that, so it's around 900 pounds of force. But what these tests show is that the force produced on the hand, as represented by the PowerPoint from Aperture, even at 15 miles an hour and likely below that, you would expect to get fracture of the hand bones, of the knuckles, metacarpal interphalangeal joints, and the metacarpal bones if you contacted the rear of that vehicle at that speed.
Did you see any indication in the x-rays you saw or the medical records that you reviewed that Mr. O'Keefe's hand was damaged in such a way that you would expect?
There were no indications whatsoever of that, no, sir.
Next slide, please.
Why didn't
What are
we
looking
get
at in
into
this
this in
slide?
the first trial?
This was a test where they actually looked at the force on the elbow. So this is a direct launch.
Most likely because they thought that, hey, we can just roll with the third-party culprit defense, and they didn't do these testings for the feds. This is what they hired them to do and paid the $50,000 for. Remember, they were only relying at the first trial. They couldn't talk to them before they testified. This time, they have hired them and can then say, "Can we go into the force of bone breakage?" I think that's why.
Unbelievable.
Longitudinal force against the elbow. Now, there's no indication of exactly the test. The paint test has the arm horizontal, but there's no indication. There's evidence of whether maybe it would be angled or if it's straight horizontal. But even if your arm's angled a little bit at the point of impact, the forces again on the right are what we determined from our testing, and those are minimum. Again, that's just with the forearm. If you include the entire arm, it's about twice that. So even at 10 miles an hour, you're going to have 600 to 1,200 pounds of force acting on the arm.
Is that enough to break it?
That's enough. If you strike the elbow, that's more than enough to actually fracture the different bones of the elbow.
So
If an arm
here's
was hit
a
at that
fun
speed with those
fact.
forces, would you expect the
So the bones in the hand that he's talking about, in the United States Army Ranger Handbook, there's a section in there, and I don't remember exactly what it's under. I don't remember if it's under like a captive torture situation or whatever, but they specifically outline the bones in the hand and on the top of the feet as being very brittle and very painful, right? So like these are bones to target if you're in that kind of a situation, whether that's whatever that situation may be. But they break easy, you guys. There's no way that car would have hit a hand without breaking bones. It just wouldn't have happened ever.
Do you know what desperation looks like when you have been shilling for one side in a very long time? If not, look at the screen right now.
What does it matter if he's wearing a pink tie? I don't
Because
care.
that's free, Karen Reed.
Oh, okay. Or his wife picked out a pink tie.
And he wishes his son happy birthday while
I hate her
testifying.
so
I'm
much.
serious.
So
You
very,
can't make
very
this
much.
stuff up. John O'Keefe is dead because Karen Reed hit him. That is what the evidence shows. Next. Hey, anyone? Well, I know no one was ever apprehended by Miss I fall when I run out of trespassing driveways. But You signed up for this. We know from the FOIA that someone really wanted to use you because you had a big social media influence, and you let you get used. You are ridiculous. You are absolutely the worst person in this case because you are too smart to be this dumb. If it's been Plevin, I would say, yeah, well, he's an idiot. But Jennifer Caffey Daffy, you at least must have finished some kind of college to get into the Fed Academy. And this is how you spent your retirement years. Playing dumb on the YouTubes because you have a connection to the Commonwealth.
Not to mention,
I would
Judd
like
Welcher
to say
talked
more, but I don't want to go back to the U.S. in a defamation case. So I will bite my tongue.
Judson Welcher talked about being married. He talked about, his kids just a little bit. It was in passing, but he's like, I've been married for such and such years. My wife probably thinks it's longer, So he was trying to use an example. Again, this man has been so hamstrung. And if you're listening to this testimony and all you're taking in is that he has a pink tie, instead of the fact that the arm would have been broken, that the lacerations the abrasions should be parallel, and that all that Judson Welcher did was throw himself in front of a moving car. If all you're noticing is his tie, I feel sorry for you.
X-rays to show no trauma, no broken bones, no fractures, no hairline fractures.
I would not expect that, no, sir.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in terms of this slide?
So these are just more articles that I referenced, and they look at impact force on the forearm, so the ulna and the radius. It takes, just to have a transverse blow right against the bone, it takes about 1,100 to 1,200 pounds of force to cause a fracture. We're at that level already at a 10-mile-an-hour impact.
What about a 24-mile-an-hour impact?
24, we're at 1,400 to 2,800 pounds of force.
Did you see any trauma on John O'Keefe's arm that was suggestive of an impact of that nature, of that size, of that force?
There was no trauma. There were no fractures. There wasn't even an indication on the arm of where it would have contacted the vehicle. So if there's fracture at the taillight, there's going to be a force at that point on the arm where it actually contacts the taillight and causes that, right? There's going to be a force riser to cause that damage. There was no bruising. There was no lacerations. There was nothing at the alleged point of contact which would indicate an impact that produces thousands of pounds of force on the arm. No evidence of it whatsoever.
You just mentioned this in your answer, but I want to ask a little bit further. We've talked a lot about bone fractures and ligament damage, et cetera. What about bruising? In any of these tests, would you expect to see bruising, at least bruising, all over the arm at the points of contact?
Absolutely. Bruising occurs when the blood vessels just below the skin are ruptured, and it causes blood to flow into the arm.
Was there any indication that John O'Keefe suffered even a minimum amount of bruising on his arm at all?
No indication of any amount of bruising whatsoever on the forearm.
Next slide, please. And let's go to the next slide. I think we want to jump to slide 50. What slide are we on? Is that 53?
This is 55.
Let's go to the next slide. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. What are you looking at here?
So this again is from the paint test, and it shows, even as the arm gets pushed in, the vehicle is not in line with the center of mass with Dr. Welcher here. So it's not a center of mass impact. And this is important because we've just looked at the arm, and we've looked at the kinematics and the force and whether that's consistent with what happened and the injuries. The next step is to look at what happens if the arm gets hit. How does Mr. O'Keefe end up where he does in the yard? So that's post-impact movement or trajectory of the body. You have to evaluate that if you want to link all these events. If you want to link the head injury to contact with the car, you have to know what happened in between. You have to know the details. And so the next part was to evaluate that.
Is there any indication in any of the testing that you did or any of the review of the medical records medical records of John O'Keefe, including the autopsy records, all of the autopsy records, the x-rays, and the hospital records, any indication that John O'Keefe was struck center of mass?
None whatsoever. No indication at all that he was struck center of mass.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about whether he was struck center of mass?
I do.
And what is that opinion?
I don't believe that he was. The evidence indicates that he was not. If he was struck center of mass, imagine that. You're getting hit at the pelvis. You're getting hit on the thigh. You're getting hit at the knee. And then the body's being propelled forward. Your arm would get.
I think you have, Ms. Doolittle, have to refresh because I have video. So I think something's up at your end. YouTube apparently is a little bit glitchy today. It's been a few people commenting on it. So go do the updates. And when we get to morning break, I will also refresh my stream to try and do all of it.
Get pushed into your body, into your ribs, into your torso. You would have very significant and substantial loading to your body, initially the right side of your body, as that impact occurred. And there's no evidence whatsoever that that occurred.
Switching to a glancing blow, a blow of just the arm, not the center of mass, but just the arm. Do you hold an opinion and a conclusion as to whether or not a glancing blow or a blow to the arm only would propel Mr. O'Keefe 7, 8, or 10 feet perpendicular to the line of travel of the vehicle?
I do.
What is that?
It would not be possible. Our testing demonstrates that. The peer-reviewed articles demonstrate that. I've seen no evidence anywhere in this case that would suggest or even indicate that if you get a glancing blow or sideswipe blow, that somehow would produce enough force to push you 8 to 10 feet into the yard. I don't believe it's possible. I've seen no research that would indicate that would occur.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And let's go to the next slide. Let's keep going. Okay. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this slide, it's a paper that describes how to evaluate.
I do, but I don't recommend people to go to other platforms. People are free to choose where they want to see it. I stream on both platforms. If people want to choose one or the other, I don't mind, or want to watch on one of my very amazing co-streamers, I'll let them choose to do that. But I don't recommend anyone to do anything. It's the same. I don't recommend using any of the payment options outside of YouTube, because YouTube is the big platform, and they have to have their pound of flesh as well. So I don't recommend other platforms over or under. I know people have preferences, and just like we say in Denmark, some likes the mom, some likes the daughter, as long as it's age appropriate and consensual. You choose where you want to go, but I don't recommend anyone over the other, and that's why I will read your comments. But if it's like, hey, do this or do that instead of doing that, I don't put it on screen, because both of them works for me.
Vehicle pedestrian impacts and how someone moves in the projection of that body.
Did you seek to analyze a fulsome understanding of whether it was possible
you can't do that,
Mr. O'Keefe was hit on his lower extremities?
I did, yes.
Why did you do that? Why was that important?
Well, because with automobile pedestrian impacts, the lower extremity, your legs, your ankles, your knees, that's the most injured part of the body during autoped impacts. So if he's going to be impacted at that speed, especially center of mass, there's likely going to be injuries to his leg, to his knee. The bumper lines up with the knee.
You can object doing arguments, closing arguments and opening statements if it's too far. But again, remember, it is not testimony per se, even though the jury will listen to it, and a lot of people are relying on the closing statements to wrap the case up. But it's not per se testimony. So you can go a little further from the truth than you should be able to, but you can object if you go too far into the weeds.
One of the most commonly injured parts is the bumper pushes into the knee, fractures the tibia, the fibula, or damages the knee joint.
Did John O'Keefe suffer any injuries to his lower extremities suggestive of a vehicle?
Monsterly, I have all the chats running through mine, so I'll keep an eye on it. I pull it up if I find something interesting. It doesn't matter if it's not Monster, Rumble, Most Chat, or Lefty. Well, Lefty can't write because he's illiterate, but I'll pull up whatever I find a little interesting. But I try to read most of it when it scrolls past me. And if you look in the bottom right corner, I have the combined chats running on screen. It's harder to see, but that's a new feature. So every chat will be on the same stream.
I really hope they make that bigger.
Yeah, and more readable.
Giggity.
Impact.
No, I believe the only injury was a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the outside of the right knee.
Could Mr. O'Keefe have suffered a half centimeter abrasion on the outside of his right knee by being struck by an SUV at 24 miles an hour?
I don't believe so. I don't see how those kinematics would work.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not that injury was from being struck by an SUV at 24 miles an hour or somewhere around 24 miles an hour?
I do.
What is that opinion?
I do not believe that injury is consistent with being struck by an SUV at approximately 24 miles an hour.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes.
Did Mr. O'Keefe suffer any other injuries to his legs or his lower extremities other than that small, how big was it? How many centimeters?
Half centimeter abrasion.
That small half centimeter abrasion. Did he suffer any other injuries to his lower extremities indicative of being struck by a vehicle?
I don't believe so, no.
Let's go to the next slide. Taking a look at the photograph on the right, concentrating on that for a second. How did that SUV get in that condition?
That was by striking the dummy at 29 miles an hour, and that was a center of mass hit with the dummy.
Were you able to review photographs of the subject SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV?
I was, yes.
Did her SUV suffer or suggest any kind of damage anywhere close to this?
No, the only real damage was to the outer taillight cover on the fender itself was fractured.
Next slide, please. We've seen this. This is the video that was the center mass impact.
That's correct, yes.
The photograph that we just saw previous, what relationship does that photograph have to this?
He would have slid straight
That
into
was
Higgy's
the condition
Jeep.
of the SUV after it struck the dummy here at 29 miles an hour.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this series of diagrams?
So this is some more recent testing that was done, and this test compared impacts between a small sedan and an SUV, and so it's looking at damage or injury to the legs as a result of this type of impact. And these impacts are actually conducted at a speed of 24.7 miles an hour. They used cadavers, people who donated their bodies to science, set up the cadavers and struck them at just about 24 miles per hour.
And thank you, Anime Rumpy, for gifting one subscription to the Broken Baker over on Rumble. Linny Lou.
Outstanding.
Was the lucky winner.
Yeah, for the record, when you donate,
play.
no, when you donate your body to science, it gets used for all kinds of weird shit. Just for the record.
I kind of want to be alive to be, to see all the weird stuff
I
they
don't
were
want
going to
to
do.
live and being struck by a vehicle at 24.7
Well, no,
miles per
maybe
hour.
a ghost and watching what they do with my body. That'd be cool. Like, oh my gosh, that's pretty cool. Also a little creepy.
Well,
Just don't let Aperture have my body. Make sure it goes to Arca.
Yeah. They'll just paint you blue and toss you in the air or something.
Your opinion and conclusion concerning the lower extremities of Mr. O'Keefe and the possibility that he was hit by an SUV at speed.
It does. If I can go to the next slide, it actually.
Sure.
So this shows you for the SUV, it's the last column on the page there. The last three columns are the injuries associated with the SUV strikes. There's fractures to the pelvis, left knee injury to the ACL, the MCL, fracture of the tibia and fibula. There's extensive damage to the legs of all three.
That's an
of the
acceptable
cadaver subjects that
use
were
of
struck at
a
24
body,
miles
in
an
my
hour with an
opinion.
SUV.
Did Mr. O'Keefe show any signs of
Save
any
soldiers'
injury?
lives.
He did not,
Cool.
no.
Next slide, please. Is this, what are these photographs and diagrams on the right?
So this was taken from the PowerPoint from Aperture. And so it shows that the medical diagram shows the 1.5 centimeter abrasion. And if you look at the picture on the left of the surrogate, you can see, so the bumper would line up from the knee all the way up to the pelvis. So a vehicle at speed of 24 miles an hour, if it impacts that knee or that leg, it's not going to produce only a 0.5 centimeter abrasion. It's going to get the leg, and it's going to cause significant damage to the
You can
knee
get
and to the
one
leg
when
itself.
When
there's
you
a
say
sidebar coming up.
Knee to the pelvis, are you talking about the width of or the height
You know
of the
there
bumper
is.
itself being from the knee to the pelvis?
I am, yes.
Would that be the contact area that you would expect if there was even a glancing blow to the knee and the hip?
That's correct. You can see on that picture there where that bumper, the rear corner of that bumper, where the bottom reflector is, it extends from the knee all the way up to the pelvis.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are these diagrams?
Again, these are just reports, peer-reviewed articles demonstrating that auto pedestrian impacts result in lower extremity injuries and fractures.
Did you review all of these peer-reviewed articles that you told the jurors about, these academic articles, in furtherance of coming to your opinions and conclusions?
I did, yes.
Did you see any reference in the Aperture report that you reviewed and the PowerPoint slides that you reviewed that the concomitant peer-reviewed articles were sought in the paint transfer test?
No,
or cited?
there was only one article that was cited in that report with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
Did it have anything to do with a paint transfer test?
It did not, no.
Next slide, please. And let's keep moving until we get to the, yes, there we go. What is that slide depict?
So this is the opinions that were offered in the Aperture report.
Objection.
And if you look at the top, number 4, it says the totality of the evidence is
You met juries before, Brendan. There will still be someone up there, but she said she was drunk.
consistent
she
with
said,
the
"I
right
hit
rear
him, I hit
corner
him, I hit
of the
him."
Reed Lexus, again, impacting
Paul in court
John
today?
O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe striking the rear.
Yeah.
Paul was in court this morning, but he is supposed to go in Aiden's case and talk about why Lindsay Catani was invited to the last trial to try and make Aiden's RO
Good.
get triggered. And
I hope
he
they get a
filed a
conspiracy
motion to
charge.
be excluded from testifying in the case because he wanted to be here to remember his dead brother, which is not a reason to stay out of court, you idiot.
Posterior aspect of his head on the frozen ground. And when you look below that, it basically has the references or the support for that one conclusion.
I think I made some creative special emojis.
I'll see you both at sidebar for a minute.
Let's give Marissa a little. What was it? She wanted some Swasia. Where the hell did she put it? She moved everything around. This is like
Typical
cleaning
woman.
your room. Don't do
Right.
it, Marissa.
Shows up. She's there for 3 days. Has to reorganize the entire kitchen. Yeah. I see you, Marissa. I see you.
Okay. Do you remember any description as far as the size of these men?
Yeah, I remember the size of them. I know I could tell by the Swazer who the one was, by meeting him different times up there at Paula's. I knew Swazer is, get that word right, Swazer?
Okay. I don't know what that word means, so I'm sorry.
Oh, his style, his
Oh,
walk, his talk.
okay.
Can we move to
The high
slide?
res shirt does it for me. The high
Yeah.
res shirt. That's
Oh, he's so cute.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
70, Mr. Jackson?
That's what was 7. Thank you. I wish my eyes were better.
No, that's why the cheese grater is in the wrong place. It was me. I was sleepwalking, changing all
70.
my stuff in the background.
Let me restart it here.
Juron sind zurückgebleiben.
Thank you.
That's
Okay,
a
what are we looking at in slide? This is
Zurkenbleiben.
slide 7. Yes. What are we looking at in slide 7? Dr. Rizzo?
Zurückgebleiben
So
is
this
kind
was
of
the
stayed back,
one article
but I
that
don't
was
think it's
referenced in
correct.
the Aperture report with respect to automobile pedestrian.
Serenity, is that the right way? Zurückgeblieben? Which means stayed back. But I'm not sure that's the correct way to say it. Serenity, if she's here, will correct the German spelling. Or maybe Olsen. I can't remember.
state backed.
Zurück means back. Gebleiben means stayed.
Okay.
pedestrian
Not state,
impacts.
stayed.
And there was a chart from there that was
Stayed.
referenced in the PowerPoint.
Got it.
That
But is it zurückgeblieben? I'm not sure. Is it? I don't speak enough German.
indicates the head's the
The
most
only
commonly
German I
injured
know
body
is about
region in
99
pedestrian
balloons.
impacts.
And what significance did that reference have in your analysis?
Well, that's not accurate. This article was written in 1979. And the first modern SUV, the Jeep Cherokee, wasn't manufactured until 1984. So this is an article that's 46 years old that doesn't actually relate to this type of an impact. And that's the only
Oh my God.
peer-reviewed reference with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts that was cited in the entire Aperture report.
Can we move to slide
Interesting.
71?
That is
Do
interesting.
you recognize what's depicted in this slide?
I do, yes.
What is depicted here?
So this was the hybrid. This is
This is the reenactment of Brian and Brian at the bar.
Right.
Judson.
Again, why are you holding him there? you
Yeah,
weirdos?
really.
And why
not
did he
under
put
the
his hand?
shoulders?
Hey. And again, it's Pride Month. Man love is okay, love. Why did he
Love
put
is
his hand
love.
there?
Randy, you naughty, naughty dummy.
Yeah,
No, this
there's
is
a reason why
isn't
this
Randy. This
dummy
is
is.
Lenny.
Lenny.
Oh, that's not Randy.
Oh my God.
This is the 50th percentile hybrid 3, the same dummy that we utilized. And Dr. Welcher performed a test where
Can I interrupt you?
Sure.
So this ATD, anthropomorphic test device, was not a 95th percentile test device?
It was not, no.
Is it 50%?
Oh, wasn't that what Hanky Panky claimed?
Yeah.
Got I brought it out with Dr. Wolf, but it's just funny that he's bringing it up again. I love it.
Yeah.
It was a 50th percentile, yes.
Is that the same exact, not the same exact, same exact size ATD that ARCA utilized in all of its testing?
It was, yes.
Okay.
And to get the forces on the head, Dr. Welcher scaled the acceleration results based on the weight, which is what I was talking about yesterday. You scale the results from the 50th percentile. That's exactly what Dr. Welcher did in this case.
Is that an appropriate way to adjust
Same
for the
thing
size
you
of
did.
ATD?
It absolutely is, yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So this test, what he did, he took a 50th percentile dummy, stood it up, and then let it drop backwards and strike its head on a concrete surface.
Which is almost
Next
the
slide,
same
please.
as the 40 feet Randy slid after being hit. Almost the same.
By the way, Dr. Rentschler, did the last slide include a video?
I believe it did, yes.
Can we go back?
I'm not sure it's on the slide, though. That's just a screenshot.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to that slide for just a second. I thought this might be the video of it.
Oh.
So in the lower portion of the center of the screen, you see Dr. Welcher holding the ATD. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you review a video of what happened next? This is not the video, but did you review the video?
I did, yes.
Describe for the jurors, since we don't have access to the video. What did you see happen from this point forward?
So Dr. Welcher releases the dummy, and the dummy just falls rigidly backwards, almost like a tree, and impacts the concrete.
Can we jump from your PowerPoint to a video that I have and ask you if you recognize it with court's permission?
Is the video in evidence?
It's in Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint.
Is it before the jury? Is it in?
It is.
Okay.
She's looking for any excuse she can.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
I do, yes.
Is this just look like the same screen, basically same thing that you just took a screenshot of?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. If we could play the first couple of seconds of the video
Oh,
and pause
straight
it.
back onto concrete.
As that video began
Go
to play, did
figure.
you recognize this as being the same video that you reviewed earlier?
It is, yes, sir.
And did you utilize this in coming to your opinions?
I did, yes.
opinions and conclusions in this case?
I did, yes.
Thank you. Let's go ahead with the court's permission. Can we play the video? Thank you. What did you see? Describe what you saw in this video.
Why does Welcher almost
So this
fall
is a
backwards?
passive rearward fall of the ATD
Because
dummy.
Randy is
So just releasing
a
and
little
let it
fancy.
fall. Obviously, it's a dummy. There's no musculature. There's no response to that dummy. So this is what would happen if a rigid individual just fell backwards onto a concrete surface.
Can we see it one more time, please?
Well,
I'm gonna
Hank's
ask
a
you one other
rigid
question.
individual. Can we test him for science?
I'm going to ask you to take note, Doctor, of the impact location. Did you see that?
I did, yes.
What kind of surface is that floor, if you
Concrete.
could tell?
That, I believe it indicates it's a concrete surface, concrete floor.
Did you notice if the falling backward like that, the dummy slid across the floor or was propelled across the floor, anything like that?
It did not. It just dropped and angled backwards and hit directly on the floor.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. I'm sorry, if we could revert back to your PowerPoint. And if you could pull up slide, I think it's 72.
Let me, every time we do that, I have to restart the PowerPoint. Okay.
Why did you include this video one more time in your PowerPoint here?
Because again, this is the pain test, which indicates the position, at least that Dr. Welcher had himself at to get the impact with the taillight cover. And notice, again, so it's not a center of mass hit. It hits his arm and then he slides by. So if that were to occur, he would rotate or move to the left. So
Yes, exactly. He wouldn't do a flat back bump if this is the impact.
Yeah.
He would be twisting off. So why figure out again? You'll have him period around, stop, and do a backdrop. And Yeah, they need to get that in the head of the jury as well, that the entire case built by Dr. Welcher is slow and French.
If Mr. O'Keefe did that and somehow ends up falling backwards, rigid directly onto his head, he's going to have to rotate at least 270 degrees and then stop and then fall directly backwards onto his head. There's no explanation of the kinematics.
That's not how it works.
Do the kinematics support what you just
You
suggested?
don't just stop spinning to fall straight backwards.
What do the kinematics support?
Let me see you at sidebar. Jurors will.
Bev.
Yeah, you need to let that in because that's his theory, and he didn't explain that that can't happen kinematically because he never did the kinematics.
Well, and I think it's damning
This is Dr.
used a study from 1979 that didn't
that's
include
no new one.
SUVs.
May I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, based on your review of everything. Did I do that again? My goodness. This is Dr. Welcher in the video, correct?
Correct.
All right. I was staring at that. I apologize. Dr. Rentschler, based on your review of the video in which Dr. Welcher is positioned, as well as the drop test that you saw, as well as the discussion of being of the body placement, where you discussed the body
I
placement.
don't think she's dumb, Marissa. I think she's corrupt.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the testing that you reviewed from Aperture is consistent or inconsistent with John O'Keefe being struck by the vehicle, propelled perpendicular, backward, say 7 to 10 feet, and falling straight back onto a hard surface, as depicted in the drop test?
The testing's inconsistent with those types of kinematics or that type of scenario.
On what do you base that opinion, sir?
That's based on the testing that was performed, the evidence available in this case, and the kinematics of how somebody would move post-impact after being struck by an SUV.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes.
Can we go to the next slide, please? May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. O'Keefe's right arm being impacted by the subject 2021 Lexus.
Guys, Bev has guilty cops to protect her here. Cut her some slack. Yeah, Lefty, that house at the Cape, she really wants that extra security detail down there.
570
That's
resulting in a
overtime.
backward fall leading to the head injuries that he suffered.
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion is that the evidence is inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe being struck on the right arm by the SUV and then moving laterally into the yard and falling backward onto.
And do
back
you hold
of his
that
head.
opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
I think
Thank you. That's all I have.
all of those things are
So
true.
now we'll take our break, folks. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury. This way.
Oh, I'm so excited for Cross.
Ugh.
I want to hear what Hanky has to bring out.
So you said Newton's law. Did you know Fig Newton is actually a snack that kids eat? And the only law is it's
Shut
yummy,
up.
delicious.
I am waiting for him to mispronounce medical terms. So he'll say tarsal, and he'll be like, no, it's metacarpal. Those are the fingers. Those are the toes.
So the submarine tissue of the skin, no, the subdural. Agree to
Same,
disagree.
Same.
She's
I think
moving
I-
up to 2-hole next year. She's moving up to the 2-hole next year too.
Oh. I don't know.
She's moving up 2 holes, I thought.
Hey.
Oh,
My prediction is that he's not even going to question Dr. Rentschler about Dr. Rentschler's activities. My guess is that he's going to question Dr. Rentschler about Dr. Wolf's activities, much like he questioned Dr. Wolf about Dr. Rentschler's in that cross. I don't think he's going to attack any of it head on. It's going to be all shady.
Okay. Over
Games.
under on how many times we're going to hear the word signal, and did you use signal, and are you a spy? Why are you encryptonating your testimony?
Yeah, but he didn't use signal.
Rentschler said he said no, he never used it. So
Yeah, he didn't
Oh, right.
What do you, can we
What does
take
your wife
1
think
second?
of this trial?
If you're a lawyer, a defense lawyer representing a client that you honestly believe the Commonwealth is framing, why would you not encrypt your messages? Like, that's just common sense. Like, why?
Well,
Obviously, the
everything's
first thing
encrypted
I would do is
nowadays.
try to protect my words from being used against the crook or by the crooked cops. Like that.
And again, everyone go into your email app it will say something about security in there because every digital form of communication is encrypted. It's
better hope it
just
is.
that signal isn't broken yet by the government. It's the same with Snapchat.
Well.
They can get some of it, but not all of it.
Yeah.
Confucius say, woman who sits on judge's lap gets honorable discharge.
God.
That's my only, strategy if I ever get caught.
Baseball reference, he will be one level, believe, Chief Justice next year. Chief Justice. That's with the two holes.
To baseball?
Isn't she about to retire? I thought she was retiring.
Isn't she like in her late 60s?
I think she's like 98 or something. No, I think she's actually younger than Alessi.
Probably.
She doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
Well,
Fair point.
she doesn't exactly. Alcohol will take a toll on the body after a while.
But she has a nice coat of hair. I mean, once she gets it groomed.
And that's because she pays for it.
Well, again, groomers are expensive. That's why she hasn't gotten her bangs done. And who wants to muzzle Bev?
I thought that Valhalla was about to get very sensitive about fig Newtons.
Not a fan.
Love them. They're my favoritist.
Are they a cookie or not?
I have fig bars that I normally eat when, because I try to pretend that just because it's fructose and not normal sugar, it's better for you. But they're good. I like them, especially the new ones with flavor in it. 65 has to retire at 70.
5 more years of that nonsense.
Yeah, well, hopefully she won't catch any big cases. I think that Bev is highly annoyed with everyone because she was just going on her high-paid job, rubber stamping everything without having to actually do work, and now they're making her work. Could be why she's so actually peed off.
Confucius say, man with hand in pocket, play with Dickie all day. Okay. Okay.
I didn't read that version of Confucius.
I didn't either. That was a new one.
Hey, I would have actually read Confucius had he said that.
Confucius. I'm gonna in the weekend I'm gonna do a thank you for all the gifts stream, hopefully, if I get over my illness. I got a Cookie Sutra book. Now I just need someone to sutra with.
A what? A Cookie Sutra book?
Yeah.
Are you not saying the right word on purpose? Who got you?
No, I am saying exactly the right word.
What is a Cookie Sutra?
In doing Kama Sutra. So
it's like gingerbread people doing really bad things. I saw it when Baker was, opening stuff, and I was like, that is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Was that on FNL? Where was I?
You were probably shaking my beer so you could have a chance to beat me in drinking. Confucius say, men who lay on hillside, not level. Do I have problems with holes in my front pocket? No. That's how I play pocket billiards.
I got nothing.
I will say Dr. Rentschler is, again, killing them with kindness, but he's also showing that whatever Aperture did, it was not even in the realm of science. I mean, the most egregious thing is Dr. Judson Welcher specifically said that there have been improvements made to cars that alleviate the lower extremity injuries, that you get more glancing, injuries. But he specifically used a injury table from 1979 before SUVs were made and before the safety measures in the cars were made to kind of ameliorate those lower extremity, So the fact that he's a pompous ass and wrong pisses me off. And can we send him to Snake Island?
Get him, Mo.
Hope so. Confucius say man who lives in glass house should change clothes in basement. Thank you,
That's
Lefty.
accurate. That's accurate.
That, but would that help because you will have a glass flooring as well?
Well, at least you got to be close to see down.
Yeah, well.
It's better than nothing. Better than doing it upstairs.
Did you go to Dollywood? Hashtag
Apparently.
Cybertruck.
I remember being there. I don't remember when or how. Or it's been a long week, you guys. It's been a real long week. Confucius say man with itchy butthole has stinky fingers all day.
Can I get this over here and blow it up?
Jamie, you know what I'm saying, right?
That's how you get pink eye.
That's awesome.
Fubar has way too much time on his hands when.
Fubar, you are awesome. That is
I
great.
wish I could do stuff like that.
Fubar is awesome.
I know. I am so jealous of people that can do technical magic. Look, it's magic to me. It doesn't make sense, and I don't understand the math enough for it to make scientific sense, so it's magic.
Marissa says, man who scratches behind should not bite fingernails.
Good advice.
This is why
Great
my
advice.
chat got, my stream got demonetized. This is what Marissa is talking about all the time. And Volpe says, Confucius say, he who farts in church sits in his own pew.
I'll
Nice.
have to remember that when people want me to hug them.
Yeah. Can I get a hug?
fart.
Yeah.
Like
No.
a defense mechanism. Oh, it's funny. Y'all, I'll have you know, Mo didn't even recoil once when I tried to hug her. Not
Y'all,
once.
I actually hugged Kaiser of my own volition. I think it's rubbing off on me. I'm going to start hugging people
It's good, ain't it? Hugs
once
are
or
good.
twice a year.
Hugs are good.
I didn't skip your chat. Oh, I skipped your chat.
Yeah, you
Confucius say, passionate kiss like spiderweb soon lead to undoing a fly.
That's pretty good.
Okay, now it's becoming deep.
I like that one. Deep, giggity.
Oh, giggity, 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 giggity. My beaks are not good on my bad dogs.
Let's see it.
Well, it turned all the way to shit.
Oh, that one's bad. That wasn't a good one.
It kind of looks like one of those ladies who think, I'll look youthful if I look like I ran directly into a wall.
Like the entire flight of the blue thing
Does
with
that
Katy
work?
Perry.
Is that a thing? You should start that trend.
Confucius say, man with tool in woman's mouth is not necessarily dentist. Get the frick back, guard, you grill. There's something wrong. We can't still stay still. I've been drinking and Boston too, and I'm thinking of Boston you. Did Lesko have a stroke?
Maybe he was pretending to be a crash dummy.
Upside your mother effing forehead, and if your friends jump in, oh girl, there'll be more science donation. I actually think Brandon finally had a stroke. But you can say ducking.
Apparently, bust is a banned word, but fluffing works.
Maybe they think that you're talking about something fluffy, like a baby cow or a dog or something.
Fluffy. Like he's talking about my Fluffy.
I know the
This
goats
bad
are
dog is
really
even
calming,
worse.
except when they
I don't know what I did here.
scream.
Why
I
is
tried to
kinda
do it
like a
more
duck.
front facing, and the body
is
just
that
turned
what it is?
into. It looks like a shoe that someone stepped on.
Yeah,
I'm not a good
a shoe
dog.
duck.
It's a shoe dog. Gotta break that browser tab again. I like it when you rap, but you won't play ball. I don't. It's some of that modern hippity hop or something that I don't know.
Hippity hop. Hip hop anonymous.
Oh my God.
I love that show. Hip Hop
movie's
Anonymous.
amazing.
Why does he get all the easy words?
Damn you! You
Yeah.
give him all the easy ones.
Oh, hippopotamus. I got it now.
It's from Big Daddy, Adam Sandler movie. With what the hell's the guy's name?
Rob
You can do
Schneider.
it. Rob Schneider. There it is. Rob Schneider's line.
Oh, yeah. Oh, now I know.
He's making the kid spell words, and then he keeps giving Rob Schneider long words, and he can't spell.
Yeah.
It's a ludicrous song.
Hip hop anonymous. Damn you! You give him all the easy ones.
Don't forget my poll. I've forgotten my poll years ago.
I think the more accurate phrase would have been, "Women forgot your poll years ago."
Ouch. Ooh, someone called the burn
Ouch.
unit because ow. Valhalla, that was mean. I'm gonna make y'all wear the get along shirt.
The get along.
That reminds me, I had to refresh when we hit a break because try to see if this. But 68% wouldn't recall Dr. Welcher to try and rebut this. That
What
was
are you
mean,
gonna say?
Valhalla.
To rebut what they are talking about now, and he can't do that. There's nothing
He
he,
didn't
can
do
say.
any test.
He dipped out.
Apparently he is now, but I don't know what kind.
What? What kind of what?
They said he's doing testing.
Yeah, Aperture was doing testing. He wanted to do more testing to prove their testing. Didn't you have 400K and all the damn time in the world?
Like,
Yeah.
I'm curious if Bev's going to really open it up like shit, because rebuttal is actually, they're only rebutting what the defense brings up. It's not like he can come in and just testify all over again.
Yeah, I
will,
mean,
though.
what's the state
Like,
gonna do? Ask for a continuance while they're, Aperture does a bunch of tests?
Well, his tests are going to end up just like fair. So I don't know.
What is
Well,
that?
Died in
just
Germany
curious.
still.
What? What is that? What are they talking about in court?
Died in Germany still. Jeez.
Confucius say, man who leap off cliff. Now it got
I know Sue. She has allowed it, but she
Well,
shouldn't. It's not
words to live by.
legit.
Works for me. This doesn't seem to be better at all, Baker.
Yeah.
No,
But it
it-
was happening on Racket
It's
Stream too,
happier.
because I was rewatching some of his
geeks
stuff
out.
and it geeked out too.
Would it help maybe if Mo played the video?
Is it Baker
I
or
was
is
still
it the
getting
feed?
lagging on mine.
It's me. My internet just crapped because I
Oh.
tried to restart everything.
Oh,
Sucked up
So
the
I think
bandwidth
I'm
for a
back.
minute. Yeah, it looks better. Sounds better.
No,
I
it's
love
it's
This is
I don't know
worse.
what's YouTube is making things annoying. And again, I have 1,000 fiber line. Nothing should be a problem.
bits
But,
or bytes though, Baker. Bits or bytes.
Gigabytes, right?
Like I don't even know the answer to the question. I was just being a smart ass. You can tell me anything. I wouldn't know.
One of them is 8 times bigger than the other, but I'm not sure which is which.
I know.
Which one? Yeah,
No idea.
one's bigger. That's all I know.
Giggity.
I just know that, the guy who was pursuing his bachelor's degree for 15 years didn't know.
Also, Jamie, don't worry about it. It's normal. They're not all the same size.
Yeah,
And
I mean, they're all different sizes.
Asymmetrical.
I'll have to agree with Timberman after seeing the X-ray issues, and because he will have to testify, either he lied about having the X-rays, or he wasn't given the X-rays, and then he will have to testify if that would have changed his position, and if it wouldn't have been necessary for him to have the full picture before reaching his conclusion. This is one of those catch-22 because Brennan tried to play a fast one, and it's kind of dumb.
I'm glad that it's finally coming out though, right? Because we've seen how grimy this dude has been all trial. Because we've been paying attention to this for a long, long time. The jury didn't see it. The jury's starting to catch on, I think, or at least it's being shown to the jury that he's pretty grimy, you guys.
Yeah, and I believe that they withhold evidence from their own experts because they were not hired to be expert. They were hired to confirm a theory.
100% yes.
And then the problem will be when people actually look at the evidence. Lefty, if you don't get drunk again, we aren't going to let you play with Grandpa anymore. We are knocking over the sandcastle, and he goes back in the urn.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Lord.
Wait, what?
I was reading that and expecting a different ending.
That's amazing.
Brandon. Oh, wow.
That's funny. That's a good one. Let's go.
Jeez, oh.
Oh, I missed the super chat on Lefty's stream last night. Oh. I agree. Well, I'll take credit then, Brendan.
If it's not yours, I'm claiming it.
Yeah.
Sandcastle
Call me
out of
Dane
Grandpa.
Cook.
Oof. Man.
Apparently, Lefty got friendly with some Coors Light yesterday because he has to watch his girlie's figure.
Did you say Coors Light?
Yeah, I know. He's like a 15-year-old girl.
I haven't seen a Coors Light in a long time.
Well, that's because Lefty has bought all of them because, I can't have all the calories. I want to fit into my wedding dress.
I think Mr. Roseman was drinking Coors Light.
No, he's too much of a man to drink Coors Light.
I'm pretty sure that's what he was drinking. I'm pretty sure that's what he was drinking.
That was like a fancy beer around here.
Coors Light is.
Yeah, it was.
The champagne of beer.
It was a more expensive one, so if you had an
Jesus.
extra pay week, you get some Coors.
Terrible. None of that Pabst Blue Ribbon at night. We're going and spending the big bucks, y'all.
Yeah, forget Natty Ice. We've got this.
Yeah, everybody always had Natty Ice. Or Milwaukee's Best was always one that was super cheap.
Hey, Natty Ice, you could pay $5 and get 38 cans of terrible beer.
Milwaukee's Beast.
It was Milwaukee's Best Lefty, not Old Milwaukee. You get the 30 pack for like $14.95 or something like that.
The best
You'd be set.
beer, the best beer deal I ever found. I was home on leave one time, and me and a buddy who was going to college, and we were staying at his room for the weekend or whatever, just partying our butts off. We found this case of beer. It was $8 for 24 cans. It was called Josef Hoffenbauer. It was the nastiest beer I have ever consumed in my entire life.
Sounds like it.
It was terrible.
Yeah.
It was
I can't
absolutely
imagine
terrible.
it was.
We drank it all though.
Well, I mean, for science, you have to.
Yeah, we are at the tracker cat stage of the of this case now.
Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah, I love these arbitrary rules that you can't buy it, but you can have it. Okay.
Oh, I found it. Hold the phone.
Can we get a sixtel of Yingling delivered to
What is
Jamie?
that?
Let her have weekend. Yingling is good
What is-
beer. I like
Yingling is-
Yingling.
I mean, I like turning all this stuff.
Does anyone remember Colt 45? I had it last year. It's not that bad.
Is it beer?
No, it's malt liquor.
You know, I've never had
Exactly
Colt
is malt
45.
liquor?
It's basically beer.
Okay. That's what I thought. It makes it sound fancy.
When I drank beer, I loved a Sub-Zero Coors Light Draft or a Stella Artois. I like Stella Artois when it's hot.
I
I
will
had a
say
Stella.
any draft beer is much better than like canned beer.
I had a Stella recently. Look at this beer can, y'all. This is quality.
Wow,
Terrible.
this reminds me of the 70s so much.
It was terrible.
Oh,
The
Josef
it's special
Hoffbauer.
reserve. Reserve for what?
for poor countries,
Old
because
filter with
anybody
a
that has
full rich-
money is not drinking that nonsense. Gross. Gross. The gas smelled. The gas that emitted from the gentleman that partook in that case of beer was potent for like 2 or 3 days. It just wasn't right. I don't know what it did to the insides of the body, but it was no good. It was no good.
oh my god.
These were the beers my parents bought when I was a kid. Well, this is the fancy one. This is the export in the new can. The old one was blue and white. That first of all, the can was made of really thin metal, and it was some of the worst beer you could have, but it was cheap. You could only buy it in Germany. Hansa beer.
Did you say Panzer beer?
No, I said Hansa.
Oh, Panzer beer would be better.
Please be seated.
If it's from Germany, it's apropos.
All right, Mr.
Exactly.
Brennan?
Yeah, Boone's Farm, Mo drank that. Well, let's get to Brennan.
Oh,
Ugh.
God. Do we have to?
I'll have my pee break now.
Dr. Rentschler, facts matter, don't they?
They
this
do,
guy.
yes, sir.
You said it many, many times. Facts matter. Isn't that correct?
It was details, but facts matter too.
Details matter, doctor?
They do.
They're critical, aren't they?
If you want to prove that something happened a certain way, they're critical, yes, sir.
When you were
Got 'em.
talking to the jury and giving opinions about where Mr. O'Keefe might have fell or not fell, you were discussing where Mr. O'Keefe was lying on the side of the yard, weren't you?
Where he came to rest?
Came to rest.
Well, approximately, we don't know the exact position, but yes.
You said 10 to 20 feet, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
You said that 3 times, 10 to 20 feet. Do you
Yeah.
think Mr. O'Keefe was 20 feet from the roadway?
Well, I think he's maybe 10 feet, but 20 feet is from, if you're hit by the car, you need some distance to travel. He couldn't travel just horizontally, or perpendicularly. So it would be at least 10 to 20 feet if you look at the total distance.
You have no idea where the point of impact was in this collision, do you?
Nobody
Neither do
does.
you.
Nobody does.
Nobody.
Yeah,
Exactly.
You, excuse me,
So go ahead and ask the
Oh,
question.
this is going to be good.
Dr. Rentschler, before this jury, have
Rentschler ain't
no
putting up with the shit.
idea where the point of impact was of this collision, do you?
That's correct. There's no evidence.
Play exhibit 2, please. When you were giving your estimate 10 to 20 feet, Dr. Rentschler, did you ever see this photograph before or part of this video?
I'm sure I have.
Well, when you say you're sure you have, are you guessing or have you seen it or not seen it?
I'm sure I've seen this before, yes.
This isn't going to work
Yes.
with Rentschler,
When you
man.
look at this video,
It's not gonna
did you
work.
Look at the street and look?
Look, you already pissed him
at
off
the
about his
area where
son.
Mr.
He is
O'Keefe
in
was?
screw
Sure.
you mode.
Yes.
Sure?
Yes.
20 feet, Dr. Rensler?
The way I explained it to you, yes, sir. 10 to 20 feet.
Details matter, don't they?
They certainly do. Yes,
You
sir.
take that down, please. Did you speak to anybody today before you testified about Dr. Welch's testimony in court?
I did not today. No, sir.
Before today, did you speak to anybody about Dr. Welch's testimony?
Yeah.
I did
the
not. No,
FBI.
sir.
At any
Justice
point, did
Department.
anybody discuss certain issues with you today that they said would be particularly important?
I don't believe so. No, sir.
When you began your testimony yesterday, before you even finished your credentials, you began talking about your work with the NHL and how important it was to use a 50% hybrid 3 dummy. Do you remember that testimony?
I did. Yes, sir.
And you hadn't even finished your credentials yet. Was it brought to your attention that there was an issue in the testing because you or Dr. Wolf or you and Dr. Wolf chose to use a 50% dummy?
Not at all. No, sir.
In your preparation for your testimony, was it discussed at all that at the beginning you should get ahead of the issue and talk about the 50% dummy?
I didn't know it was an issue. No, sir.
Well, you know that the 50% dummy represents somebody who's 5'9", correct?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Approximately 100.
Randy is no dummy.
171, 172, somewhere around there.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how much did he weigh?
216, I believe.
How tall was
He was 73 inches, I believe.
he? So that is not a representative height and weight for Mr. O'Keefe, is it?
That height and weight? No, sir.
And so if you were making projections or analysis based on limb weights, they would be inaccurate if you didn't make adjustments, correct?
Well, they would certainly, the force on the limb would be less if you use a lighter limb. So if Mr. O'Keefe is heavier than the hybrid 3, and I use a hybrid 3, the forces I calculate would be an underestimate of the actual force acting on his body.
If you didn't make an adjustment, but you relied on the numbers from the test 3, the hybrid 3 dummy, ultimately the conclusions would be off, wouldn't they?
They would be an underestimate. Yes, the actual forces would be higher.
And so did you make any conclusions, or did you know that when Dr. Wolf did his tests using the hybrid 3 dummy, he didn't make any adjustments?
What do you mean? What adjustments would he make? You get the acceleration, but the acceleration's not going to change, and that's what we utilize. Then you can scale the weight of the body, but I'm not sure what he would have made adjustments for.
When you looked at the ratio, force and mass, if you use a lighter weight, the mass changes, doesn't it?
If you use a light, sure, yes.
And that changes the force equation, doesn't it?
That can, yes.
And so when you were discussing yesterday at the beginning of your testimony about the 50% dummy, had that issue been raised with you?
No, sir, it had not.
You had testified before, hadn't you?
In this case?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you knew there was a
Several times.
sequestration order?
Prior?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't discuss the case with anyone, no, sir.
Well, you didn't discuss it with anybody, you said?
I did not, no.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information from your employer about issues and testimony in the case.
That's the FBI.
The party that retained us told us things.
He's asking
I
him
didn't break
about
any
the
sequestration.
Department of
They were the
Justice
ones
right
in
now.
contact with the court. So it was my
Gibberish.
assumption that whatever they were telling me was allowed by the court. They were the client. I didn't discuss anything with them or tell them anything, but yes, they told us certain things.
Before you testified under oath last year, you were getting updates from your employer about details of this case, weren't you?
You have to be able to bring this in now. You have to tell them who these people are.
We can approach briefly.
He's opening the door to the Department of
Yeah.
Justice.
I mean, he's not opening the door. He kicked it open. You know that the feds told you things.
Right. Now there's this negative inference that whoever his employer was keeping him up to date and it's violating the sequestration order. No, good sir. That's the Department of Justice you're speaking of. And they kept him they kept them up to date with the information of the case because you're full of shit.
if he goes down that route, they should be allowed to tell them it's the
He
Department
just
of
asked him
Justice.
2 questions in a row.
I heard it. I put my my iPad on because I wanted to know his stupid takes. On Wednesday, we do arms because if you want a bacon bazooka in her poo shed while you're watching Beavis and Butthead, your arms better be fucking swole.
So
Hank,
says
he
the
just
F
not
word.
that into you. Move on and go flag Randy Stolfin. Water and gelatin sold separately, or you could come on Eileen. You know what I mean. Thank you,
He edits.
Brennan.
He edits poop shed and then says the F bomb at the end. That checks out. That checks out.
What is he
I need a
doing?
bio break.
He,
He's losing this case, Mo. He's losing this case. That's what he's doing.
Why would you bring the feds into this, though? I cannot understand at what point I would bring the feds into anything.
And
Especially-
you can tell Dr. Welch is saying, can I say the Department of Justice? Can I say it now?
Yeah. And Bev's going to be like, we don't want to bring the Department of Justice into this. Mr. Jackson, your client can't say, or your witness can't say anything about who was telling them. We're going to let the jurors infer that they were cheating.
Bev has outlined what he can say, and I bet that line is way left of where it should be. I think that line is in a different state than any of the questions Hank wants to do. And
Yeah.
he should.
I would not.
Yeah, this
Go
is
ahead.
opening the door.
I would not be surprised if Bev had to turn the jury out, because this is going to be a longer thing, because Jackson's then going to rightly argue that they can bring in the federal investigation.
Yeah, because he is now implying your employers as the defense team is the ones doing it.
I guess
You're
he didn't
such
get
a
to answer that question.
swarmy cunt.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information, not from the defense, from your employer, about other witnesses' testimony.
Just that none of the physics match any of Dr. Welch's report.
During the event, weren't you?
I don't know if they told us about witness testimony. They told us about certain evidence. I had no contact with the court, with the prosecution, with the defense. I had no idea what was going on. We were retained by a certain organization, and they contacted the court. They were in talks with the court about, I guess, what we could or couldn't do. Anything I got was from that organization.
No, it's not the client. It was his employer. Oh, not him. Yep. I don't. Yeah, that's what they wanted there, because he was implying that they did it. Well, he's not allowed to say agency, I think.
Voir dire 2, 118, line 15. Did you testify under oath that they did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the event that I was not aware of?
I don't know. They told us about evidence. I don't know if it was specific to who testified to what, but they told us certain things, certainly, yes.
What I just said to you, are those your words, sir?
I have no idea. I mean, if that's what's in the record, I assume it is.
Would you agree it certainly helped you prepare?
It helped me prepare.
Yes.
It didn't make a difference to my analysis or conclusions.
Made no difference at all?
It did not, no, sir.
Zach took a message from over on Plevens where someone said, can this guy get any stupider? And they misspelled stupider. That's the brain level they are functioning on Plevens channel.
That's insane. Oh my God. These people are idiots. Brennan's an idiot.
Would you agree it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
He said it
I don't
didn't
think it
change
made a difference at all, no. It doesn't change the facts that I evaluated or the analysis I conducted or the conclusions I came to.
And so as you sit here today, you are denying that that information certainly helped you prepare.
How did it help me prepare? It didn't change the opinions I offered. It didn't change what was in my report or what I'm opining to or testifying to today. It hasn't changed anything I've ever testified to.
I'm going to ask you a very specific question. I want you to give me a very specific answer.
So just go ahead and ask the question.
Are you denying that?
He just denied it, and you're going to ask it 16 times. After this time, asked and answered.
Asked and answered.
After the next time, asked and answered. Do the constant asked and answered objection so he can get his effing move on. Baker, you dropped something back there, a crown because you're a queen. Let's prance over the barn and feed your little pony all the hey she wants. Yes.
Receiving that information certainly helped you prepare.
Honestly, I can't remember. It didn't change my opinion. I don't see how it would help me prepare. I remember there was evidence about trace DNA found that we didn't know before. That didn't change my opinion then. It doesn't change my opinion now. It doesn't have anything to do with my opinion.
Details matter, right, sir?
Oh,
Details can matter.
Details matter. So let's talk about details.
Sure.
It's what type of
Denying
details?
that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare. You denying it.
I'm going to allow it.
He just laughed at
I don't think that it did. It's been a year, but certainly it didn't change any of my opinions or what I opined to. It didn't change anything with my testimony.
I'm going to ask you one more time. I'll ask you a different question.
Oh my effing Lord.
Objection, objection, objection. He's constantly...
Baker. Yes.
He is now commentating. This asshole should be reprimanded. Bev, I know you are a bias hack, but even you know this is way too far.
Receiving that information from your employer, are you denying it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I'm going to allow that.
I don't even think that it did. I don't understand that. I understood what was happening. I understood what the theory was. So saying that there's trace DNA doesn't change anything. Doesn't affect what my understanding of the trial was or what was happening or what allegedly occurred.
When you were traveling out to testify last year, you had phone conversations with the defense, didn't you?
I think I had like 2 phone conversations, 2 or 3.
So that sounds like a yes, you did.
Yes, there was one right before my qualification, my voir dire, where I talked to Mr. Jackson, and that was it. Other than that, I think it was just planning and scheduling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Was there any discussion on how you could portray yourself as independent?
What?
I don't believe there was.
So you don't believe?
Yeah. There was no need to.
You have to tell them who this was. You have to.
Details matter.
So far,
next time he says details matter, I'm
going to take a drink. Jesus.
His entire cross so far has been asking about the DOJ and their malpractice in this relationship. You have to be able to tell them that it was the DOJ. You have to. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. How you can portray yourself as independent.
Are you telling me the DOJ called him up and said, by the way, Lally's stupid, pack extra cigarettes for him, and, portray yourself as totally independent from the DOJ?
No, from the defense team. He talked about the defense team.
The objection's sustained. I'm going to strike that, folks, okay? Questions, Mr. Brennan?
Was there any attempt in your conversations to portray yourself as independent as far as your arrangements were concerned and coming out here?
No, I don't think so, because there was no need to, because it was independent.
When you had conversations with the defense, did they offer to give you transportation assistance getting here?
They provided a ride to and from the airport, yes.
Did you tell the defense that you prefer to take an Uber so that it would appear independent to a jury?
No, because I didn't take an Uber. I took their ride. If I wanted to appear independent, then I would have taken an Uber.
Have a conversation about it.
Jesus Christ.
About taking an Uber.
It didn't even cross my mind, sir.
And then after you testified, did you stay independent?
What do you mean independent?
Well, did you have any bias more in you?
Any bias?
Bias.
Answer it
What
the
do
way
you
you
mean
should.
I have any bias?
Well, after you testified, where did you go?
Well, I was waiting for my ride, and to get back to the airport, they had to take other people, and so they were having a lunch afterwards, and they said, "Come have a sandwich, and then your ride will take you to the airport."
Brennan,
so I
you
went,
absolute dipshit.
and I had a ham sandwich.
You had a ham sandwich. You
Did
were-
you testify at some point that after you had something to eat, you just stood in the corner?
I did. I just sat at a table, ate, and then went over and literally stood in the corner waiting for my ride.
When you sat at the table and eat, did you just eat your ham sandwich, or did more go on?
Bev, you have to stop this now.
Like, what the
This
heck
is-
are we arguing about a ham sandwich right now?
Because he went with the defense and had a dinner, and he actually sat down at a table alone. No, he went into a corner and stood alone. But
I never thought a ham sandwich would be brought up to this.
no, but this is actually not funny. This is what 350,000 to 400,000 buys you. I don't have one piece of facts, so let me just lie. Anyone watching this and thinking he's doing a good job, you should be in an intensive care unit because you're brain dead. This guy is about as stupid as you can be. Lally must be sitting eating his cigarette butts right now because this is ridiculous. This isn't even funny that this is where Brennan is going.
No.
This is absolutely a travesty. This is a murder case.
$350 to $400,000. You know what it proves? It proves that they didn't hire a Jew to conduct these tests. That's what it proves. Ham sandwich.
Yeah, because he ate a ham sandwich.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: no matter what the DOJ told him or what
ridiculous
anyone told him, his measurements, his testing doesn't change. He's not. Again, he's stated it a gajillion and 12 times. It doesn't change.
Facts matter. Was it a ham sandwich or a pickled ham sandwich? My friend Lefty came over with a 30 rack of mixed beers, mostly Coors Light and Schlitz. He pointed to a map on the wall and asked me to point out Hungary. Turns out Africa was the wrong answer. Well, Lefty doesn't know that. And make a silence great again.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, my
I
God.
ate. People were talking. I really didn't talk much at all.
Did you listen?
Certainly, I'm sure I did, sir.
Did you laugh along?
I assume if something funny was said, I probably laughed.
Did you talk about your testimony?
I don't, at this point, I don't even remember.
Let me alert you. When you were there at the luncheon, did you see
Unbelievable.
a camera crew
I believe I did, yes, sir.
filming and documenting, right?
There were a lot of cameras, yes.
You know that you might have been on some of that footage?
That's fine. I could care less.
Okay. So do you think maybe you were talking about the case and their answers and laughing it up a little bit?
I have no idea, possibly.
You were involved in conversations with the defense attorneys, were you?
What do you mean conversation, sir? I had just gotten done testifying. I was having lunch. Whatever was spoken about at the table, I'm sure I heard.
You know what a conversation is when someone speaks to you and you answer.
Sure.
Did you have conversations with some of these folks?
Sir, I can't remember conversations I had last week, let alone a year ago. So I probably did, but I have no clue what we would have talked about.
Do you remember accolades you might have been receiving because you had given certain answers to the then prosecutor on the case and laughing about the answers?
I have no idea. I can't remember last week what I had for lunch last Tuesday. How would I remember a conversation from over a year ago?
You remember when you were having conversations with some of these folks and you were laughing about when the prosecutor asked you about other evidence like DNA? You had a response, well, the physics doesn't change. You remember
I don't specifically remember that.
What
No,
he
sir.
said here.
How long were you
Yeah.
at the table eating your ham sandwich with the folks?
How can he make ham sandwich seem like an insult?
Ham
Ham sandwich.
Ham sandwich.
That ham sandwich.
That's not
Oh, my
kosher.
God.
Not kosher at all.
Ridiculous.
And last
This is when
Tuesday,
you don't have anything. You are.
yeah,
yelling at this man about a ham sandwich. You can't even debunk his testing.
Also, he was done
They're enjoying
testifying. If he
the
was
event. How long
laughing
do you
at
think that went on?
Lally, who gives a...
I would have been laughing at Lally.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was
I
done
laughed at Lally every day.
testifying.
So did I.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know. 10 minutes. How long does it take you to eat a ham sandwich? 10 minutes?
And
How slow are you eating?
Jesus Christ.
Oh, was it because you were laughing at Lally the
He was
entire
laughing
time
so
that you couldn't
hard.
eat?
Oh my God.
after you finished your ham sandwich and then you told us you stood in the corner, you got a ride back to the airport?
I did, yes, sir.
Yeah. After you got back to the airport, ultimately your company billed the defense for your time preparing and traveling and testifying?
I believe they did.
Well, you wrote your bills down.
He doesn't do invoices,
Well,
you
I don't
dipshit.
know who gets billed to it. I think it was actually, I wrote my time down and it was the same time code for the original employer that we had. I'm not involved in billing. I don't know who the bill goes out to. I just put my time in and do my work.
Do you know that the defense paid that bill?
I have no idea if they paid it or not.
And then I would have a new contract with the defense. Or I should say you have a contract with the defense, don't you?
I assume ARCA does. Again, I'm not involved in that. I don't do any part of the financials. I just do my job.
Do you keep your billing?
I enter my billing every week, yes.
Do you know how much you've been paid so far in this case?
I haven't been paid anything. I'm a salaried employee for ARCA. I have no idea how much ARCA's been paid.
How much has ARCA been paid because of your work so far?
I have no idea. I'm not involved in the financials, sir.
You have no idea how much time, how much compensation your company is going to get for the work that you've done and continue.
Brennan, let me tell you something, brother. If you're a salaried employee, you show up, you do your basic job for, I don't know, 3 hours a day, and then you'll claim you work for 7, and you'll get a paycheck. If your employer don't like you, he'll fire you. If he likes you, you might even get a raise. It has nothing to do. This is the good old saying, if you have the facts, pound the facts. If you don't have the facts, pound the law. If you don't have the law, pound the table. At this point, this guy is laying on the floor, pounding a ham sandwich.
Hey, that's the closest to a woman he's ever gotten.
Question, has the Commonwealth indicted the ham sandwich? LDR, if they don't get a guilty conviction, they will get the ham sandwich in front of a grand jury, and then we will see how that will handle it. Did you fly first class? Yeah, let's get the ham sandwich in here.
Need to do on this case, you have no idea.
It's not my concern. It's not my department, so I don't.
That's a no?
That's a no.
He
Sir.
just said no
when you
40
communicated with
times.
the
It's
defense,
been a
did
no
you text
every
it,
time,
didn't
Hank.
When?
you? At any point.
There were some texts, yes.
At some point, there was a court order for you to bring a copy of your text?
I believe so, yes.
But when you say you believe so, details matter.
No.
Do you know whether there was a court order for you to bring your text?
I believe there was, yes.
Did you comply with that court order?
I complied with, yes, with whatever I had.
Did
Yes.
you have any of the text messages?
I don't believe so.
What happened?
Well, there were like 2 text messages about where I could get my ride and what time. And so after that day, like I do many times, I'd probably erase those texts.
Would you say probably, did you delete the text that you had with the defense last year?
It makes it sound so. Oh, I hate it.
And I had like 2 texts about scheduling, and I'm sure I deleted them like sometime around that time, like I do with most texts.
Did you ever use Signal?
I did not, no, sir.
Why not?
I have no need to.
Why would you have a need to?
He had no need to.
He said, no, you
Exactly.
can't
Oh my
handle the
God.
truth. Jesus, Mary, this...
He had no need to.
Brennan.
They didn't ask him to. Like, Jesus Christ.
Hey,
I feel like
You
Signal
are
is so
Thundercat.
nefarious. It's like freaking Facebook Messenger and Snapchat. Like,
I've never owned a dog, but why would you own a dog? I've never owned one. I've never owned one. I don't know what you're saying.
Why was the leash in your house?
Brandon, did you use that Baldo? Oh,
I think we need to...
well, I couldn't get a negative out of that one.
whale.
I wouldn't have a need to. That's why I said I don't use it.
What's Signal for?
It's for, I think, for encrypted messages.
Do any of your colleagues use
Why is
Signal
he-
to have conversations with their clients?
Oh my God.
Speculation.
I have no idea what my fellow employees or cohorts do.
One of your fellow employees is a gentleman by the name of Dr. Wolf. Yeah,
my
you worked very closely with him on this case, didn't you?
Told you
I worked with him on this case, yes,
Not
sir.
as closely
And
as
working with him on
Wilcher
this case, were
and,
you aware of his
not-
habits and whether or not he
Randy.
used encrypted apps like Signal?
I'm gonna allow it.
I'm not aware of Dr. Wolf's habits, no, sir.
When you worked on this case, when you began,
Pathetic
you
for
worked with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Klein?
But Scott Klein is another engineer at ARCA that worked on the case, correct?
And you worked with Dr. Wolf?
That's correct, yes.
You worked as a group?
Well, I mean, we all worked on the project together. I'm located in the Pittsburgh office, and Mr. Klein and Dr. Wolf are in the Philadelphia office. So we didn't physically work together, but we worked on the same project, obviously.
When you first began your testimony yesterday, you said that you were restrained in what you could do. Do you remember that testimony?
I do, yes.
And when you said you were restrained, were you attempting like a preemptive strike because of certain things you didn't do to try to ward off any
You
questions
have
about
to
that?
tell them the
Sustained.
circumstances.
Let me ask
You
this
have
way.
to at
Well,
this
the rule is
point.
different regarding your initial investigation for you as opposed to Dr. Wolf.
I don't know that they were. I don't believe they were.
Did Dr. Wolf have free reign to do whatever he wanted?
Sustained.
How would he know?
Were you given
He's
free
talking
reign
about
to do whatever
the
testing you wanted?
Limitations the DOJ.
I don't believe we were, no.
You though, were you?
Doctor, are you aware I let my wife
Die.
Yes, were you given free
Wife-
reign to do whatever
pick me while her sister points and left?
testing you wanted?
I mean, there was budgets and we had to stay within certain values. So I wouldn't say I was given free reign because I couldn't do whatever I wanted.
Did anybody tell you what tests you could or couldn't do?
I don't think there was a list of specific tests or not, but you would discuss what would be done or what we could do and what the cost of those tests would be.
Were you free to suggest any tests that you wanted to?
I'm assuming I could suggest whatever I wanted to, sure.
Were any of your suggestions denied?
I can't remember. I don't know what they were. I mean, what we were constrained is what the client wanted to know. And so we tailored our tests to do that and tried to keep the budget and the cost of what we did in our analysis down for that very purpose.
Could you have suggested crash tests?
Probably could have suggested whatever I want.
Did you suggest crash tests?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, it might have been brought up, but pretty sure that would not have been within the budget. So
I want you to be detailed. I don't want you to guess.
I want you to stop commenting on everything because you are an asshole who objected to everything and didn't want anything in. And now you're standing there like you're Moses at the Red Sea, pardoning all the lies for the truth. Yes, that was a biblical quote. Bible on a budget, Sundays with Jamie. Dip your magic stick in a ladyboy in the back door while playing a rusty trombone. Could he bill for that if it was done in a Lexus? No, because it's about what happened to the outside of a Lexus. Just to make sure he didn't bill incorrectly.
So without that, Priya, go ahead and just ask the question, please.
Did you suggest doing crash tests last year?
I can't remember. We obviously didn't, but I don't know if that was brought up or not.
Since your memory is difficult,
Sustained. Okay.
Yeah, go up there and tell him
Like, stop
either he'll
it
do
with
it
the comment.
fair and square or we will go absolutely ham. Yeah. You have to give us a fair playing field.
They have to be able to bring up the DOJ. He's gotten so.
to remember things, you write them down.
That's one of the ways you can do it, sure.
Do you do it? Do you write down things so you don't forget?
Depends what it is.
Do you write a big note in crayon that said, Karen is super guilty, but I was lying for the defense?
Yeah, I really wanted to.
Yeah.
You provided a CV, which is a resume.
That's correct, yes.
Resume outlines your education,
Yes, sir.
Oh, we
areas
don't
of
want to get into
specialty.
resumes.
Correct.
And then it highlights your accomplishments as far as the focus of your specialty or the focus of your profession, what you like or what you do a lot, right?
Some of it, yes, sir.
So, for example, you have a number of publications that are peer reviewed.
Correct.
And peer review publications mean that you've written something that's been evaluated and considered by other experts in the industry and have been adopted or recognized, correct?
Well, that it's been published, yes, sir.
You have a long list of peer-reviewed articles dating back to 2003. Is that correct?
Sorry for the swear peen.
Yes,
Well,
swear
Pete, isn't it?
jar donations are acceptable if you have breadstick money, not ramen noodle money, as Megan Fox always says.
That's very
Okay.
thoughtful.
As I said yesterday, most of my peer-reviewed articles are all written when I was in graduate school,
I
correct?
don't
Have you
think
had any
Dean
peer
is a
review
swear
articles
word.
since 2003?
Probably not, no.
And your peer review articles, 2003, deal with the evaluation of selected electric-powered wheelchairs.
That was one of them, yes, sir.
The next one, intelligent walkers for the elderly.
Correct.
Comparison of fatigue life for 3 types of manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of a pushroom activated power-assisted wheelchair.
Correct.
Displacement between the seating surface and hybrid testing dummy during transitions with the variable configuration wheelchair.
The hybrid 3, yes, sir.
Assessment of manual wheelchair ride.
Correct. I was looking at forces and accelerations on the body. Yeah.
Fatigue life of 2 manual wheelchair cross-brace designs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of selected ultralight manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Augmentation of
I gotta say, those are
100 key
the parts.
ISO wheelchair test dummy to accommodate higher mass.
Yes, sir.
And so you would agree that all of your peer review articles deal with wheelchairs.
Well, wheelchairs and the kinematics and kinetics forces
the
associated
kinetics.
with
It's
propelling
not the
wheelchairs and
wheelchair,
injuries
you
associated
retard.
with that. Yes, sir.
Do any of them deal with pedestrian collisions?
No, they don't.
You've written a book chapter,
Yes, sir.
He doesn't know anything.
Technology for Aging,
Yes, sir.
Oh my God,
and
he is
again,
gossy.
nothing on pedestrian accidents.
That's correct.
Expanded abstracts, you've
What in
written
the hell can
a
I hear?
few.
Nick?
I have, yes, sir.
Suffice to say, dealing with wheelchairs.
And assistive technology, that's correct, yes, sir.
Any have to do with pedestrian collisions.
I don't believe so, no.
I'm sorry.
Looking at your CV, you can note any area of specialty you'd like. Correct?
You can put down whatever you like, I suppose, sure.
Have you listed any specialty as pedestrian collisions?
Well, not specifically. That actually falls under impact biomechanics, biomechanical injury causation. So I didn't list it specifically, but it certainly falls under the actual expertise that I perform.
Duh. Duh, Brennan.
But you only wrote things on wheelchairs. How dare you trick
only
me
are-
like that?
Expert in wheelchairs.
Doctor,
What you like.
when you worked with Dr. Wolf, did you have a chance to look at his report?
I did, yes.
If you saw anything in the report that was off or mistaken, would you have an opportunity to discuss that with him?
I'm sure I would, yes, sir.
Did you find anything about his report?
My parents lost all their money last year in a Ponzi scheme, so obviously came to me looking for a handout and to ask me why I did that. You have to put a middleman in when you do a Ponzi scheme on your parents. That's the rookie move.
That was wrong as far as data?
I don't recall. If I did, I probably would have talked to him, but I don't recall.
You and Dr. Wolf were collaborating together, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you collaborate, you relied on each other's data at the time, didn't you?
To some extent, yes.
Some things Dr. Wolf did, you relied on ultimately for your interpretation and your conclusions.
I did, yes.
Did you write a report and talked about the acceleration of the ATD, the test dummies, regarding its hands and arms?
I did, yes.
When you wrote your report talking about this very specific data, do you remember what you determined was the acceleration for the ADT right hand at 29 miles per hour? How many G's that was?
Let's see. Accelerations for the right hand.
Page 6.
Yeah, it looks like 863 Gs.
And when you were comparing data with Dr. Wolf, if something was different or off, would you correct it?
I talked to him about it, sure.
Okay. Did you ever talk to him about his collection of data regarding peak acceleration that the arm and hand experienced at a 29 mile per hour collision?
Well, when I think that 863 is from 1,000, the CFC 1,000 hertz low pass filter. And in his report, he used a lower number from a 180 hertz. So they're both accurate numbers. It's just how you actually filter the data.
So you know what I'm talking about, right?
I do, yeah.
You idiot.
And I ended up using a lower number than when I did my calculations.
Could we have Exhibit 1, please?
He's trying to gotcha, and he doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's the problem when you don't know this stuff and you try to get someone I got you.
You've talked a lot
It might
about
not
this
be a
photograph.
gotcha.
Do you see it?
I do, sir, yes.
And you described, well, you didn't describe, you read that these were superficial abrasions, correct?
That's the diagnosis, yes, sir.
Any of those wounds a puncture in your mind?
I don't make medical diagnoses, so I'm not going to comment on that, sir.
Well, you talked about x-rays and injury. I know you don't make medical diagnosis, but you were very...
Could you please stop being an utter twat?
No,
Wednesday
okay.
afternoon, we do Dels, because if you want to make a thick midget fidget while you're motorboating her whisker biscuit, don't look like Nick. And Valhalla has really wanted to share this for a long time.
Baker crash test dummy. Doing the tango.
But also, is he now trying to get Dr. Rentschler to negate the punctate wounds that were noted by Dr. La Posada?
Yes. Even
I
though
don't think you're allowed to do that.
He has filed continuously to keep him from testifying on medical. So he's now using the own crutch he gave Bev to strike him down against him, because he's not allowed to testify about medical testimony.
Diagnose it. That's what he said. I can't diagnose it, but he can look at injuries and tell. Like, that's a difference. There's a big difference.
Yeah.
Careful to be detailed about what this was. Not a laceration, right? It is a superficial abrasion.
That was what was diagnosed by the medical records, yes, sir.
And you were very careful to make that distinction when you were critiquing Dr. Welch. Correct?
Sustained example.
And so you also looked at x-rays, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you look at them, did you try to give the impression that you've read them, even though you're not a doctor and you can interpret them?
Sustained.
Were you trying to interpret them for us?
No, it was actually interpreted by the medical examiner that there were no acute injuries.
So when you were giving all that information to the jury about the x-rays, was that your personal opinion, or were you just regurgitating something you had read?
That was the medical examiner's opinion, but certainly you can look at the x-rays and see that there are no actual fracture lines or space displacement between the joints. But it's the medical examiner and his diagnoses that I rely upon.
So when you were going through an explanation of all these different photographs and x-rays, you weren't trying to portray that you were giving your own personal opinion about it?
I don't give diagnoses, but if there's no fractures on an x-ray as diagnosed by an MD or physician, you can look at the x-ray and then you can see why there are no fractures. You can look at the x-ray and see where the fractures are if there's a diagnosis. So the diagnosis was no fracture, no acute injury, and that's certainly consistent with looking at the x-ray itself.
So when you were looking up the x-ray and holding it up, was that just a prop? I mean, were you simply just regurgitating what you read in the report? Or were you doing a certain kind of, were you doing any kind of analysis yourself when you were sharing with us what those x-rays showed or didn't show?
The analysis is that there's no fracture or acute injury, and that's what the medical diagnosis is, and that's what the x-rays showed.
Are you giving us your opinion, or are you regurgitating what you read in a report?
Objection.
That is what the medical diagnosis is, that there's no fractures and no acute injuries. That's what the medical opinion is.
So you're regurgitating what's in the report.
Sustained enoughness.
Did you see any MRIs?
I don't believe any MRIs were taken or performed.
In x-rays, does it depict deep soft tissue damage?
Normally, it does not depict soft tissue damage, no.
How about muscle tears?
No, it does not.
How about tendon tears?
Not normally, except you can see laxity in the joints if there is tendon or ligament tears. Normally, you can see laxity in the joints, but it doesn't show the ligament or the tendon itself.
Nerve injuries?
No, sir.
Avulsion fractures?
Yes, sir.
People sometimes get MRIs to see if there's a fracture that doesn't appear in an x-ray. Yeah.
That's living people. When there's no other signs of massive injuries that could potentially be there, because we saw the ball socket on the shoulder. It was still in the shoulder. So pretty good reason to not look at the tendons and waste money doing an MRI on a corpse to figure out if the tendons were stretched in that shoulder. It wouldn't really make sense because his arm wasn't out of the socket. This is absolutely stupendous that this is where you want to go. You're there to rehabilitate. You're expert, and all you're doing is saying, oh, they didn't do the testing, so you couldn't tell. Well, I rely on your expert's testimony, and I rely on the state's medical examiner. Last night, my wife was complaining about how the vacuum cleaner didn't... Yes.
Sometimes X-rays are the best for looking at bony fractures. MRIs looking at soft tissue injuries.
Thank you,
Speaking
Brennan.
of wounds, you've cited a number of references, a number of materials in your reports, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And one of them that you've cited is forensic pathology.
Yes, sir.
This is a legitimate source to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've relied on it for at least part of the basis of your study or opinions.
Well, I relied on it because it speaks and looks at the difference between, for instance, a laceration and an abrasion.
A person could be struck by a motor vehicle and not indicate any bruising to that area, wouldn't you say?
At what speed, what part of the vehicle were they contacted, what part of the body were they contacted? It depends on the amount of force associated with that. There's a number of variables involved.
Okay. Does the absence of a bruise indicate that there was no blunt force trauma to the area?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer that?
Well, the absence of a bruise, can you repeat that again?
You were talking about bruising.
Yes.
Does the absence of a bruise necessarily indicate there was no blunt force trauma to an area?
No, you have to look at all the evidence and you have to look at the force. If there's 4,000 pounds of force applied to the body or to the arm, then certainly you would expect a bruise. And if there's no bruise, then you would have to question if that impact or contact actually occurred. You don't just look at that by itself in isolation. You look at all the variables and facts involved with the case to determine if an injury occurred.
Have you ever seen collisions where more than one person was hit or struck by the vehicle?
Multiple pedestrians, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And have you ever seen in a collision where the vehicle's going the same speed when it hits multiple different people, there can be multiple different injuries?
That is so vague, and you'd have to go back and look at a specific case, look at the injuries, look at the vehicle, look at the people. You can't just say, is it possible this could occur? You have to look at a specific case and demonstrate that that could actually happen.
Well, I'm not asking if it's possible. I'm asking your experience. Have you
I'm going to allow that.
ever been involved in evaluating multiple pedestrian crash where there are multiple pedestrians hit by one vehicle and they sustain different or in some cases no injuries? Is that going to happen in your study?
Sure, because it depends where they're hit, what part of the body they're hit on, what the force is for that hit. The people aren't going to be hit the same multiply by one vehicle. You can certainly have multiple people in different types of injuries.
Have you seen people hit by a vehicle at a particular speed and have certain injuries, and then you've seen other cases where people are hit by a vehicle?
But it wasn't multiple people, so what do we care?
I'm going to allow it.
So what do you mean by injuries?
Have you ever seen, in any of your cases, a pedestrian hit at a certain speed and have injuries, and another case where you look at where there was a similar type collision with different injuries?
So again, do you mean abrasions, cut, laceration, fracture? Do you mean same cards? It's not something that you look for and compare between cases. You'd have to go back and actually study the cases and look at the details.
Having experience in pedestrian collisions, you can't think of a similarity between cases as far as vehicles and speeds and totally.
They're not the same. Each one is going to be individual like a fingerprint.
If you want to make this comparison, you will have to have exactly the same build, height, weight, car, speed, drunkenness.
It would have to hit in the exact same location on the car. Like it would be impossible for two people to be hit the exact same way by one car. Literally impossible.
Well, also,
Get
the
close.
comparatives would have to be the same, not to mention everything would have to be the same between two cases for him to compare it.
Yeah, and if he said, oh, yeah, I had these two cases, one in Vermont and one in Uruguay, where it happened exactly like in this case. And funny enough, in both those cases, there was no debt associated with it. Just like in this case, he would scream, objection, Your Honor, objection. And Brendan, how do you get a non-pregnant? You have sex with her. I knew that because I know the birds and the bees.
Different injuries occurring.
I'm going to allow that. Can you?
Do you mean hit the same way with the same type of car at the same speed with the same force?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer it?
I don't believe I've ever seen a case where two people were hit with the same car at the same speed with the same force with different injuries. I don't even know if you can correlate that.
Looking at Exhibit 1, have you done any study about the directionality of glass or broken plastic?
What do you mean by directionality?
About when something shatters, how it shatters. Does it shatter the same every time, or when plastic shatters, does it shatter differently?
It certainly depends on the impact.
Do you have any studies where plastic shatters exactly the same way on different impacts?
I doubt that it shatters exactly the same way.
It has a lot of different variables, doesn't it?
No, and I know Jess reminded me yesterday, I cut a lot when Brennan is talking. Now he's going to say the debris field could actually be like in this case, where the plastic landed behind the point of impact, because you can't tell if it's the same all the time. No, that's not, you're not going to get him to say that, Brennan, because physics will shoot it that way. You can't make the square peg go into the round hole. Trust me. You dress her up. No.
It could.
Depends on a number of different equations, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on the testing you do. If you want to see how it shatters, and if you're claiming that it shattered in a certain way to cause a certain injury, if you don't have any peer-reviewed evidence, if you don't have any research, then you have to do the testing, because you can't just say, well, it's possible it could shatter this way and cause that injury. That's not conclusive. You can't use that to come to an opinion about what happened.
Oh, that wasn't what I was asking you. I was asking you if you have seen in cases that when plastic breaks, it breaks differently.
Well, sure. I mean, the testing we've done here, the taillights covers fractured differently, and we didn't get any contact. So I have personal experience just with this case alone.
We'll get to the contact. When you look at all the tests you did, the plastic broke differently in each and every case, every experiment, didn't it?
Because
sure, it's broken like that, and I've never seen a case where you get these types of abrasions.
Well, I didn't ask you that.
Didn't he question Dr. La Posada when she said every incident would be different in an accident?
Yes, I think so.
I don't recall, if I'm being honest.
Well,
but I'm sure.
You have memory problems?
I do, actually.
Oh.
But that's, yeah.
Do you take notes?
No.
Funny.
I make grocery lists.
So I'm going to strike the comment. Next question. Next question, Mr. Brennan. No more comments.
When you did your experiments, the sizes of plastic that broke were different in each experiment, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The number of breaks in each experiment were different, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The angles of the break changed from piece to piece, experiment to experiment, didn't they?
I'm sure they did.
Did you watch the videos and watch the damage and take a look and count how many pieces broke in each experiment?
I didn't specifically count, no. We looked at contact to the sleeve and to the dummy itself.
You never counted the broken pieces in each experiment?
I did not. There was no need to.
Not a matter if there's a need, did you?
I did not, no, sir.
It does matter if
You
there's a
had
need.
talked quite a bit about Dr. Welcher's test with the
comment.
paint, so I want to ask you some questions about that. Were you ever under the impression that Mr. Welcher, you can take that down, please. Were you ever under the impression that Dr. Welcher was trying to reenact the actual collision when he did that blue test?
I'm going to allow it.
Well, that was the only test he performed, and he referenced that test for his opinion that the position and orientation of the lacerations are consistent with the taillight cover. So if that test was not intended to signify or demonstrate the position of the arm, he has no evidence to say the position and orientation of the arm in the lacerations, which are abrasions, are consistent with the taillight cover. That's the only test he did. So if it doesn't represent that, it's really meaningless in his analysis and conclusions.
Now that you've shared your opinions, can I get back to my question?
Sustained. So, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brent, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Thank you, Jackson, for finally
Yes,
saying
Jackson,
it.
thank
You must admonish him, because this asshole clearly needs admonishment now. And you should do it in front of the jury.
Jackson did.
Yeah, he's sick of it. And she's sick of
And
her
he should
just letting
be.
it happen.
And he should be, because it's bullshit. You know how many times she's made comments to Jackson? Keep the comments to yourself, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah.
Or,
Well,
Mr. Yannetti, no
What the hell?
comments. We're
They
on
got
our
kicked-
luncheon break.
they got kicked out. Nothing was said. They
went
just
on
got
lunch
kicked
break?
out. Yeah. Without, she doesn't say they come back.
Well, there's no audio, right? So she might have said it.
Recess and we'll take it.
So,
Oh.
So it will be the luncheon recess and we'll take an hour.
All right. We're on the
He's such a doof.
It's unbelievable that it's gone that far without her saying anything. Again, she's chided every one of the defense for their comments during questioning, but Brennan has gone roughshod and been able to do it the entire 31 days of this trial without a single reprimand.
But
it's bullshit.
This is egregious. This is more than he's ever done. And I will say that Marissa reminded me that Bev did say she was going to give him wide open, nearly all open, latitude on cross because of the hidden, text messages of hiddenness.
Yeah, she was allowing them to do that with Arca.
Let's see if it works, y'all. Baker's chat.
Hey, you can spell ham.
You can, but it's still 3 letters.
Can't spell, yeah. But it's there.
Here.
Reen.
Come on, work.
Work today.
It's not. How do you get that many words out of this? This one's kind of nonsense.
It doesn't work again.
Why isn't it working, Baker?
I don't know.
Wait, why don't we try it in other chats? See if it's picking up a different chat.
No, because it's slaved into my YouTube account.
Well, Danny T says reset it.
Well, it doesn't work because I tried.
Hammer.
Now it works.
Yay!
And it was just because I did it, not because Danny T said it.
All right, chat. If you want to play the word crack game, you have to do it in Baker's chat, apparently.
Sorry, that's the way it is. And they have the worst corn music in court. I don't know if you can hear it.
No. We
Yeah, I heard it
for a
before you
second.
paused it. Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Bill Clinton on sax.
It's like sexy sax. Gosh. What?
I have a question, Val. You're
yes.
camping and have some oat sodas. You have a choice. Quit beer forever or fight a bear. What's the move? I'm fighting the bear every damn time. What kind of bear? What kind of bear?
Oh
Black
my
bear?
God, here
Definitely.
he goes again.
Definitely fighting a black bear. Definitely fighting a black bear.
No, you have to do
it
a
only works
grizzly.
It only works for David Nelson. Is it because I have it? No, I don't have members only. I only have subscribers only. Maybe if I no, anyone can participate. I don't even have it in the subscribers only mode. Let's try again.
Everything's coming up, David.
Maybe he's just faster than the rest of you guys. What is happening? Why is all this?
No, it's not on Rumble. It's my YouTube channel. Oh, you went to the QR code. That's why. But it shouldn't do that. Oh, the early lunch is to accommodate a juror according to one juror asked for court officer. She looks sick. Juror is taken out. She looks like she was going to faint. Sidebar continues. Court is in session. She looks very still to me this morning. Early lunch to accommodate the juror. Someone had low blood sugar.
Oh.
Well, so the only way you can do it is to scan the QR. That's stupid.
So he's playing from his phone, not on the YouTube chat?
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But why won't it? Why doesn't it work? It's annoying.
The game's called Words on Stream, not words if you click on this QR code.
What did you do, Baker?
It's nothing. You know how it sometimes works.
I know. I'm just messing with you.
So we can only play it if you use the QR code down in the corner. I'm sorry, but it's stupid. It's just so we don't have to put down and take up streams all the time, and you can hang out.
Why are girlfriends like parking spots? Most times the good ones are taken, and you got to slip in the disabled one when no one's looking. I'll see myself out. That's terrible. It's funny, but it's terrible, Stingy.
It's nothing to do with my settings. My settings is exactly as they always are.
That's terrible.
Brendan will find us a breakfast spot. It's nice. Well, those of you who choose to do it, a few people have done it, I can see now. Hang out, play, and we'll be back in...
Put your little banner up with the time back.
Yes. Relax, Jamie. You don't have to yell at me all the time.
I just make sure you don't forget.
We'll be back in 40 minutes, and I'm going to make a banner, and I'm going to put on some of my own corn music.
Ooh.
Well, is it from the movie you made?
Yeah.
No, that'll be a little
You
too...
made us a
It was the Danish
Aw.
version of Free Willy in different contexts.
Exactly, Marissa.
The hematoba, dark and white, bloomed where John was left outside. The hematoba, EMT's alarm. Not from a fall, not from a charm, not from an arm in some old bar, but from an arm struck by a car. The hematoba tells it plain.
All right, I'm peacing out until we're back. So, bye.
Same. See you in a little bit, y'all.
The hematoba, talking white, bloomed where John was left outside. The hematoba, EMT's alarm. Not from a fall, not from a charm, not from an arm in some old bar, but from an arm struck by a car. The hematoba tells it plain this Bruce was...
What's the worst part about eating a vegetable? That was dark, Bad Dog. So, but the good thing, if you are in one of the other people's chats with the QR code, you can play even on Rumble. Just do it on your phone, not in the chat. Well, that fixed that problem. And Bad Back Dog. No, but I have higher expectations to you, Bad Dog, than Brennan.
Not from a fall, not from a charm, not from an arm in some old bar, but from an arm
See you
struck
later.
by a car. The hematoba tells it plain this Bruce was born from more than rain. master of the mind game. Whispers your downfall, you don't even know his name. Silk tongue, steel trap, every word a blade. The sweet talk, you're right into your grave. Calm, deadly, A-L-E-S-S-I. Just weapon, pays the decree. Sweet word, sharp turn, now you're down on the floor. Brain buster hits and you ain't getting up no more. Calm, deadly, A-L-E-S-S-I. Logic's his weapon, pain's the decree. Sweet word, sharp turn, now you're down on the floor. Brain buster hits and you ain't getting up no more. He don't yell, he persuades. He don't fight, he invades. Step in the ring and you'll understand. This ain't brawn, this is chess, play my hand. Calm, deadly, A-L-E-S-S-I. I'm logic like TNT. He'll outthink, out of the make you regret. One brain buster later and you're losing that bet. Courtesy of a lesson.
Howdy, everyone. Wherever you are, whoever you are, wherever you may be, or whatever Baker says.
And dark chocolate. No recorders.
Well, I was trying to be you, so I didn't want to, throw my own stuff
No,
in.
but I'm trying to be you because it's Pride Month and I am in contact with my inner woman, who is a raging PMS-filled chocolate hungry.
My inner child might need to be kept in a locked box because she's kind of evil.
I've been looking around on the Twitch-twats for hot takes, and
God. I just kept seeing a lot of Brennan and dummies together, and a lot of ham sandwiches.
Yeah, and Rungel believes that the door was kicked so hard open that there wasn't even a door frame left.
I honestly, there is no way that it couldn't have been. I mean, he's basically now alluding. This again is giving false impressions to the jurors. Again, I'm surprised that Mr. Alessi hasn't come back and said, this is a blatant, again, misrepresentation to the jurors. And if we aren't allowed to correct it, then it's going to look like they were getting something from some nebulous source that their company is,
I would say nefarious.
Nefarious.
That's his most beloved word. No, but he spent over an hour on cross, and he brought absolutely nothing other than, well, the force would be different because of the arm. Yes, it would have been higher. So you didn't calculate that. No, I actually gave you leeway. Dr. Wolf didn't make any corrections, did he? No, all of this would actually be worse for your case if we had done the corrections to it.
Well, and the fact that, again, this is why if you don't have an engineering background, the different calculations that each of them used, he was trying to get him, Dr. Wolf said it was this amount and you said it was this amount. And then to have an expert come back and say, no, it's just, it all comes out to the same thing, but he was using a different frequency.
Yeah. It's, we have just actually told Brennan no more comments. I'm still catching up. Well, he keeps commenting. And the big problem is his constant nonsensical questions. Who, if anyone, drove you? Is he going to ask if, I don't know, the sun was shining that day, and because the sun was shining, it's an indication that that he was starstruck or something.
Yeah, and again, any comments that he made while eating a ham sandwich was after his testimony. I believe he's allowed to comment on how absolutely stupid Lally was, after his testimony.
We have a rule in Denmark that you have 2 weeks to appeal your case after we have given you the verdict. And as a basis, even though I don't think technically, but we don't talk about that case until those 2 weeks are up, because it's just come ill foe.
We found the
Yeah.
handshake. We found it.
But we don't talk about it after. But again, if you're in the room, us who were at the court case, yeah, of course we can talk about, oh my God, did you see that thing? Like that lady I've had her twice sitting in the back of the room. She was cleaning her nails and then she was licking her nail file.
What?
Yeah. And she was actually, she was a pretty lady, and then she pulled out a nail file and started doing this.
Ugh.
She wasn't a pretty lady after that one.
I'd rather see some
No.
than their fingernail diggings, I think.
Ugh.
So during the break, I painted my laptop black so it runs faster. Now it just doesn't work.
You have to add flames.
You got
No,
paint
you
in the wrong spot.
have to paint it red. Red is the fast color.
How is that pronounced exactly?
Cock County.
I'm moving there for no reason.
Oh, there's a reason. I'm glad that Runkle agrees
The
with me.
t-shirts I can make, of course.
There you go. I'm glad that Runkle agrees with me with the door being kicked wide, the F open, because that's ridiculous.
Well, and I like that, again, as not a lawyer, that other, I can go on Twitter and look for, others. Jason JJ, I removed my afternoon stream. My morning stream should be up. I just made this full day.
Yeah.
But let me check. I might have done
No,
it.
no, you are up because I'm streaming to your channel right now.
Oh, okay.
It's the afternoon stream that should be removed.
Yeah, and Mornings with Mo is still on mine.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, that's.
Now, I do wonder if Bev is actually going to admonish Hank, because he has been absolutely all personal comments, adding, shading sarcasm and denigration into each one of his questions.
Mo, you should also move to Hodenhagen in Germany. There's a safari park here, like a drive-through zoo.
Oh my Bob Ross. Except I would be one of those videos where the ostriches come into the car and assault people.
I would be one of those ostriches.
I'd be on Newsy News. Normal American family goes to a drive-along safari attacked by orangutans.
Did you see the one with the Chinese family where she got out of the car?
The tiger?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, dude. Insanity.
No, I haven't.
She gone. She gone.
Well, no.
She
no poo.
She comes out of the car and she stands there looking, and then all of a sudden she figures out, oh, it's not a kitty cat. And she turns around, tries to get in the car, and it just grabs her. Rush!
Yoinks her out of screen.
That's 500 kilos of pure, I'm going to eat you.
Did they not have Jurassic Park in Japan or China? Did they not have it there?
You would think that actually having tigers in that area, though, would be a better indication that maybe you don't play with tigers. Like,
maybe she watched Lion King too much.
They are man eaters. The tiger is not like a lion.
Yeah.
A lion you can get away with a little more. Not a tiger.
No, a tiger will
Mike
stalk
Tyson.
you.
Even Mike Tyson talks about how the tiger scared him. He's like, yeah, that's not the same as the.
But doesn't he have a liger?
I don't know if he has a liger. I know he had a bunch of lions and a tiger or two. He was like,
Yeah.
Hmm.
And
Well,
I
if
kicked Danny's
Siegfried and
ass.
Roy can't get him to do anything.
I kicked
I'm not gonna
Danny's
be able to
ass
help.
in words on stream. Good for you, Sue. I hope some. Sue is always winning. I went for a walk in the woods and some poor guy stepped in a bear trap. Didn't tell us all about it. Went back a week later and he was dead. Well, it's like going to the animal park and play with the tigers.
don't do it. Just don't do it.
No.
Thanks, MLS. Appreciate it, man.
By the way, your cake is in the expert's fridge.
Yeah. Yeah. I do want the goats off of that, by the way. Expert. I want the goats off of it.
What did AJ say, yell to ask for the sidebar? It's enough, Your Honor. He is, and then she started talking, get to sidebar, get to sidebar. It's his constant commentary and his implications that there was something nefarious going on.
Well, he keeps insulting the poor guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he hasn't asked him anything about his testing other than you didn't use, a heavier doll. So how can you even mathate this?
Another person got gored by a buffalo in Yosemite this week. People are dumb. Yeah.
Why do people think
Valhalla
that
and
they
I
can-
have driven in military vehicles that's smaller than a buffalo. And people still think, oh, it's pet-shaped. No, it's not. It's when we ran across the prairie before we got really trigger happy as Yanks, we could tip over trains. Yes, that happened. They knocked over trains when the buffalo herd moved. Nothing stopped it.
Yeah, don't mess with those large
Yeah.
animals, you guys.
No.
There's a reason
so
why
sad, 'cause
Volvo-
I'd be that person. I swear. I'm gonna pet everything.
There's a reason why Volvo tested their cars against moose, because they are a giant big animal as well.
Yeah.
And that's why it was the safest car in the world.
I know mooses are definitely dangerous. I've always known to stay away from moose. Let me see one.
What's the plural for moose?
Moose eye.
Mooses.
Mises.
Moosies.
No, it's not.
It's a flock of meese. Damn it.
I say mises for mice. No mises.
Mice is definitely not the right answer. That's a different animal altogether.
What is it then?
Moose.
Moose is just plural for moose. Moose. Just
Yeah.
moose.
Yeah.
Mooses?
There were many moose.
I don't like that.
Yeah, not
No,
fun enough.
I don't
I'm
trust
not going to
Valhalla.
abide by that.
I will not allow it.
Yeah.
I'll go with the Sea Winterstorm. Moose.
Moosin.
I like moosin. I'll allow it.
Danny, you better bring those babies home.
Valkyrie. Hey, baby. How you doing?
Sorry I made you sick as well.
You got everybody sick, bro.
Runkle's like,
I
"F it,
said,
I'm off
I
to buy
don't
a
want to be
ham."
part of this upside down pineapple thing. And you said, well, when in Rome.
When in Rome.
We don't have buffalo in America. We have American bison. We just call them buffaloes. I know. This time I didn't leave it muted.
Ooh, we're back.
Yay.
That's definitely muted.
Just had to go look it up.
Well, Jess has to look it up so we know that
I would too, though, because I'd be like, let me see.
there are rules, but we choose not to follow them.
I
just
know
don't like
animal
it.
things, you guys. I know animal things.
Well, Money G, I am truly sorry, and I didn't know that was your mom at the upside down pineapple party. But hey,
Lord.
Ronnie G's mom gets down. Woo.
sometime Yeah.
Just kidding, Moni G.
Has there been sound from the courtroom yet?
Yes, she just said, I need to see counsel at sidebar.
We didn't hear that.
Well, that's because I muted it.
There you go.
It's just to play, not play the sex. Well, I was trying to do the Smex jazz music and said the other word.
Whoops. The sax jazz music?
The sax jazz music.
Yeah.
I just went back to watch what happened before break. We haven't heard chills. Is Rome in Denmark nowadays? No, we don't have a Rome in Denmark. But you have a Solvang in California. Thank you, Valkyrie. You are a good egg.
Stop it. We all know it was Baker's fault. Just because he's European, don't go easy on him.
Well, she approximately traveled as much as I did. So, yeah, getting in those steel tubes with all these people. I should have done like that lady at the airport.
Mr. Brennan,
who put her mask on.
jurors, hopefully it'll be comfortable enough in here this afternoon. The court officers has done a great job keeping the AC going while we were out of the courtroom. So.
Congratulations.
Do they generally cut the AC off when people aren't there?
Dr. Rentschler.
No, they keep it on to keep it cool and then turn it off when they come back in. It's because there was a juror who got sick before lunch.
Oh.
That's why they went on early lunch. Yeah, AJ was asking Beveridge to admonish Brennan before the trial.
And she should have.
Yeah. Yeah, buy ævleskiver in Solvang, but eat them the proper way, not the way Americans do them as a side dish. It's a dessert for itself.
What is it?
Ævleskiver.
Okay, English.
It's apple slices is the English word. It's kind of like a beignet dough with, back in the day you had a slice of apple in it. Today you just use, not a beignet, more like a waffle or crepe dough, and you'll make it in a small round ball on a special pan for it, and then you'll eat it with...
You twist it as it fries.
No, it's just round.
Well, but to cook it, you have to twist it around unless you...
Yes, halfway done, you turn it around so it becomes a ball because you'll only bake half of it. And then you'll eat it with powdered sugar and some raspberry jam or strawberry jam. But Americans think it's kind of like your waffles that, oh, let's put some Italian sausage in it.
Oh, that sounds good.
I had a Southern style
Italian
waffle. It was good.
Yeah, why would we put Italian sausage? Like breakfast pork sausage, maybe.
Yeah, like a.
I think it was Italian sausage I had in my waffle. It was good. And it had
Was it a savory waffle or a sweet
if it has
waffle?
Italian sausage in it, it's savory.
I don't think it was Italian sausage.
I just like the way you say
You
Italian.
weren't there.
I know, but I'm pretty sure we don't put Italian sausages in waffles. That doesn't seem like something I would see at a restaurant around here.
It was Southern something at Pete's. It was good because it had a hot bechamel on top of it.
We're gonna.
It had a what on it?
Hot bechamel.
white
Bechamel.
sauce.
Not a
Bechamel.
white. No, it was.
Hot bechamel.
Yeah, I think it
What
was
did you say?
bechamel. So it's the same as you have on your eggs Benedict. Is that bechamel? No, that's not. That's well,
No.
Hollandaise sauce. That's what.
Hollandaise. There you
wrote
go.
a report back in February 2024.
yeah, hot hollandaise.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, sir.
And in that report, you provided
was
a
the
number of
breakfast called?
opinions, didn't you?
Southern waffle something.
Southern breakfast? No. Beautiful.
I did, yes.
Do you remember if you opined or had the opinion that the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm would not result from impact with a non-damaged tail lamp cover?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And the amount of force required to fracture the tail lamp cover would result in extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Correct.
And so your opinion back in 2004 was that if a person's arm were to cause the damage to that taillight on that Lexus, you would expect to see extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury.
Yes, soft tissue referring to ligaments and tendons of the elbow and shoulder, correct, and the wrist.
And so you're saying not superficial abrasions, but in the arm?
Yes, when you look at, and you can see from the testing we did for this case, for this round, that the arm extends and you have contact with the arm, you would expect at those speeds damage to the tendons and the ligaments, the elbow, the shoulder, likely the wrist.
And the x-rays that we looked at, or that we saw, and you offered the words of the medical expert, there is no MRI studying any ligament damage, is there?
There are no MRIs that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And x-rays wouldn't fairly depict some of those internal injuries that you're referring to, would they?
As I described before, it can show laxity of the joint, but it normally doesn't show the actual soft tissue damage itself, no, sir.
And a crash test dummy is different than a person, isn't it?
Certainly it is, yes.
No
sir.
muscle,
That's correct.
no ligaments.
That's correct.
The crash test dummy does not react or respond like a human being.
Well, it does to a certain extent, yes.
There are differences.
Certainly there are, yes.
And so when you're looking at a crash test dummy, you can agree that there are significant differences between what you might.
It was a deep South waffle, breakfast sausage, corn, cheddar, cheese, and onions topped with 2 eggs and a chipotle hollandaise.
What kind
It
of
was
sausage
great.
did you say? What kind of sausage was it?
Chorizo, you said?
Did you say breakfast sausage?
I can't hear what Jamie's saying because she's outside. I said Italian sausage. But to make it, because the South don't like foreigners, they call it breakfast sausage.
See on the dummy's arm and what would maybe happen to a human being's arm on the inside.
There can be. That's why you have to look at the acceleration and the force, and that's primarily what the ATD is utilized for.
But focusing on the actual observation of the arm, you would agree, doctor, that looking at a crash test dummy arm is not comparable to actually looking into a human being's arm with an MRI and seeing if there's any damage on the inside.
No, of course,
opened up
they're not the
his
same, no,
skin.
sir.
You were speaking about references earlier. You did have a chance to see Dr. Welcher's report, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And in his report, there were a number of references, weren't there?
There were different references, I think maybe 26 within his report.
In addition to his references, you were sent a number of gigabytes of information, weren't you?
I was, yes.
And in those gigabytes, there was different references to different materials, wasn't there?
Well, first of all, there were only 26 references in his report that he cited to for his opinions. There was material contained within the batch of documents.
Yeah, I don't know why he thinks that this guy is doing autopsies, because he just testified earlier he wasn't a medical professional. But again, it's Brennan. The less you think about it, the smarter he sounds.
So is now Brennan saying that we should use humans now because crash test dummies are no longer analogs for humans, like entire industries have relied on for years?
Exactly.
That's what I mean. Like, what does he think that we're supposed to figure all this stuff out from?
That they sent over. It was a bibliography or CV of different papers that he had submitted, I think 20 pages of papers that weren't referenced in the original report. And the most recent paper in that auto head packet was from 2004. Most of them were from the 60s and 70s, but there was an additional packet of information.
When you read his report and saw his references, did you look up the references?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were saying
That's when
earlier
he said
that
they were all from the
there was only
70s,
one
you
reference,
idiot.
you were referring to the pink test, correct?
Well, I was referring to, there's only one reference specifically with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
When you looked at his references, sir, did you have an opportunity to read any of the articles?
I did, yes, sir.
And many of them are peer reviewed?
Yes, sir.
In addition,
60
when you
years
look
ago.
at the 20 pages of materials he sent over that were not in his report, how many references did you read out of those 20 pages of references that he offered?
Well, I didn't read any because they weren't referred to in his report for his actual opinions in this case.
Do you know whether or not he considered those references? Or
He didn't mention it in his report, ergo, he can't use it as a basis. He can't evaluate it because he didn't list it. Brennan,
No.
again, you only hire hacks.
whether he read those references?
We're going to allow that.
He didn't cite to any of those references in either the PowerPoint presentation or in his report. That's the knowledge I have of whether he reviewed those.
So you don't know what he considered or thought, do you?
I know what he cited to and he referenced to in his report in PowerPoint. That's the extent.
The
yes.
question is, you don't know what he was referring or reading or relying on
Whatever
other than
was
what was
in
in his
his
report
report.
cited, correct?
Well, right. If he referred to the other articles, yes, certainly other articles in the 60s, 70s, and 80s he may have, but they don't really pertain to what happened in this case.
How many references were in your May 7th report?
I think there were
37, you asshole.
Let me count for you, Brennan. Hold on.
Oh my God, what is wrong with him?
26, I think.
Those 26 references, are they offered in your report to suggest some type of support for the proposition that you're promoting in the report?
Well, they support the opinions or the methodology or both with respect to what I've offered in this
The
matter.
reason why you put a cite in is suggesting that it supports whatever proposition you're footnoting on that. correct?
To some extent, or the methodology or some information pertinent to that opinion, yes, sir.
Regarding crash test dummies and prediction in soft tissue injury, you provided 3 sites, didn't you?
And soft tissue injuries?
Yes.
Can you show me where it says that, sir?
Footnote 11 of your report, Mr. O'Keefe's right arm kinematics during impact with the Lexus are inconsistent with producing the documented cuts damage to his right sleeve as well as the abrasions to his right arm. Did you write that?
Yes, and which one was that again? I just want to make sure. What was the number?
You cited footnotes 24, 25, and 26.
Yes.
And when you cited 24, 25, 26, did any of those 3 sites, in fact, those are the only sites that you cited for that proposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your entire basis of sites is limited to those 3 articles or 3 papers, yes?
For reference, it's not, the testing obviously proves differently, but yes, for that one comment there, those were the 3 that were provided, yes.
Starting with number 24. When you looked at 24, did it ever suggest, this paper,
Late to the party, so didn't anyone have ham sandwich on their bingo card today? I surely didn't. I just want to see that ham sandwich on the stand testifying to how badly they spoke about Paul Lally.
Oh my gosh, now I want to make a ham sandwich puppet. I did nothing wrong. I talked about Lally the whole time.
I didn't partake in the disparagement of Lally when everyone said, look at that bald-headed freak trying to cover up his bald spot.
Actually, I was the one making the
ham
jokes.
Yeah.
What kind of ham was it? Was it a good ham?
Honey baked, oven roasted.
Yeah.
Well, and hopefully it's some real ham, not that weird stuff.
Yeah, not that weird cooked ham that's all looks fake.
Yeah.
I'm
did it
guessing
ever
Brennan
suggest
hasn't
that it
read
was
this.
appropriate to use a crash test dummy in the material of a crash test dummy to make an analysis or determine whether or not there would be documented damage to someone's skin?
That's not what he did, you idiot. He looked at the ME's report and saw the damage to the skin.
Not to mention, he was looking for damage on the hoodie, not the skin. The whole thing has been about the hoodie.
He's trying to attack Dr. Wolf with the road rash situation that Dr. Wolf was talking about before.
But again, it just, and I love that he couldn't even formulate his question because I think he got lost in his brain trying to.
No, it didn't, and that's not what I did in this matter.
In
That's
this
what I
article you
didn't think.
cite supporting
He
the
was gonna
claim that
use
you made, there is
this guy
nothing
against that guy, that guy
in here
against
that
this
would
guy.
suggest that a
Not
crash test
directly.
dummy is appropriate to use in making that determination, is there?
There is not, no, sir.
In fact, in this article, it gives you details on what actually should be used to make that analysis, doesn't it?
No, sir. It tells you certain ways to look at sharpness and how lacerations are caused.
This is titled Skin Tissue Cutability and its relation to lacerations, severity, indices. You know that, you cited that.
That's correct. And it looks at specifically, I think, laminated glass and its ability to cut the skin.
Number 24 in your site, correct?
Yes.
And it tells you 3 types of skin were examined and used for this type of study. Post-mortem human skin from 2 different body sites, Cameos leather, and Napa goat skin. Is that correct?
Right. To look specifically at laminated glass and it's the cutability of that type of glass.
And the reason why this
goats,
is suggestions is because a crash test dummy's arm and fabric, the way it's made, is different than how real skin would respond. Yes?
Well, it is different, sure.
Yeah.
And I didn't do that type of comparison.
You did not do any comparisons with any of the suggestions in the site that you cited
He looked at the ME's report.
in support for your
God, this
proposition.
is
did you?
ridiculous.
Oh, I did not evaluate that. No, not in that manner. No, sir.
And then you cited number 24 or 25. You cited a book, Forensic Pathology, correct?
Correct.
And in this forensic pathology book, in the entire book, it never suggests that crash test dummies are appropriate to use when making this type of analysis, does it?
Correct. And that's why I would not do that type of analysis with respect to lacerations. That's not what my analysis involves, sir.
My question was, nowhere in that book does it say that crash test dummies.
Objection. Let him answer the
do
question.
it.
You did it all the time with the defense. Come on, Bev. Let him answer. This guy never, ever pertained to do what Brennan is telling him now. I can't wait for recross.
These are appropriate for analyzing skin lacerations on a collision, does it?
Sure. I mean, for that sake, it doesn't say it's inappropriate either.
And then you also cited an article, your third article, Understanding the Acute Skin Injury Mechanisms Caused by Player Surface Contact During Soccer. Did you cite that?
I did, yes.
And again, there's nothing in there that talks about the appropriate use of a crash test dummy when you are trying to support the proposition that someone's arm is consistent or inconsistent with producing cuts and damage in a collision.
That's correct.
Are you aware of literature relative specifically to the use of the hybrid 3 crash test dummy, which was used in this case?
There's a lot of literature with respect to the hybrid dummy, yes.
Have you ever heard of the person by the name of Stanley Bakatis?
I don't recall that I have.
Okay. How about Harold Mertz? Isn't he a leader in the field with crash test dummies?
He is, yes.
Right. Would you agree that we also do not believe the current instrumented arm configuration is suitable either for prediction of soft tissue injuries? Would you agree with that?
Well, for laceration, sure, it shouldn't be used for that. It shouldn't be used in that manner. That's why I don't use it in that manner.
It's plastic.
Do you have any source that says it's
Why would she
suitable for
use
determining superficial abrasions?
I do not, no, sir.
You have no other sites whatsoever supporting that proposition, which led inevitably to one of the opinions you gave to this jury, true?
Not true. That's a misrepresentation of what I performed, the testing that I performed, and the results that I.
Brendan, this is Brennan again lying about what was testified to. He is claiming that this guy said the lacerations to his arm, which is abrasions, was made, and he could determine that by the crash test dummy. This guy never ever stated anything like that. He said, I looked at the ME's report and looked at their description in the report about the abrasions. I made a mistake because I used Dr. Welch's words from his slide that said lacerations, but it was abrasions. I have to correct myself. That's all he said. And when Brennan was asking about punctures, he said, I don't do medical determinations. And now Brennan is making him say 24 times no, because he didn't do it and didn't use it for that. Objection. Get him out of here.
Analyzed in this case.
Now, you've talked a lot about Dr. Welcher's pain test.
A bread sandwich is 3 pieces of bread.
you don't have any information that Dr. Welcher ever claimed that his test was intended to represent exactly how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was when he was hit. Do you?
Well, the evidence I have for that is that in his report, he says that the orientation and position of the lacerations are consistent with the orientation position of the taillight cover. And then right under that, he has reference to that test that he performed. So again, if he didn't intend to do that, then there's no evidence that he can provide with respect to the arm impact at all. That's the only test that was performed to look at the arm and the taillight cover. If it doesn't represent the actual position, then apparently he has no idea how the arm was positioned or how it was impacted.
Let's get back to my question.
Yes.
Is there anything where Dr. Welcher has informed you or written that he is intending to represent the actual arm angle of John O'Keefe when he was hit by a
He
lecture?
showed the blue paint and the blue paint that matched.
He has in his actual report. So he didn't write specifically that that's what it's intended to do. It seems he's inferred that. And again, that's the only test that he's performed or referred to in this case.
You inferred that.
Inferred that that's how he believes that the arm was positioned.
I think we understand your perspective is that's the only test he performed. But what I really want to get at is your conclusion, your assumption that Dr. Welcher was suggesting that there was a specific arm angle
It was in his
in
report.
this case that he was identifying. You don't see that anywhere in his report.
Well, it would be pretty odd if the
videotape
test he
anything
ran
else.
didn't actually represent what he thought happened. I don't understand what the value of that would actually be.
Did Dr. Welch ever represent that he was trying to describe the actual body position of John O'Keefe when he was hit?
Actually, he doesn't state that. He states very little in his report or in his PowerPoint. He demonstrates through the video of his arm like that and contacting it, and then he holds his arm up to a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm to compare and apparently demonstrate that it's in the same area. But again, he doesn't actually state that opinion. He doesn't state any opinions that the contact actually occurred, except in one point, and has no evidence or foundation for that.
Would the answer to my question no?
You would have to ask Dr. Welcher, I suppose, but if it's not, again, then I'm not sure what that test actually accomplished
Well,
or
I'm
represented.
asking you, you've made assumptions and then have given opinions to this jury.
God, I
He
hate
didn't make
you.
assumptions. He
He
read
didn't make
the
assumptions.
report.
Bev. Can I say the word?
He read the report that your stupid witness came and testified to.
Brennan, if I'm allowed to say this, after 5 hours, I think I'm okay. And 4 hours with Brennan, you mega thunder cunt. Like, seriously, I am a woman with crazy hormones that they'll never tell me what the hell they're thinking. And I managed to not be such a bitch. Could you possibly take some Midol and get your fucking, panties out of a wad or wherever your mother puts on you? Because I'm sure you still live with her, Norman Bates. Could you just fucking deal with the fact that your expert is a piece of crap? Sorry.
Don't be sorry.
And yes,
I'm
this
done
is
now.
exactly
I
it,
feel
Heather
better.
May. It's the same answer to every question, no matter. And again, it's 16 times the same question. And the result is your expert had a shitty report that is so vague that you can't tell anything. And
But he's
because
right.
you didn't provide him all the evidence, it's even worse.
Yeah.
And again,
And if he's doing
what
this
else
blue
is
test, what else is the test supposed to prove?
Yes.
yeah? What else is he
What?
supposed to? Not to mention, he videotaped only that. Again, what is he supposed to presume or assume at this point if the only test that was cited in Dr. Welcher's report was the paint test? Then what are we supposed to assume?
I've evaluated the evidence in the one test he ran. If that's incorrect, well, then I would have to correct my opinion and my assumption and say that not only is the test not actually show what occurred, but he hasn't performed anything to actually link the arm contact to the taillight cover. If it doesn't represent that, you're right, I changed my opinion that there's no evidence, no analysis, no conclusion whatsoever.
I'm gonna try to make my question a little clearer.
Yeah,
Is
exactly.
there anything in the report where Dr. Welcher has stated that the arm angle in the demonstration was in any way attempt to replicate exactly how John O'Keefe's arm was when he was struck by a lesson?
I don't believe anything's written in the report with respect to that, no.
Is there anything?
So why did he Why did he do that test? Just because he wanted to be blued? It's Hank. I know you're an idiot. Well, I know you're not an idiot because you made $350,000 at least on this case. I know you're laughing all the way to the bank, but please, oh God, you do this whenever you have a cross-examination because you're a defense lawyer. You know that you have to be aggressive because you want to have that cop slip up and say, yeah, well, we didn't have probable reason to search that car and those 40 bags of weed. Yeah, well, let's toss it. But you are again and again and again impeaching your own witnesses' shady work. Do you know how stupid it makes you look that you paid $400,000 taxpayer money for an expert who just chose to stand like this to prove that I can't prove anything? And you're now saying his report is wrong because he never ever states anything in it. You paid $400,000 for that report.
Also, Valhalla, would you like to get in on Baker and I's accident reconstruction on a budget? It's called
hell yeah.
Excellence. And
I
thank you, De Floofy Cat. The overlords give money for curative chocolate. I'm going to need it. Thank you.
Hank, as a prideful man, you know how it goes. Sometimes you eat the bear, and well, sometimes he eats you. Richards for life, homie. Let's play tummy sticks. Thank you, Brendan, for saying what we all think.
In the report, Dr. Lexman, that states Dr. Welcher was stating or claiming that he knew the body position of John O'Keefe when he was struck.
And why did he do the test?
So no, I guess there is no opinion or conclusion that he knows how Mr. O'Keefe was actually positioned at the time of this alleged incident.
You
You're
know
correct.
whether Dr.
Good
Welcher
point. Good point.
has been clear that he does not know? Let me say this differently. You would agree, Dr. Welcher has never stated in his report that he can identify the speed at which Mr. O'Keefe was struck in collision.
He does not state what he thinks the speed is. That's correct.
He never states how far, if at all, Mr. O'Keefe was thrown after being in a collision.
That's right. He does not.
When you don't know the speed, you don't know the body position.
Neither do
You don't know the angle.
It's
of the body
almost
at
like
the time of
you
collision.
can't prove it
You cannot
happened.
replicate
This is what's called reasonable doubt.
Boom. Right,
What an idiot.
Val.
a collision when crash tests down to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Well, you're right. You can't prove that that actually occurred. That's
Thank you.
the basis. Yeah.
So,
If you don't have
You
the
can-
information, you can't replicate what happened. You can't determine, you can't state to any conclusion of accuracy what actually occurred if you don't have the evidence.
so if you were to do a crash reenactment, but couldn't state to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, this replicated the actual collision, that wouldn't be scientifically reliable to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty,
He's
would
an
it?
idiot. He's a goddamn idiot.
Well, if you
do
perform a
testing
test and you
within
say this is
parameters.
what
You go from the
I
minimum
tested and this
to
is
positive speed and put it in what potential outcomes you can get. If it doesn't fall anywhere within the parameters of that test, then you can't prove that it happened. That's
Haven't
reasonable
they-
doubt. That's the whole
Yeah.
just to
Brennan just said he didn't have the time, the position, or the location of any of these things. Why are we here? Why the hell are
we
we
should
here?
not be. Why are we in trial number 2? This is
I'm not doing a retrial. I'm just telling y'all, I can't.
Dude, move out of Massachusetts, y'all. Get the hell out of that state.
Yeah. And everyone, remember to charge back your taxes this year. And write to the governor of your lovely state, you better fucking do something, you old stupid hack, because we wasted more than $1 million to prove, as I just put on TwitSweat, is Hank Team Reed wasting $400,000 on an expert that proves he didn't know anything and the Commonwealth has no clue if John was hit by a car? Because that's what Hank Brennan just said.
Yeah.
And again, you can actually use the data you have. That's why they did the 15 miles per hour, the 25 miles per hour, and the 29 miles per hour. So they had a low range. They had the range that they claimed was the impact speed, and they had a high range. So they could test to see if they could replicate what had happened. At no speed could they replicate what they claim Karen Reed did to John O'Keefe. That is what scientists do. They have a hypothesis, and then they make an experiment to try and prove it, and they proved it couldn't have happened at 15 miles per hour, 24 miles per hour, 29 miles per hour. What did your expert do?
Blue paint.
Blue paint.
Yeah,
He got a
hit.
free Lexus out of the deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
What-
getting sold to Miss Welcher for $1.
I'm a federal body inspector as well.
Is the angle, then you can certainly say these are my conclusions. But if you don't know the throw distance, if you don't know the position, then you're correct. You can't actually come to a conclusion that it didn't occur. If you don't know how something occurred, how can you conclude that it actually occurred? It scientifically makes no sense.
Good call.
So
For
What
what?
you're
If an
saying is
expert-
you don't know?
does a crash test, and they can't determine to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it replicates the actual collision,
Asked and answered.
you would agree that would not be a reliable test to present to a jury, don't you?
I'm gonna,
Don't allow it. Go to the sidebar because he is not. Again, he is misrepresenting to the jury what is going on here.
Yeah.
How many times is she going to let him get away with lying to the jury?
All the
By
time.
the logic behind that questioning, doesn't that invalidate every test that Aperture did as well?
Yeah,
Exactly.
it invalidates any.
Well, they didn't do any crash
In
tests.
reading the
They
reports
did
and
a
the
arm
PowerPoint,
paint test.
would you agree there is no statement by Dr. Welcher ever in anything that you reviewed that he is claiming or stating that his pain test was supposed to be a reenactment, identifying the details of how Mr. O'Keefe was standing, moving, or holding his arm at the time of the collision?
He did not state that. That's correct.
So when you've made your criticisms, that you've done testing regarding Dr. Welcher,
Agree, Brennan.
you don't have any evidence, any statement by him that he was trying to reenact the actual collision.
When I did that, there was one test with the arm like this. That's the only evidence that was presented in his opinion or in his case. I evaluated that. I have not seen any other explanation of what happened or how it occurred. Specifically, Dr. Welcher said in his report on page 9, he said,
Oh,
I
let's
have
get-
conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter.
Ha!
If he did not recreate
Did you
Ha.
say pause? Oh,
how he
No,
was
I said
positioned, if he
ha.
did not determine the speed of impact, if he did not determine how Mr. O'Keefe's body moved, if he did not determine where he ended up, then he did not conduct either an accident reconstruction analysis or a biomechanical causation analysis. He did nothing of the sort.
Other than your opinion, let's get back to my question if I could.
no.
I believe I answered at the beginning of the
I'm
answer.
going to ask you again.
I've already answered
My
it.
detailed question is, there is nothing in Dr. Welcher's report or any of his presentation that states he is trying to represent the exact posture, movement, and stance of Mr. O'Keefe when there was a collision. It's not anywhere in there where he stated that, is it?
It's not stated. I'd be curious to find out what that, if that wasn't the intent of the test, I'd be curious to see what the actual intent was.
Is the answer no, it's not in there?
I think I just said that at the beginning of my answer, sir.
I'm going to ask you again, is the answer no?
The answer is no.
Jesus Christ.
When you do crash
Not
tests,
at
you
all.
have a controlled environment in some respects, don't you?
You do, yes, sir.
You get to control some or sometimes many of the variables, don't you?
You can, yes.
Real
And thank you, Joe Pottinger, for the £5 to make a small dent in your swear money jar. Yeah, I'm going to need it today. But thank you so very much, you guys.
Yeah, I put the same on Twitter. Yeah.
life sometimes is described in your world as chaos, right?
I suppose it could be under certain circumstances.
Testing.
Anyone figured out Hank's undergrad school? I bet you Jemima has that because she's a snoop.
DeVry?
I don't know if he's dry.
Well, I don't know. Is there a college outside of 3 Mile Island? because that might explain a lot.
Lead paint high.
Yes.
He just asked it 24 times.
And he answered every single time.
Well, I'm sorry, but thank you, Brendan. I get questions about money laundering every time my sister sends me money from Switzerland. So I'll answer that truthfully as well. Why is this man sending you money? I don't know. Because he wants me to say Richard a lot on screen.
Is limited to the variables that you produce, but real life sometimes has variables you can't predict. Isn't that fair to say?
It's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible, doctor?
I don't know, is it?
What I'm asking you.
It depends on the situation and the certain variables. It depends on the case. It could be possible, yes.
Have you seen cases where variables are impossible to predict?
Where the what?
Variables. Have you had cases? You've had many cases, you said. Have you had cases where variables are impossible to predict?
It depends. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. And if you want to conclude that something happened and this is how it occurred, you have to look at those variables. If you can't control for those variables, then it's possible you can't prove that it actually happened. So yes, if you're doing a certain test to prove something, you have to look at how those variables may affect it. But there's basic information you have to know to perform that type of an analysis.
So my question again is, are there scenarios where variables are impossible to predict?
There could be, yes.
Have you had cases yourself where there are variables that were impossible to predict?
I suppose I probably have. I mean, it depends. If you don't know what happened, sure, then you don't know those variables necessarily.
How many cases have you done on pedestrian accidents?
Done hundreds of cases.
So you have a good background and basis to know whether or not there are variables that sometimes you can't predict, don't you?
Sure. As I said, it depends on the case.
When you did the crash tests in this case, did you actually do them?
I did not, no.
Were you even there when they happened?
I was not, no, sir.
So you're relying in part on Dr. Wolf's work.
I am, yes.
If Dr. Wolf made mistakes, would that affect your conclusions?
It depends what mistakes they are.
When you had, or when Dr. Wolf had the crash test dummy in test E and F on a forklift, do you remember those?
I do, yes.
When it's on the forklift, it does not allow the crash test dummy after being struck to move, to be thrown, does it?
Actually, if it's a force acting on it, it will move. It will like a pendulum. So if there's a force acting on it, you'll see which direction it moves. If there's a forward force, it will move. It'll swing forward or sideways or backwards. It can move.
Well, my question isn't direction. It's can it show the throw? Can it throw or move the crash test dummy in its natural course after the collision to a resting spot?
No. In those tests, though, there wouldn't be any throw.
If a crash test dummy is restrained by a forklift.
Stop asking the same question. You just had the answer. Do you think the jury are as stupid as you are? And again, I don't think you're stupid because you just conned the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for $400,000. Again, I feel sorry if you live in Massachusetts.
Also, if you're driving, make sure you're not speeding. I know this man is making us angry. Make sure your speed is good.
You heard it here. Speed is good. I think today it's called amphetamine, but Mo had a wild period in the 90s.
If a crash test dummy is restrained by a forklift, it does not allow the crash test dummy to be thrown, does it?
Assuming there is throw, that's correct. It doesn't.
It doesn't allow an observation of the crash test dummy to turn or fall, does it?
No, it does not. Well, no, actually, it turns, sure. I mean, it can spin.
How about fall?
No. And a crash test dummy would just fall down anyway.
Have you seen crash test dummies where it is held in place electromagnetically, and when the collision happens, then the dummy can move? Have you seen that?
I have, yes.
Have you seen...
Did your expert do that?
Excuse me. Have you seen a crash test with crash test dummy where there is a light? I'm sorry. Have you seen crash tests with crash test dummies where there is a light string and somebody cuts the string moments before the impact or a second before the impact?
I have, yes.
That wasn't done in this case, was it?
What? It wasn't necessary.
Was that done in this case?
It wasn't. I'll speak slower and a little clearer.
Oh, did he just sass him?
Oh, did he? Oh, please speak forward. Clear.
And thank you, the floofy cat. The overlords think that more than chocolate is required. Yeah, this might need to be a little adult beverage after stream sort of compensation.
And dude, your expert grabbed Brandy by the ass, then let him fall backwards. Yeah, he didn't use electric man. He'll really get at a good squeeze first.
Here.
If you answer my question.
I just did answer it. I said it wasn't.
When the crash test dummy is held by a forklift and the car hits it, it doesn't replicate the drag that the car will have on the crash test dummy as it would a real person, does it?
You can see if there's any drag because it's on like a pendulum. So if there's any drag pushing it forward, it's going to sway that way. It's going to move the dummy. It's not going to move at the distance that it actually would. If there was any distance, it would move it. But you can actually see the motion. And you can see in the testing, the 24-mile-an-hour testing, there was no motion, which is not unexpected for that type of a test.
There is a difference between a crash on center of mass and a fender vault, isn't there?
There is, yes.
A fender vault is a different type of collision than a center of mass collision. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
And he talked about
it is
that.
impossible to replicate all of the different scenarios with the crash test dummy on a fender vault collision, isn't it?
I mean, it depends on what you're trying to replicate, and it depends looking at the injuries or how someone was positioned. So if you know how they were positioned, you can try and replicate that, yes.
Could I have 59 of Dr. Rentschler's PowerPoint, please?
Oh, God, not 59 of Dr. Rentschler. I thought he said he was going to be done in 2 hours.
An hour and 30 minutes.
In your PowerPoint, you cited an article, Vehicle Pedestrian Collisions, Validated Models for Pedestrian Impact and Projection, correct?
Yes.
And you put snippets up on the board?
Yes.
Okay. And these snippets talk about an engagement with the pedestrian in the vehicle?
Correct.
Is there a reason why you took out a piece of that article that falls between those two paragraphs?
No, I don't think so, no. Those are the most relevant parts.
Did you cut out the part that says some frontal collisions are with the corner of the vehicle where the pedestrian is deflected to one side without secondary impact of the upper body with the vehicle front? Alternatively, the transverse velocity of the pedestrian at impact may be sufficient to prevent head contact as the body rotates sideways off the bonnet. And these situations are known as fender vault. The models presented here do not apply to fender vault. Did you leave that part out purposely?
Oh, yeah, I did, sir, because this isn't a frontal impact with a sedan over the fender of the sedan. This is with the back of an SUV, so it's completely different.
You've cited many sources.
Yeah, I did leave that out because it's completely irrelevant to the situation we're talking about, you douchebag.
But did you ever think that if it was completely different circumstances, that it could have been relevant for this case? I like his little smirk. He was happy. Rentschler is about to copy Grandma, flop a giant meat bag on the witness stand, and just start donging Brennan more as the petulance increases. Yes. These two witnesses have, I will say, pulled out the metaphorical meat bat and said, let's measure them, and then slapped him in the face with it after, because both of them have snarked Brennan when he has said dumb things. Now, Val.
He has officially pissed off Dr. Rentschler. He has denigrated Dr. Wolf. He's denigrated Arca. He has crossed the line one too many times. And Dr. Rentschler, who up to this point in the entirety of testimony that we've watched, has never once given snark. Not even the slightest hint of snark.
No.
He's up there shaking. He's up there ready to just rip this dude apart right now. And I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when are we going to get to why wasn't there any blinker fluid spilled at the scene? We clearly see the blinker was gone.
Yeah. I mean, are we sure that Karen didn't buy the air filter that they tell you at Jiffy Lube you have to buy every time? Guilty. And thank you for being a member for 13 months, Marissa. You are now a deacon in the Church of Mo. That really doesn't get you much more, but you can make your own name tag if you want. Rentschler's going to ask for a raise. Yes, he is. He's going to be like, screw being salary. I want extra compensation for having to deal with this douche. I need douche recompense. And thank you, Marissa, for the swear jar contributions. It's greatly appreciated.
This dude is
Where
unbelievable.
it talks about front end collisions, because that is the majority of pedestrian collisions, the front end, isn't it?
The majority, it is, yes, sir.
And so there is a difference between friend of all's and a center of mass collision, isn't there?
That's correct. And that's why you see a center of mass, you look at the testing we did, that's a center of mass impact. On a frontal impact, usually, if you're hit by the front of a car, it doesn't usually get your center of mass, you're too tall. That's why you do it.
Someone, I think it was Christina Rex, said Brennan isn't reading the jury right. It might not be Christina Rex. I saw it on Twitter. I'll try and go Sue from Boston, whatever, normally puts up. She always, everyone's taking notes. I don't care. I want to have those people sitting up there at Brennan.
The fender vault, or you flip onto the hood, or you flip over the top of the car. So yeah, it's completely different. It doesn't pertain to allegedly what occurred in this case.
So let me get back to my question. When the tests were done, E and F was a center of mass collision at 29 miles per hour, wasn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Right. E, are you considering E a center of mass collision?
Which was he, the 24
miles per hour?
No, it didn't hit the center of mass of the dummy, it just hit the arm.
Exactly. So there is a difference. In this case, you don't know the position of Mr. O'Keefe's arm at impact.
But he knows it wasn't a center of mass.
Nobody knows. I don't think his arm was even impacted by the car, so no. I don't know the position of the arm at impact because it wasn't hit by the car.
You don't know the angle of his body at impact, do you?
The alleged angle?
Marissa, 14 months as a part of the goat herd. Outstanding. Oh, a free one here too. Welcome. 14 months. That's impressive. Appreciate you. Thank you.
So ask the question again.
Okay.
For the swears.
You have no information about the angle of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time
Shouldn't
the
you
defendant's
hang?
Lexus
No one
was
does.
traveling backwards on January 29, 2022, do you?
We have no information that he was even hit by the Lexus. So there wouldn't be any information on the angle if his body wasn't hit.
When you talked about force equations with this jury, you cited a number of pieces of literature, didn't you?
I did, yes.
When you cited the literature, you cited all literature regarding concentrated forces, didn't you?
No, that's not true.
There's a difference between concentrated and distributed force, isn't there?
Yeah, I talked about that on my direct, yes, sir.
When you showed your slides, for example, the hand.
Yes.
Could we see slide 8, please?
I don't understand how this came to trial. I really don't.
Okay. Let's try slide
They
56.
said mean things about the police, so that's why.
Mm-hmm.
You would agree with me, Doctor, there's a difference between a concentrated and a distributed load, wouldn't you?
I would, yes.
When you gave your opinions in this case, it was based on concentrated load, wasn't it?
No, sir.
When you gave your force equations, was that distributed load or concentrated load?
Well, that was the load at the center of mass. And so you can evaluate that on a distributed load. You look at acceleration and you look at bending moment. So you can do both.
When you gave your charts and numbers, was that based on concentrated or distributed load?
No, that was based on the distributed load with respect to the center of mass of that arm and where the accelerometer was.
But this was not a center of mass impact.
We're assuming.
Center of mass of the
Oh,
arm.
you're so dumb. Center of mass means the mass of the body. Yes, the center of mass on the hand.
Yeah,
so
because
dumb.
you said it was over here in your forearm area was the center of mass.
Because he had the accelerometer. He want to say that you can't say that the knuckles would be bent because it's not a center of mass, or broken because it's not a center of mass, because he said the center of mass on the hand, not a center of mass hit, which would be on the bodies. But he could extrapolate from the impact on the hand. Remember, he said he was holding the glass, which would make the knuckles protrude.
Mm-hmm.
He's so stupid.
Okay,
Apparently,
Baker.
a lot of yawning is going on, a lot of note taking, someone looking uncomfortable during the testing exchange. Someone is playing with their hair. That is what the jury is doing.
Baker, does the defense call Dr. Welcher to the stand after this?
Yeah.
Because I sure as hell would.
Yeah, they only did the test results because his crooks were the ones who said his hand hit the back of the car. Made a dent on it. Then they made a test showing that his hand wasn't that far in. Oh. Yeah, I'm glad they're not going in and then confusing everyone with the third-party corporate defense after this one.
Center of mass is the most dispersed impact. So if we want concentrated, then we look at a focal point, and you can do that with the hand. But center of mass acceleration and distributed across the entire arm, that's where it's the least amount of pressure if we're talking about force over area. And that's what I evaluated in this case.
When you gave your demonstration about the hand with the different hexagons on it, do you remember that?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. There's a difference between taking a small object and putting pressure on the body as opposed to a larger, wider object, isn't there?
Well, it depends.
You're not using Welch's stabbing himself with a
difference when you look at
pin.
the size of that impactor and the size of the knuckles and the metacarpal bones.
So, for example, if somebody took a book and hit somebody off the forehead, it may or may not leave a mark.
Don't
But if they
give me
use the
ideas,
same
Brennan.
force and they took a high heel, the heel of a high heel, and hit somebody, there would likely be more damage with the high heel than there would with the book. Isn't that fair to say?
Well, soft
Brennan,
tissue,
why did you
if
pick
the
a
force is
high
the same,
heel?
you would expect the fracture to occur. You have to look at the distribution, you have to look at the strength of the bone, and you have to look at the overall force that's being applied.
Now, you said in your differential diagnosis you considered all evidence. Did you say that on direct examination?
I don't believe I did. I believe I considered evidence for a biomechanical and accident reconstruction analysis in this case.
So you didn't consider phone data.
Has nothing to do with biomechanics or accident reconstruction.
Did you consider text stream data?
I'm going to allow that.
I'll strike it. Did you consider Apple healthcare data?
No, sir.
Health data.
Did you consider phone temperature, battery temperature data?
It has nothing to do with
Has nothing to do with
biomechanical.
biomechanics, sir.
I'll ask again. Did you consider it?
I did not, no.
You said it would be improper to ignore evidence. Are those your words?
For a biomechanical analysis, yes, sir.
Have you been to the scene of an accident before or a collision?
I have, yes.
Do you know what a debris field is?
Yes, sir.
And you've seen in your videos E and F, there's debris fields after the collision and the taillight brakes, isn't there?
So first of all, there's debris in the yard. What that's from, is there a collision? Was there a collision? Where did that come from? Where it was positioned? That's all conjecture and supposition. Those aren't actual facts, sir.
Outstanding.
Thank you.
Outstanding.
It's in-
I love you, sir.
Bev,
In a collision.
Bev is why.
I have, yes.
Have you seen debris
In a
fields
friend
where
way.
a taillight was shattered?
I have, yes.
In fact, in your video, yes or no, after the collisions, in video E and F,
Thank you, Leslie,
hope
for
you-
the $10 super sticker of a pair crying, laughing on the floor.
I
That's
genuinely hope that he says that this doesn't look like a debris field as much as somebody dropping taillight pieces all over a yard. I genuinely hope he goes there.
I
At this
love this
point,
guy.
say all of us laughed at Aperture, like laughed our balls off. We had no idea what the hell he was trying to say. So Hank, how about you make it make sense?
Yeah,
Although
and
that would probably get him contempt.
Gigi is right. The last three witnesses has smoked Brennan.
Yeah.
are debris fields, aren't there?
There are at a certain point, yes, sir, absolutely.
So if you're looking at your studies, do you consider debris fields?
It depends on the evidence. It depends on how it was collected. It depends if it is accurate or reliable. But from a biomechanical standpoint, no, you don't need to look at the debris field or alleged debris field of a taillight cover. That has nothing to do with the injuries or the position or the movement of
Can I
an
have exhibit
individual.
73, please?
He's so mad.
Cut them off.
He's looking at him like, "Go ahead, douche. Just say something. I want to
Do you
get
see
done."
that, sir?
We're glad to have you here, Leslie, and thank you again for the super sticker. And pair, all pair. I don't make the super stickers. Other than that, I would have made Cora, the Pomeranian who identifies as a German Shepherd.
I do.
Do you know what that is?
Looks like possibly part of the taillight cover.
Right. Is that an alleged part of taillight cover, or do you think that's
Oh
part
my
of a taillight
God,
cover?
you
Sir?
idiot.
I don't know specifically. It might be part of the actual taillight
Well,
cover.
when you studied this case and you looked at all the evidence and all these different things, did you look at these photos and see that alleged piece of taillight shard recovered from the front yard area of
What
34
planted
Fairview Road? Did you consider that?
Call it planted
Well,
evidence.
was that part of the one that was recovered by a leaf blower or not?
When you were doing your sir,
Yes.
what I'm asking you is, when you were looking at all the available evidence, when you looked at this photo,
Let's never finish cross. I don't say this, and I never thought I'd ever say this, but keep this man on cross forever.
Yeah,
Did I just fall in love a little bit? Yes.
First of all, 2 thumbs up for that answer. Second of all, that was not a cover for a taillight. That was a part of the diffuser that couldn't happen in any way they tested it from ARCA. I had a friend who got kicked out of Boston College, ended up at this place called UMIC in a random house. We showed up drunk, tossed a female friend through I shouldn't say that. That's even worse. A female toy through the door, Reginald West, then rolled a keg in. Who's Reginald West?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Brandon, do you name your female toys?
And why would you name it Reginald?
Regional West Medical Center?
Oh.
Oh,
No.
well, that makes more sense, I guess.
Why is that Regional West? I have to Google.
This alleged taillight chart on
Did
the
you
front
fall?
lawn of 34 Fairview Road.
Foul humor
No.
return?
Oh, I was aware that there was debris in the yard, but again, that has nothing to do with the biomechanical analysis. If you can't prove that the impact happened, then everything after that doesn't actually matter, does it? Because all of that would be from something else. So unless you prove the core issue at this case, the contact, the post-impact movement, the head injury, without proving that, everything else is ancillary to what you're attempting to conclude.
Oh, shit.
Do you have any evidence in your biomechanical studies how this alleged piece of taillight shard ended up on the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
That's not his job.
I don't know, sir. I didn't evaluate or investigate that.
Could I have Exhibit 76A, please?
Oh, God, he was just going to show him all the taillight pieces.
Yeah.
This is so dumb.
By the way,
Did you
did
see
you
this
know
photograph, sir?
I hit him?
I do, yes.
Is that part of a red taillight shard or an alleged piece of a taillight shard?
It looks like it, yes.
Did you consider this in your biomechanical studies that
He said
this
no,
taillight
you
shard was
dumbass.
found
He said no 55 million times.
in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Well, sorry, can you give me a precise distance from where the body was found and where that was found with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, with respect to a reference point?
Did you consider this, sir?
There is none, so no, I did not consider that.
Do you know how this taillight
Picture of a
light
piece
shard got
that
there?
no one knows where it came
I
from.
got there?
Yes.
That wasn't part of my analysis. There are certainly different possibilities of how that actually occurred.
Exhibit 990.
I love this man.
This man is my bestest
He got
friend.
in all the snark now.
Do you know what that is, sir?
Yeah, he's pissed.
It looks like part of the light assembly.
Mr. O'Keefe's hat?
Oh,
Did you
that's
look at
his
the
hat.
photograph?
I see now, yes.
Did you know he was wearing a hat that night?
I did, yes.
And did you consider how that hat ended up on the ground in front of 34 Fairview?
Somebody put it there.
No, sir, that was not part of my biomechanical analysis. There's a number of ways a hat can end up in a yard.
Is one of those ways being in a collision with a Lexus?
I suppose that's a possibility, or someone could put it there. I mean, there's a number of different possibilities as to when or how a hat may appear in a yard.
Who do you think put it there?
I have no idea. I haven't seen any evidence of how it got there, and frankly, it's immaterial to a biomechanical analysis.
Do you have a theory you want to share with us about planting evidence? Is that
Oh,
what-
you asshole.
Do you have a theory about shut the fuck up, you absolute poser? I
Hank
hate this guy.
is the one that just brought up planting evidence. Hank Brennan just
Hank
brought
Brennan
up
said planting evidence, yes.
Holy shit.
What
Yeah.
in the hell is going on here? No, don't object, Jackson. Let this keep
Don't
going.
object. Let him go. Let him talk.
Yeah. Yeah.
Register is ripping this dude a new asshole. Let him do it.
Again, do not piss off kind people. People will be nice, and then the people, because Brennan has been an ass these entire hearings, these voir dires, and everything. You push a kind person too far, you get the sassy and the bitch fire.
Mama, there goes that man again. The good doctor is running through the courtroom with his hair on fire. No defense objection. Let the man live. I would. You just had the prosecutor allege that there is a theory that someone planted evidence,
That's amazing.
and he is implying that this guy believes that theory, and he just said, "I don't know how it got there." You brought
they
it back
have
into the mind of the juror, Hank, you absolute idiot.
They have to be able to tell who that he worked for the DOJ. They have to at this point.
Yeah.
At this point, Brennan has kicked in the door.
Yes.
And
That,
thank you, Kelly DD, for being a member for 1 month. Zing, give it to him.
By the way, the x-rays you looked at earlier, when's the first time you saw those?
I saw those when I was on the case initially for the first trial.
No mention in your report about reviewing those.
It says I reviewed medical records and reports. That's how I actually word in every report I have. I just put generally that it refers to medical records and reports, which includes x-rays, MRIs.
Exhibit 74, please.
Oh, God.
How did that get there? A
That
shoe at the curb?
Have you seen this photograph?
I have, yes.
Okay. In your studies or your testing, did you determine how Mr. O'Keefe's shoe ended up near the curb?
No, sir.
Exhibit 201A, please.
I love this dude.
I don't know if he's trying to throw this trial. At this point, I would actually consider it an option because he knows he didn't prove shit and he isn't good enough. So I think he is actually trying to bait the defense witnesses to declare a mistrial instead of having her declared innocent, and then the Commonwealth will say, well, we don't want to try it again. We still believe she's guilty, but we can't prove it.
I think they would. I think the Commonwealth would go after her a third time if given the opportunity.
This is with a ringer, and they can't even prove it.
I think they might, man.
I think they would.
Have you seen this
They're going to just
photograph
run her
before?
out of money. Not the lawyers.
I don't know that I have.
Have you ever seen any container that had taillight shards that matched the defendant's Lexus that were removed from his sweatshirt and his shirt? Have you ever seen any container
Oh, the
holding those?
microglass
I
that no
haven't.
one can see.
Well, I believe there was evidence collected like that, but yes.
Okay, could we have 201E, please?
And you're going to
Have you seen this photo?
microscopic.
I believe I have seen that, yes.
Do you understand those are taillight shards matching the defendant's Lexus, the broken taillight,
Yes.
that were recovered from Mr. O'Keefe's sweater or shirt?
I'm going to allow that. Did you consider that?
I'll try. I'd rather try to reformat than come sidebar. Did you
Show us
know
the way it really looks.
that taillight shards were collected after Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt and T-shirt was scraped?
That's not what
Not the T-shirt.
There is the city brief.
It didn't happen because
Study of the
they found it in the same bag. She never said she found it
in
from
your
scraping
extensive
the shirt.
study of the detail of this case, did you know that these pieces of plastic were removed or scraped from Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, specifically his sweatshirt and his T-shirt? Did you know that?
I was aware that samples were recovered, yes.
Were you aware that these samples were consistent with the broken tail?
I'm sorry, Trey Mill. I can recommend Court TV or Law and Crime. We do the same here. I'm sorry that you don't like the super chats. I'm sorry that you don't like our commentary, but we will do stops now and again instead of talking over court when we have something to say. That's our style. It's not for everyone. Those of you who like it, thank you. Those of you who don't like it, I can recommend Court TV or Law and Crime.
Of Miss Reed's Lexus. Did you know that?
Yes.
Did you do any analysis how these broken taillight shards got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
No, I did not. The first step involved with that would be to actually perform a biomechanical analysis to look at the movement of the body, how the body was positioned, where it ended up. So without that knowledge, you can't determine exactly how or if those types of shards were deposited there as the result of an actual impact.
I'll try again.
Okay.
Yeah, he just got to say it.
Taillight shards that were
Go ahead, Mr.
Oh,
Brennan.
he keeps saying taillight shards.
Yeah.
Did you consider how they got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes? Objection. Same objection.
I
That's not
understand the objection.
a biomechanical.
Start with the difference.
Yes, Your Honor.
You see these pieces of broken plastic, don't you?
I do.
And you understand that these were found in scrapings of Mr. O'Keefe's clothes.
I do.
And you understand that these broken pieces of plastic are consistent with the taillight of Ms. Reed's glasses.
I do, yes.
In your studies and reenactments, did you make any determination how these pieces of broken plastic got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, when you look at those studies, first you have to know how the incident occurred. Then you can look at that and determine, if you want to, how that may have occurred. Because otherwise, there's, again, different ways, different manners in which that may have been deposited on the sweatshirt. Without knowing how this happened, you can't just then look at other evidence and try and predict how it happened. You need the actual evidence to look at the event. This all goes to the event. You need contact with the arm, I guess apparently, to actually cause this incident to occur. And without that evidence of any of that happening, knowing how the body moved, knowing how it was hit, knowing where it ended up, any conclusions drawn off of information like this is just supposition, because you don't know the movement of the body or the vehicle. It's putting the cart before the horse.
What the hell?
Exhibit 201D, please. Do you understand this is broken pieces of plastic consistent with the broken taillight of the defendant's car? Do you understand that?
I believe so, yes.
And do you understand this is a photograph of these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope?
Okay.
Well, I'm asking you, do you understand
So
that?
if that's what you're telling me, then
I don't want you to rely on me. If you didn't see them, it's okay.
I don't recall if I saw those or not.
Have you seen this picture?
I don't recall seeing it, no.
Now looking at this photograph and seeing these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope.
It doesn't change the question no matter how many times you show him it.
In your analysis, forming your opinion whether or not it was a collision between Ms. Reed's car and Mr. O'Keefe.
Again, if you can't do a proper biomechanical analysis, then that evidence is not consistent. You can't determine how it occurred. You can't say that that's consistent with it. You can't just look at certain evidence and not do a proper analysis. If you can't even tell that an impact occurred, you can't look at tertiary evidence and say, well, this proves that it occurred. In order to say from a biomechanical and accident reconstruction standpoint that an impact occurred and here's how it occurred, you have to understand the mechanics and dynamics before. This could certainly support that finding and those conclusions, but by itself, I don't know of any methodology in any study or peer-reviewed article that says you can just look at alleged evidence and then form an opinion as to whether an impact occurred.
I love this dude. I absolutely love him.
Alleged evidence.
So true. You can't just see a taillight and go, oh, you know what happened.
You disagree? Do you think they're not sharp?
Well, I don't have an opinion as to that, sir.
We'll take a look.
You can't look and tell if they're sharp, you idiot.
Look at that me kindly. You tell me whether you think those pieces of broken plastic are sharp.
I would allow that.
I guess they look sharp. I have no idea if they are or not. It's under a microscope. When you actually put things under a microscope, it looks much different, and it is much different than
Let's go back to
looking at the normal eye.
20E. Perhaps that can help. What
do a burnt pizza, a pregnant woman, and a frozen beer have in common, Baker? Someone forget to pull it out in time. I almost burned my pizza yesterday. And
Not
I
under a
twice
microscope.
forgot to-
If you pay particular attention to the larger one in the middle, that looks like a shark's tooth. Do you see
Yes.
that one?
Yes.
Do you think, doctor, that some of those appear sharp?
Some of those appear sharp, could possibly cause a laceration, sure, as opposed to an abrasion.
Do you think that any of those could cause an abrasion?
I don't think that you could get a consistent level of superficial abrasions along the entire arm of minimal depth of less than 0.5 millimeter for impact with the glass. To have that minimal force on every part of the arm to only cause superficial abrasions would be highly unlikely.
Do you think some of those sharp pieces, if they were lodged in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, could cause an abrasion?
It's possible if you had enough punctures and holes in the sweater to correspond with the abrasions on the arm. That would be, I suppose, that could be a possibility.
Baby shark, toot, 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 baby
In your
shark.
testing, not to belabor it, I'm just going to show you one. I want to show you video E. Could we go to video E, please?
Oh, God.
Stop. In video E, the arm that is sticking straight out Who determined that angle, Dr. Wolf?
Yes, well, we positioned it just so it would impact in the general area of what was shown in Dr. Welcher's paint test study, which apparently is irrelevant and doesn't show the alleged position of how the arm was at impact. But yes, we positioned it in that manner.
Did you have input on the positioning of that, or did Dr. Wolf do it?
Well, I had input into how we were going to position it. It would probably be both of us, I would say.
So you and Dr. Wolf chose to position the arm straight out, correct?
In that test, we did, yes.
That's the only
Is there a
way it would
glass
have impacted.
in Randy's hand?
There is not, no.
A drinking glass, no?
No.
In any of your studies, did you have a drinking glass in Randy's hand?
We did not have a drinking glass in the
Randy
Miss hand.
is sober.
And you see when the taillight is shattering,
He's our DD.
those red things falling down. What are those?
Those are part of the taillight.
Continue a little bit, please. Stop. Did you count how many taillight pieces broke?
We didn't count the taillight pieces. We counted how many punctures or holes there were in the sweatshirt, which was 0.
If you had done this test and changed the arm angle, do you expect the damage would look different as far as the brakes in that taillight?
Well, we conducted a number of tests. It may look somewhat different, sure.
If you conducted this test and moved the arm angle, not another test, this test, but you move the arm angle, do you expect that the brake would look different?
That the brake would look different?
Yes.
It could look a little different. I mean, certainly the brakes looked a little different in the test, but they were comparable to each other.
You do not know how John O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
Nobody does.
Well,
No one does.
No, I'm going to allow that.
You do not know how John
Ask an
O'Keefe was standing
answer.
that night, do you?
if he was standing, if the impact occurred, then no, nobody knows how he would have been standing.
You would not know what his arm angle was, would you?
No.
You would not know the exact speed of any vehicle that hit him that night, would you?
No vehicle hit him.
The debris, the broken taillight, is that traveling in a consistent or a different direction?
What do you mean consistent or
Is it
different?
all going in the same direction or is it going in different directions?
No, there's some spread to the debris.
So the pieces don't all fall right in a pile with each other, do they?
They do not, no.
Continue, please. Stop. Do the majority of the pieces land on Randy?
No, they do not.
And so as they fall, if Randy were to fall, many of those pieces would not be among the immediate area of his body, would they?
If the dummy fell right there, no, they would not be.
Now, the dummy can't fall because the dummy is on a forklift, correct?
It's suspended like a pendulum, correct?
And you see in your test that the taillight, at what you say is 24 miles per hour, can be broken without the dummy's knees touching the vehicle. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
You can't tell the full movement and fall of this dummy the way you set up this test, can you?
Well, knowing the physics, you can certainly determine or estimate where it would be, but no, you could release it and it would fall primarily straight down. It would twist and it would fall down.
Is there something that could affect the dummy if you let it fall? Is there something that could affect its movement after being hit?
Like what?
Like, could its feet be twisted and then hit another object like a curb?
Well, there's going to be very little lateral movement of its feet, but even if it did, then it's still going to fall over right where it is.
Can you continue, please? Can you see the feet, doctor?
Yes,
Are they twisting?
they are, yes.
Is that because of the
Because they're
rotation of
not
Randy after he struck?
anchored.
Yeah, that's the rotation of Randy. And again, yeah, as you said, that's not a normal person because there's no normal force acting on the dummy. We just have it barely touching. So a normal individual, you aren't going to twist to that extent because this is a dummy which is suspended with just a little contact on the
And
ground.
after being contacted by a vehicle enough to break the light, could it cause a person to stagger backwards?
I mean, you're making some suppositions here. There's no evidence that would occur in this case, and not if you're spinning like that. You're not going to stagger backwards first. You're going to spin if you get hit with your arm, as I described in my direct. But is it possible? I can't say it's impossible, but there's no evidence of that.
Could a person stumble backwards after being hit?
I'm going to allow that.
What do you mean by backwards? Because you'd be spinning. So what direction is backwards?
Could a person get their foot caught on a curb, sneaker come off, and then stagger backwards and fall on their head?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Why, Bev?
Doctor?
Can you answer that?
I mean, I guess you could somehow predict or have a possibility of almost anything happening. You could say someone could get hit by a car and do a couple of somersaults into the yard. I mean, there's no evidence of that. So it's just supposition, but I won't say it's impossible.
You think John O'Keefe did somersaults in the front yard of 34 Fairview? Is that what you're telling us, Doctor?
No,
Maybe
I
they were
don't think he even
pirouette.
got hit by the car, sir.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking
Yeah.
if he did somersaults in the front yard.
No, there's no evidence of what he did.
Your Honor, come sidebar quickly before I start.
Okay. Oops.
He said, no, I don't think he got hit by a car, sir. Why are somersaults so ridiculous? Last trial, they had him doing pirouettes.
Yeah, he had him doing a triple sow cow into a double toe loop and then landing on it. Hank's going over to complain. He's not answering my question. He is answering your question. You keep asking the same damn one.
Hank did call the sidebar, Marissa, and I'm curious what he's planning on doing. Because obviously they talked about whatever this is. He's like, can I come over to sidebar before I do the thing? Rentschler is eating Brennan for lunch. Like, he is just destroying every single question.
But this has been the problem. We didn't know exactly where he landed. I don't care what the grainy and bad footage, where it's blurry and we sort of see a blob that is John. We never know where he landed exactly other than a 10 to 20 foot radius.
It's unbelievable. This whole thing's unbelievable. There's no proof that he was hit by a car. There's no indication of how fast the car was going, the location of the strike, the location of the body after the strike. It's
No, and what does he think he's going to impeach him with? I mean, again, if the state brings another ambush thing again, at what point does Bev say, hey, you were supposed to prove this case, not the defense?
Well, that's not how things work in Norfolk County.
Well, I know, but what the hell is going? I thought he was, it feels like he's taken 84 years.
Did you see this photograph, sir?
I did, yes.
And do you see the cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose, the left side of his nostril?
I do.
In your analysis of whether there was a collision with the defendant's Lexus, did you consider or know that there was evidence that a piece of glass or a piece of broken plastic was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I'm going to allow that. I'm going to allow that. So hold on. Let's get an answer, Dr. Mitchell. Your objection's noted, Mr. Jackson.
I was aware there was some piece of material allegedly pulled from the nose, yes.
Allegedly pulled from the nose?
Yes.
Okay. And that alleged piece of material, were you aware that it was perhaps a piece of glass or broken plastic?
Are you aware of that? So
That's not an evidence.
hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Brennan.
I can reword it.
Okay.
You're welcome. Are you aware of that object that was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? What material that was?
I believe it was glass.
Did you want to know in your assessment about collision where that came from?
No.
Well, I did evaluate that, and it's actually entirely inconsistent with coming from an impact with the vehicle.
Oh, you so
Exhibit
dumb.
52A, please.
How does a non-binary person unalive people? They slash them. They, them. Get it? No.
They slash them.
They slashed them. Now I get them. Thank you.
Know what that is, Doctor?
Oh,
It's hard for me to see from here.
I didn't get that.
I believe that's a drinking glass.
A drinking glass. Do you know where that is in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I believe it was found in the vicinity of where he was found.
And could I have exhibit 195,
Good one,
please?
Brendan.
You recognize that?
That is another photograph of the drinking glass, yes, sir.
197A, please.
what are you proving here, Brennan?
B. C.
Yep, more glass that has nothing to do with anything, and all of it.
And in your assessment,
no
did you know
question.
that a piece of
Why
glass
is
that
he just
fit
showing
the broken drinking glass was found in the street area in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, sir.
98, please. A little more, please. Do you know what that is, sir?
No.
It's hard for me to tell from
Does it
back.
look like a drinking straw?
Okay, the black, that does appear to be a drinking straw, yes.
Have you seen that before?
I've seen that photograph before.
And you appreciate that is in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And sir, in your analysis, in your reconstruction analysis, did you consider the broken glass found there, Mr. O'Keefe's body, the suggestion glass is found in his nose, and that glass that fit the broken glass was found on the street? Did you consider all those things in your reconstruction analysis?
Well, my biomechanical analysis, I did consider especially the glass in the nose, yes, and whether that could have been as a result of the impact.
The result of what?
A result of the impact with the vehicle.
When did you find out about the glass from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? When did you learn that?
I don't recall specifically.
But was it before you came and
the
testified
small
last time,
was
or was it
found-
before this time?
I honestly, I couldn't tell you. I know it was
Days
before this time. I don't know when I found out about it.
Weeks ago, months ago? Can you turn the lights on, please?
I have no idea, sir.
You don't know if it was weeks or month ago?
I don't remember that specific piece of evidence when I found out about it.
What do you mean you don't remember it? Have you seen it before?
Well, I evaluated certainly for my report for this case. I don't know if I'd known about it prior to that.
Is it mentioned anywhere?
We don't know if that, no one has testified where that straw came from. It's just implied that it must have been in her drink.
Or the
even
glass,
though,
for that matter.
it's the wrong glass to what we saw on the, but no one ever tried to testify about that.
Yeah,
Brennan,
and
report
not to
about the piece of
mention,
glass
aren't
in
they
Mr. O'Keefe's
all
nose?
heavy drinkers?
Mhm.
Could a swizzle stick have come from any one of those, drunk a-holes?
And
It
it
could
was
have
found-
very easily
It's
come
also
from Higgins
trash in the
with his JMO and Ginger when he went and got in his Jeep. He could have chucked that at homeboy's face, knocked him out cold. He could have fallen backwards and cracked his head. That's a much more likely turn of events than this 30 mile an hour, 24 mile an hour back up through treacherous Hell Street and clipped pirouette somersault. Crazy talk. This whole thing is crazy talk.
And again, this stayed in the street after the snow had started to melt and after the street was plowed. It lay just there.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
You just trash
When you
from
received that
anywhere.
information, did someone tell you about it? Did you listen? Did you watch? How did you evaluate this
The
evidence?
DOJ told me.
It might have been in an interview or something that it was pulled from his nose, I believe.
So you saw and listened to something?
I believe so, or was made aware of it.
Just a couple more questions,
Yeah,
sir.
agent.
I had asked you at the beginning of your examination
There was no DNA found on the
whether you
straw.
denied that receiving information certainly helped prepare to understand what was going on during the trial. Do you remember those questions?
With respect to the trace DNA, correct?
And approach?
Yes.
Oh, I wish he would have said DOJ once. Damn him and his professionalism.
I know.
I think they want him to bury his own grave.
You've testified a few times under oath in this case, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And you testified recently for a short bit in April, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And now he's going to say, as he admitted to in the beginning, that he had information from
Did you testify in this very court
someone.
I believe I did.
under oath,
Yes, sir.
like the oath you took today?
Yes, or yesterday.
If
Now,
this is
can
referring
I
to
read
the
this?
DOJ
I'm not
again,
attributing this in any way to the defendant's attorneys. I'm going to read you this just for clarity. You were asked, did they inform you about witness testimony? And what did you say, sir?
They did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the trial that I was not aware of.
Those are your words?
Yes, sir.
he's talking about the DOJ again.
Yeah, and he said that in the beginning, but he just want to put it up there. In no way related to the defense.
On page 125, line 7, I'll read the question. And if this is your answer, you should read the answer. Were you asked, and by calling and raising issues and telling you information, even if you weren't requesting it, it helped prepare you for your trial testimony, didn't it? What did you swear?
I said it certainly helped prepare me to understand what was going on during the trial, yes.
But it didn't change any of his opinions, you asshole.
Yeah.
He said that a bajillion and 12 times.
They have to be able to bring in the DOJ.
Yes.
Yeah, but-
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
Ooh,
Okay.
sidebar. Recross.
He's
Sure,
going to ask if they can bring in.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Rinchler, you were just asked a couple of questions about they provided information about the prior trial, correct?
Correct.
They is no one associated with the defense team, correct?
That's correct. No one associated with you, and they provided information. And again, it let me know what was going on, but it didn't affect my preparation or my opinions. It in no way changed any of my opinions or what I testified to.
Thank you for
To,
that.
to get through this, I'm going to let you just
Thank you.
answer the question.
Sorry,
that
Ron.
you mentioned.
And with regards, and I appreciate that. Mr. Brennan asked you a couple of questions about they being your employer. Do you remember those questions at the beginning of his cross-examination?
I do, yes.
Who is your employer, actually? The actual employer that you work for?
ARCA.
Okay. Wasn't them.
No.
It's a client, correct?
It was a client.
A
That's
completely
correct.
separate entity that hired you for that work, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. You were asked about a fender vault collision, and you said
They should be. Ooh, I don't like it.
Right?
Correct.
What is a fender vault?
They are not allowed
A fender
to talk
vault is
about
when
it.
you're hit by the front of a car and you're moving across the car. So you're moving across the center towards the driver's side of the car, and the car hits you. You go up over the car, and you fly over the fender to the driver's side of the car. So you vault over top of the fender.
Dr. Rachel, where is my, as I stand here, where's my center of mass?
Right about your belly button.
Right there.
Yes.
So what would happen if I was hit by a vehicle, front collision, and the vehicle struck me below my center of mass?
It's going to flip you. Your center of mass will go. You'd go right up. If it was coming right at you and it hit you at your legs, you'd flip right into the hood or over top of the car.
Is that what's described in the industry as a fender vault?
That is part of a fender vault, yes, but it's at an angle. So instead of going direct back, it's because if the person's walking across and you get hit, you fly kind of back and over the top of the fender.
Did that set of circumstances, physics, have anything to do with your analysis in this case?
Thank you.
No, none whatsoever. The profile of the car is completely different. The back of the SUV.
You were asked several questions about the debris field in the test F as in Foxtrot. Well, actually, you were asked about both test E and test F. Test E being the 24-mile-an-hour impact to the right arm of Randy, correct?
Correct.
And test F, the full rear impact, center mass impact, correct?
Correct.
You were shown several photographs, exhibits of very tiny, tiny shards. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
I'll get to that in a second. You were also shown some photographs of pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been found at 34 Fairview. Clear plastic, piece of red plastic, correct?
That's correct, yes.
In your review of all the data in this case, do you know when those pieces of plastic got to 34 Fairview?
I do not. No.
Do you know how those pieces of plastic got to 34 Fairview?
I do not know.
Do you know who put those pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview?
I do not.
Were you aware in your review of the police reports that none of the plastic that you were shown was found at the time John O'Keefe's body was discovered and the area was initially searched?
That is correct, yes. I was aware of that.
You indicated that the cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose, the right side of his nose, was inconsistent with coming from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe why you came to that conclusion?
Well, if you're standing at the back corner of the vehicle and it strikes the arm, and let's be clear, if nobody wants to say where the arm was or how it was positioned, if they're claiming the abrasions are a result of the fractured taillight, it has to strike the arm. You have to be standing like this. The debris goes forward with the vehicle. So it's with your arm like this, it already passes by the person. And if there would be any contact whatsoever, it would be with the right side of the face. The shard can't come out and then make a right turn and then somehow embed itself on the left side of the nose. That's entirely inconsistent with the fracture and how the glass and the cover would actually move.
I never thought of that.
Dr. Rachel, you were asked a series of questions about a hat. Do you remember that?
I do.
About some shards of plastic material, correct?
Yes.
About a drinking glass?
Yes.
About a drinking straw?
Yes.
Doctor, if there was no collision, does any of that matter in terms of your biomechanical analysis and your reconstruction in this incident?
It does not.
Why?
Well, because if there wasn't a collision, it wasn't that debris or those items weren't a result of that impact. You can explain how that got there, I believe, easier than if you can't explain how the impact occurred, if the injuries don't match up. If you can't even prove what happened, then you can't use information or evidence if you have no idea how it got there to try and prove what you don't even know what happened. Scientifically, it makes no sense.
Scientifically, is the first question that has to be answered is, was there a collision?
Sustained, you have to watch the filming question.
Of course. In your expert opinion, based on all of your review of all of the data in this case, all of the testing that you've undertaken, do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was a collision with John O'Keefe?
I do.
Yeah, I'm sustaining that, to be honest.
In your view,
Isn't that what he has
Was
talked
there
about
evidence
all the time?
of a collision with John O'Keefe?
What?
In your opinion, were any of the injuries that you saw suffered by John O'Keefe consistent with having been struck by the subject Lexus?
No, they are not.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do.
He testified that there was no collision, so I don't know how it goes beyond scope. But Brennan could talk about microscopic
Doctor, you
shots.
just said that you do not believe that there was a fender vault collision.
No.
Could it have been
Any collision.
a clip?
Could it have clipped Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes. Not hit him, but clipped him.
Well, I don't believe that's consistent with the evidence and what occurred. I mean, someone can get clipped by a car, sure, but in this case, no, I don't believe the evidence indicates that's what occurred.
The glass. When you learned of the information of the glass in Mr. O'Keefe's nose, when do you think it was that glass was pulled from his nose? What date?
Asked and answered.
I think it was the morning when his body was discovered.
January 29, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Somewhere around 6:15 a.m.? Is that your...
A fender vault is when you get a frontal kind of, if you're a pedestrian crossing the road and you get hit by a car and you go flipping over the car, that's a fender vault because you vault over the fender. So that it's a technical term for being hit by a car, frontal. But again, Brennan just lied and said, so you just testified that it wasn't a fender vault. That's not what he said. He said no collision. Could he have been clipped, like not hit, but clipped?
That's not scientific. Again, they want the arm to line up. He was correct. The arm has to line up with the taillight for any of this to make sense. Now he wants a clip that wasn't strong enough to break the taillight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the redirect wasn't that strong.
Understanding?
Sometime when his body was discovered, that's correct.
Do you know or understand that, did you see any evidence that Mr. O'Keefe had a drinking glass outside of 34 Fairview Road that morning after he got out of the defendant's Lexus? Do you understand that?
What do you mean evidence?
Drinking glass. Did you hear anything about that in your review about?
What evidence would there be? Is there a video or a photograph, you mean, of him holding a drinking glass? Because otherwise there's a drinking glass there, but there's no evidence that he had it.
We have a clip. Okay. Judge, could I come sidebar?
Okay.
So now he would want to impeach him or treat him as hostile or something absolutely stupid, I bet. There was no evidence John O'Keefe ever had a drinking glass outside of 34 Fairview because no one saw John O'Keefe outside 34 Fairview.
They're going to try to play that.
Whether or not any plastic taillight shards were found near Mr. O'Keefe's body. Do you know the limits of the search that the Canton Police Department did around Mr. O'Keefe's body? How small of an area they searched when they first went there?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see a video of somebody with a leaf blower blowing snow off the ground?
I did see that, yes.
And did you see the confined area in which that happened?
Well, I mean, I saw the area where he was blowing with the leaf blower.
Have you seen it?
To be determined. Both have been said. According to the 911, he was turned over. According to Carol Roberts, he was on his back. So it's one of those little bit pregnant.
Any information or evidence whatsoever that the pieces of taillight that were found after that search, have you seen any evidence that they were found in that exact area or were they found in different areas on the lot?
I'd have to go back and look. I don't recall specifically.
And so when there was a snowblower or a leaf blower search in that area, there would not be a piece of plastic taillight to find if it was never there, would there be?
If it wasn't there, you wouldn't find it? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
Okay. Did you notice in the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, most of them are on the right side of his body?
No.
Well, we have the abrasions and then a 0.5 centimeter abrasion. And then we have the laceration and scuff on the left side. And then the skull fracture, it's a little bit to the right, but it's mainly on the back of the head.
And the bruise on his knee?
That's the 0.5 centimeter. It's not a bruise. It's a 0.5 centimeter abrasions, about an 1/8 of an inch.
And
when you're conducting an investigation or you're doing your analysis and you keep saying the physics and the physics, do you add a little bit of common sense in the equation when you're considering the evidence?
Well, you can sit back or step back and look at whether what someone's claiming makes sense in the bigger picture.
So when you have common sense and you look at the big picture, It's not just physics. It's considering all of the evidence, right?
Well, it depends what you're looking at. To certain parts of it, the biomechanical analysis, you look at the physics. It tells you what it is. I mean, if you don't like it and you don't think it fits, well, sorry, it is what it is. That's the science. So you have to step back. I mean, you can look at it the bigger picture if things make sense. You know, if somebody was standing on the side of the road with their arm like this while an SUV backed up at them and they didn't flinch or they didn't put their arm up, that's kind of the smell test bigger picture. That doesn't make sense. But the physics, you can't deny it. You have to accept what science tells you.
That's the line you were laughing about in the documentary is one of your answers that you were all celebrating, isn't it? Objection. Isn't it?
The objection sustained.
What?
There's a
When
wow.
I'm gonna boost audio so it might get loud at some points because I want to hear what he just said about celebrating. That sounded like someone got a little pissy.
The bigger picture, if things make sense, you know, if somebody was standing on the side of the road with their arm like this while an SUV backed up at them and they didn't flinch or they didn't put their arm up, that's kind of the smell test bigger picture. That doesn't make sense. But the physics, you can't deny it. You have to accept what science tells you.
You can't deny it. That's the line you were laughing about in the documentary is one of your answers that you were all celebrating, isn't it? Objection.
That's the line you were all laughing about when you were celebrating.
So that's what he was alluding to earlier. When they went to that lunch deal, he made a comment, something along the lines of, you know, if the science doesn't fit, it doesn't
You must
work
acquit.
kind of thing. Right.
Yeah.
It was something along those lines. And everybody kind of laughed at it and was like, yeah, that's fact.
But
and
he was done
now Brennan's trying to
testifying.
throw it in his face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
And it wasn't in
As
front
no-
of the jury.
No.
Yeah.
Now it is. Now it's in front of the jury.
Isn't it?
The objection sustained.
How'd that smell like break, sir? How'd it break that night?
How did? Oh, I don't know. There's no evidence of how it broke.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Maybe Higgins
You're all
threw
set,
it at the
Dr.
back of his
Lynch.
head.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In front of his head.
Is there an objection? So,
What did he say?
subject to us discussing it. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson? Subject to me taking a look at it and us discussing it. It's not coming in right now. Okay. They've been marked for identity. Jurors, I want to see counsel for a couple of minutes over here.
And that's a most specific question.
Let's see. How in the Hades are you guys still sane after listening to this for as much as you have? Well, I wasn't sane to begin with, as noted by my mini wigs and different headbands. And making
You
some
went into
puppets.
this with the assumption we were sane. Oh.
I have a graphic
That was
demonstrating
entertaining. So.
what a
Oh,
fender vault
awesome.
looks like. This is a fender vault, yo. You get clipped by the front of the car, go over the top, off to the side. That's
Okay.
how it works.
And anything that goes over the fender.
Yeah, this is a fender vault collision.
So why did Hank bring that up if it's exclusively to smaller sedans and Ford Impacts? Never mind.
Because-
He's an idiot.
Yeah. And he wants to confuse the jury by using different wordings.
Again, didn't Jen already say feds? And didn't Devers say feds? Why can't we say feds?
Because then she will dismiss it and they will have to go again. Because they are not allowed to say it.
There's
Well, it doesn't help that everyone else has said it. They're not allowed to say it. She has made an order saying she's not allowed to say it. So them's the beans, sadly.
the fact that that door hasn't been kicked open in Bev's mind is absolutely ridiculous.
Well, it
Yeah.
has
Absolutely
multiple
ridiculous.
times, but this is Bev. Hooper sent me this one, Mo.
No, tell them I'm not guilty. I'm not guilty.
I love it. Oh my God, it's the best thing I've ever seen.
That's
I
good.
love it.
Oh, I never did. Ugh.
Are they trying to get defense info out there now? He was trying to put something into evidence, but I don't know why. Probably they're going up to discuss that Hank Brennan, I don't want to do redirect because my expert is an idiot. Yeah, he was like the Bush, what is it, in Buff Man. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
He
from
kicks in the door. Duff Man.
Duff. There you go.
Is that Aaron not sitting with Paul O'Keefe? I can't remember the faces. I can only see that the fake widow is there, and she was smirking at Brennan again.
I don't
see
Aaron.
I don't see Aaron.
Unless she's sitting
Just hope
on the other
it's not
side of
Denise. Yes, she's wearing blue and white. Oh, so she's behind.
Is that Aaron? I thought Aaron was a larger woman.
No, she's kind of petite.
I don't mean to say like huge, but like I thought she was framed a little bigger.
I wonder what
Maybe
the groovy ghoulies are thinking about now.
The guy sitting between Aaron and Paul, her divorce attorney. So
Yeah.
He looks uncomfortable. That's the new boyfriend, new dad, Paul upgrade. She got a bald upgrade, let me tell you.
They rested in the Laurie Wallow Daypole case. That was a quick one.
Yeah, that one shouldn't take too long.
Is that the big show?
Jurors, we're going to leave you for the day. We will see you tomorrow morning. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read
He was there on the
about this
left.
case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
All right, the jury.
Might.
Defense has been nipping at something for the last several hours, and Bev keeps.
Yeah, they're probably gonna again have her throw the case.
I
That
would.
won't
I
happen.
would definitely.
Yeah,
I would
they're
just
probably
would
saying,
for a dismissal.
for the record, we should be allowed to talk to the feds. Again, Hank basically went after someone told you something, and again, putting in that real inference that he was doing something shady.
So, Mr. Brennan, I'm going to take a recess. You go ahead and look at that PowerPoint. I'll come back out in 10 minutes regarding the PowerPoint.
The PowerPoint.
All right, to the court, please.
Is it because
They're
they still?
still
Oh my God, they're still arguing over the stupid PowerPoint slides.
That were already shown?
This is.
It's because they want to enter them into evidence. That's why. Because again, a PowerPoint, as long as it's just used to present an expert's opinion, has different rules than if it's one. Because if it's introduced as evidence, the jury can take it back to the jury room. That's why there can't be any opinions on the PowerPoints. So it can't say, this is where you can see John O'Keefe getting hit by Karen Reed on a black piece of paper. Have you noticed none of John's supposedly best friends has been in court? Shows how good friends they were. Yeah, they were really interested to be there at the last trial, but this trial, they haven't really been there. Have you noticed that Lindsay Gattani has been in court one day, and now she's in court in another building because Aiden apparently broke his restraining order against her on that exact day. Isn't that funny?
I wonder how his trial.
What's the
first
wave.
emoji?
Wave.
Wave.
Wave, sheep, house.
teapot?
What? What? First one to figure out that emoji.
Wave lamb house.
Pimento cheese sandwich. Marissa, we're live. I don't know. Are you drunk? Are we live? They're back. Arguing motions. The court feed doesn't show it. We're live.
Get off of Twitter.
John's dad hasn't been there in a long time. I can try an update. Maybe this is just stuck in an old loop. Nope. I think I had pimento cheese last year. Was there? I can try and see if it's different on lawn and crim.
Yeah, because usually court TV is a little bit delayed.
Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Nope, lawn and crim is the same. She said she was going to go out for 10 minutes and come back. So next year we gotta get bigger to try shrimp and grits. If I'm flying next year, I want to get smaller. Something with sheep shack, I bet. Could be.
What?
We'd be terrible on a quiz show.
Yeah. What's the name for a female sheep?
A ewe.
Wave you.
Oh.
What?
No, it was a wave, a ewe, a house, and something.
A teapot.
Oh, this sounds absolutely horrible.
Oh. What was it?
I mean, if you like it, yay for you. It doesn't seem like it'd be something on my list to try.
No. We still need the PI. The PI was there Monday. Didn't really say anything because he was not allowed to say anything.
You just gave the measurements.
Yeah.
It
I'll
wasn't
pray
the
for you,
original.
Marissa.
I had some pimento cheese with some crackers last year. I can't remember the name of the dish, but it wasn't good because it was cold.
I got it. Bush Cook. Bush Cooks. Bush Cooks. I see you. C-U-N-T. C-U-N-T. I didn't realize it was an inn. I thought it was a house or a home.
Well, yeah. I was like,
Residence.
CU house tea kettle.
I thought we were going
Possibly,
something
I
hot.
am not the friend you want to phone if you're on, wants to be a millionaire, unless it's about true crime.
Hear me out. Spray cheese and double stuffed Oreo. It tastes like cheesecake. I swear on my life. I don't like cheesecake.
What?
And
No. What?
Which kind of spray
Cheese whiz?
Like, yeah, like the
Like-
cheese whiz.
this is the first time the panel has been united in disgust.
We can build our bonds together. We can overcome our differences.
I would try it, but I'm just.
Of course you
Of
would.
course you would, Jamie. It
Of
has
course
cheese
you
in the
would.
name.
Cheese and
What was
Oreos.
with
My
Oreo?
two favorite things ever.
You're from Minnesota. Everything you eat must have cheese in it. Oh, I'm having a salad. No, Jamie, you're having 4 different types of cheese in one bowl. Yes, a mixed
Put it in a
salad.
bowl. Yeah,
Salad.
exactly. You know me too well. That's how I did it. And you had the salad bar in school. I'd always put cheese and croutons and ranch dressing. That was my salad.
Roland, am
What
with
about
you
the
on that
lettuce,
one.
Jamie? What about the
Oh,
lettuce?
screw that
Oh,
lettuce.
you should have seen Jamie when that guy who gave her a kebab box in Copenhagen asked, "Do you want any vegetables with that?" She looked like he had just said, "Do you want me to get 5 guys together and gang rape your grandma?" No.
Wow.
My poor grandma. Jeez.
Well, that's how you looked. You looked salad.
I did. I scrunched my nose when I said, no, not at all.
No, thank you.
Get out of there. It's a meat box. That's what it is.
Tell me
By
more
the way,
about your
the
meat box,
expert
Jamie.
actually bought cheese whiz when we were out shopping, but I didn't try any. But I did eat the Twinkies with the blue filling. They were good.
Blue filling.
Blue.
What's that
What
about?
are they? Is that blueberry?
It was 4th of July
Blue
Twinkies.
raspberry? Ah, okay.
Oh.
Didn't see those. I would have tried one of those. I like Twinkies.
Same.
Yeah, Jamie doesn't eat lettuce. It's yeah.
F that lettuce. Blah.
It doesn't seem like it should make sense.
Yeah, they were Smurf flavored.
Smurf flavored.
Did I poop blue? No, I only had 1 Twinkie a day. I have to watch my girl is figure because I don't drink light beer like someone else.
Who drinks light beer?
Lefty, because he's a female.
That makes sense.
Light? Aw.
Oreos and sour cream? What is wrong with you people?
No, we still have a rebuttal for the Commonwealth, and they haven't rested yet. We have a rebuttal from the Commonwealth, and we have closing arguments. Yeah.
It's the trial
Farrell,
that never ends, you guys.
Farrell,
that sounds disgusting.
You and Jamie needs to stop being Midwest. I know. I bought a what is it? Whip. What's the top you get instead of the Tupperware?
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip. Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
It does not. Stop it, Moni G. Stop it. Don't encourage her. Gross.
What?
Not you, Farrell. Moni G said it sounds amazing. No, it doesn't. It sounds disgusting. It sounds like something. Did they?
I didn't hear them rest because they're still fighting to get some evidence in. So I don't think they're rested yet.
Because she said she was giving them 10 minutes, and she was
10
going to
minutes,
look
yeah.
over the slides. Fair point.
Hey,
I've
I
heard
tried
people do
the
that.
shrimp cheese that you wanted me to try.
Deep fried
Shrimp
pickles
cheese.
and ranch is amazing.
Hells
I'm just
yes.
gonna.
Not my cup of tea, but deep fried pickles, if you like pickles, doesn't sound like a bad idea. You can pretty much put ranch on anything, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like my cooking.
Pizza, taquitos. I knew a guy in the army that put it on ice cream, which I thought was absolutely disgusting, but each their own.
That's a little too much. Like I'm full on, Hidden Valley, but
Yes, Manda. Fried zucchini and ranch, fire. Absolute fire. Yeah, like especially when they're packed with cream cheese, like a jalapeno popper. Delicious.
Yes. Love a
Delicious.
good pepper. But I pull out the jalapeno and I just like the juice. I don't like the jalapeno part.
Pending that the defense rests. Interesting. Cream cheese. Cream cheese is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. They usually slice them and then bread them, as far as I understand it.
What? The pickles?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I will say I like, a lot of healthy proteins too, like, chicken breast and all that stuff. But if we're talking about, look, we started this talk with Oreos and Cheese Whiz.
I love
Nice.
chicken, but I
You
like
guys
it
don't
as a
have
tender.
Yingling?
Ooh, a good tender, good chicken nugget.
I don't like fried pickles. I don't like pickles.
Yeah, I don't know what ranch dressing is.
Oh, it's delicious. It'll change your
Have
life.
you never tried it since you've been over here doing things?
No, because I go to the South. I don't go to the Midwest.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
fair. That's fair,
Uh,
actually.
Valhalla only knows it because he's born up north.
That's true.
You got to get some good homemade stuff. That, you know,
Yeah, homemade is
buy
good
a
too.
bottle of
I think
Kraft and
actually
Tracy D,
at
Tracy
the,
D, I have to disagree in that statement. That was one summer.
different kind of crab, Baker. Different kind of crab.
She said anything with crap is well. I would say
until later.
it was good, but yeah, then the crab came.
I think at FNL, I think the salads that we got had ranch dressing. I think.
You seen me. The chances I would eat a salad.
I don't think anybody ate the salad. If I remember correctly, they were all still there at the end of the event. I don't think anybody ate it.
You ever had buffalo chicken dip? Nope, I don't like dips.
I don't like buffalo.
oh my God.
I like insanely spicy mustard. I don't like
Ooh.
stinky cheese.
I love a
I'm
good
pretty sure this is accurate. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the only reason that buffalo sauce is in existence is because they had to find a way to sell people chicken wings. Chicken wings were trash. They were never consumed by people before this. And then they realized they could make money if they covered them in a really spicy buffalo sauce. And that's the only way people
how
would
my
eat
favorite
them.
meal was born.
Gross.
I like them boneless.
Oh, this sounds good.
Oh, it's just a chicken nugget, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh.
Marinated chicken along with steak. Oh, I missed it. It's gone.
There's no buffalo in buffalo chicken dip, Valhalla.
I'm aware. Buffalo sauce is a silly spice. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, isn't it from Buffalo, New York? Where they made the first chicken wings, because I think it was like a restaurant owner, her son came home or someone came home and they didn't have anything to serve, so she had like celery sticks, carrots, and then these wings she fried up and put the spicy sauce on.
So
Is that a
she
true story?
hated her guests and gave them celery.
I think there were her kids' jackass, him and his jackass friends after they'd been drinking. So, I mean, would you go and make them a meatloaf, or would you fry up, the chicken leftovers?
I would serve celery for guests I don't like. Celery
Fair
tastes
point.
like depression,
And floss.
especially not the stalk celery that you chuck in a Bloody Mary, but the big chunky one that's kind of like a turnip. That is probably the worst side dish I ever
thought that
had.
was fennel.
No, it's a celery. It kind of looks like fennel is the stalky thing, but you can get like a big celery like this, and I was at a fancy dinner once, and there was this, and I thought it was some big potato thing, and it was just a salt baked this thick piece of celery, and celery just tastes like your mom said, you need this to be better when you have 200 degrees fever.
I'd die. if she told me that. Well,
Yeah,
I guess
no thanks. Just put me
I'll say my
outside with the
goodbyes.
trash, Mom.
I'll say my goodbyes.
Celery root, maybe. I don't know what you weird people call it, but yeah. Yeah.
Celery stalk.
Yeah, the stalk is the one you. It's celery root. Celerian.
I love how this always turns into food talk when we're on break.
We're always hungry at the end of the day. We need to come.
It's because we don't get a long enough lunch. It's horseshit. All I got time to do is throw a couple pieces of sausage in my mouth. Now I'm starving. I said it.
He did.
So
a nice chuck roast in the slow cooker right now.
Someone clip that.
to this,
I'm going to Jamie's
according to
house.
this random Kitchen Sterling website I just found. The city, the Anchor Bar is the birthplace of Buffalo Wings. In Buffalo, New York is often credited as the birthplace of Buffalo Wings. The restaurant was founded in 1935 by Teresa Bellissimo, an Italian immigrant who had a passion for cooking. According to legend, Teresa created the first buffalo wings in 1964 as a snack to serve to her son and his friends who were out late and looking for a quick bite to eat. The original recipe consisted of deep fried wings, chicken wings tossed in a spicy sauce made from a combination of hot peppers and butter.
This is a we call them celeries, but you call them celeriac. And imagine this. This is sadness.
What do we call it?
Celeriac. CELEIRIAC. What
Never
does
heard
celeriac taste like? It has a mild celery flavor that is refreshing crunch and a little bitterness when raw. No.
Are you
And
sure that's
subtle
not a
undertone
Bazor?
of sweetness when cooked. No, it tastes like depression.
It
This
looks like a
tastes like you walking home Friday night after you've been at that kicker, and you don't know where your pants, your wallet, or your dignity went. This is how it tastes.
I mean, that's what I imagine they make malort out of. That
You use it in
Like-
soups a lot in Denmark. You'll cut it into small cubes and throw it in, like if you have a beef soup or a chicken soup and just want
you
some
could just
vegetables
use
in there.
celery stalks. That's not.
No, because
that's not
you-
part of the Trinity.
It's for winter food because again it's a root, so it'll keep longer. Celery stalks is more fresh food.
I think we
Baker,
generally refer to
we
that
have
as celery root.
refrigerators now. You don't have to
That's
live
what we
like
call it.
No, but it's
Like
still
we
just
don't.
the traditional ingredients in soups. Because
We have we use it in it's a common spice. People we buy it in spices, celery root.
I don't know what a uterine fibroid is, but it tastes like that. But again, it's a horrible, horrible thing that people. And again, imagine getting a slice this big, this thick, covered in salt, and you think, "Oh, this is a potato," and no,
Ugh.
it's sour. Ugh. Keep believing your lying country that you are the happiest people. It's not us. We know we're not happy. Why do you think we have the youngest drinking start in the world and the highest use of happy pills? Celery is good in a dry rub. Well, I like a little spearmint thing. Actually.
Oh, this isn't my StreamYard. I wanted to play my little baby goat Haktua. I don't have my StreamYard though.
I need to know, Val. Breakfast or Italian sausage in the mouth?
Neither. Smoked. Smoked
Like a
sausage.
good smoked
We
sausage.
grilled last night, so I
Oh,
did a little
cool.
brown sugar and honey barbecue sauce.
Ooh.
Cut up some smoked sausage.
Mm.
Yummy.
It's yummy.
I want to watch that runs on Bev time. Because those 10 minutes has now lasted 20.
CPT.
Yeah.
Commonwealth paralegal time.
Should get some beef jerky for these long days. I'm not a big fan of beef jerky. We don't smoke meats a lot. It's always, it feels like you're eating the soul of an old leather shoe when you're eating beef jerky.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of beef jerky, but my family loves it.
I had mac and cheese for the first time. That's good.
Ooh.
For the first
Yes,
time?
it
How
is.
is that possible?
Because we don't eat that much cheese in our food. We'll have cheese like a cheese board, or you'll have like a piece of white bread with cheese on in the morning. You don't
Wait.
just let's chuck cheese in this food because it could be healthy.
Not
Are
healthy,
you the
delicious.
Are you the a-holes that started this whole charcuterie board nonsense that I have to see on every damn Pinterest and TikTok and every other stupid thing? 'Cause
I think it's the French. That's why it's called charcuterie.
I always
Sounds
knew
French.
I didn't like the French.
Nobody does.
I'm 27, thank you. But no, we don't. When I was in Switzerland the last time, my sister picked up a box of that Kraft because my nephew likes it, and I never got to make it. So, but then I had it as at a side dish for my catfish burger. But catfish burger wasn't that great. The mac and cheese was good.
Mac and cheese is a Southern staple.
Yes.
When I was young and unaware, my ex-husband told me to ask for the tube steak at a barbecue. I did. It was really funny to everyone but me.
Outstanding.
That's why he's an
Outstanding.
ex.
That's pretty good.
What's the tube steak? The bean?
The peen, yeah.
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 We were looking at. Where were we when we were looking at the? I think that was at the barbecue place. They had tongue. Tongue is okay if it's cooked properly.
Soccer taco. It was at the Mexican.
Oh, that was
place.
sacate. Yeah, that was
Oh,
yeah,
cool, yeah.
They had tongue. I like that.
Yeah, I had
wanted
it.
to try that.
I've had it at Soccer Taco before, and it's just tacos, y'all. Tongue tacos. It was so good. It was so good.
Yeah, but it has to be prepared correctly because it can be very, very hard to eat.
Tough.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It wasn't. It was delicious.
Well, charcuterie sounds good. Yeah, I know these are bull testicles.
I don't know if it's bull or pig, but yeah, somebody's
bull.
testicles. That'd be a
Because
giant. Are you sure? Like the size doesn't seem accurate in that. I guess.
But I
pigs'
think
testicles are
the
huge.
Cowboys made it, so that's why. Yeah, beef tongue. A beef tongue stew is good.
Bull. Okay. Yep. Okay.
See, I know my testicles.
I don't. I've never eaten or consumed another being's testicles before.
I
You
never
can
had
tell
it.
it's the end of the trial and we are just all out of F's to give.
But the funny thing is, you think tongue is because it sounds weird, but it's actually every piece of meat is meat.
So we were at Soccer Taco like forever ago. I think this is when we discovered that margarita rabbit is awesome. Actually, now that I think about it, but I just asked the waiter to make a couple recommendations, and he suggested the tongue taco. So that's what I got. Also, tongue taco is fun to say.
Also, I want to see Margarita Rabbit. I need to live
She's
closer to you
amazing.
guys.
She is amazing. One of my all-time favorites.
Daggone it.
Do you put out a relish dish for gatherings? Relish is something. I think in Denmark we have something that I think you call relish, but we call it pickles. It's that where you brine all the different vegetables.
Same.
Yeah, so it's just a relish dish is like, gherkins. My mom usually does banana peppers because I like them. And then it might be cauliflower or different things. It's different pickled things. That's
yeah.
No. Relish is a condiment that goes on hot dogs. That's what relish is.
My grandma used to make it with cauliflower and cucumber and not cucumber, carrot.
All right,
let's
so
see
I
what
had a
nonsense
minute to
they're
look
up
at the
to.
PowerPoint. Are you in agreement on the PowerPoint?
We're not. I do not want to admit it. I don't think it's substantive evidence.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
He doesn't think it's substantive evidence.
Which was not objected to, right? But did he object to the PowerPoint coming in?
It's been well under pressure. I don't know what Mr. Lesson's going to do regarding PowerPoint. That's the question. The question is whether this PowerPoint is admissible, and it is. There's nothing in it. We've taken out all hearsay, discussion, opinions or thoughts, thought processes. These are all the tests that were completed and done. Exactly as Dr. Wolf's PowerPoint was done. This PowerPoint is in evidence. This PowerPoint should be in evidence.
Is there anything in this PowerPoint by way of videos that is not already in through Dr. Wolf?
I believe the video of the drop test is in Dr. Welch's PowerPoint. There are most of the videos are included. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Basically slowed down. So there are the videos are the same, but the videos that Dr. Renshaw used because of the side of the case that he was handling, the biomechanics side of the case that he was handling, slowed down significantly to show the deformation of the arm, the force impact on the elbow, the hand, forearm, about which he testified. So what he did, and I remember asking him this before I ever saw the PowerPoint, is there going to be anything different? He said, I use the slow motion cameras more than Dr. Wolf does because I need.
Okay, so I need you to tell me tomorrow which slides specifically answered that question for me. Okay, whether they're in evidence or not, and which ones are not, regarding the videos. Maybe. I'm going to take a look at it. There's an objection before me now, so I have to rule on the objection. So I will take a look at this, okay? So if you let me know, and if you want to let me know tonight, I can let you know first thing tomorrow. All right.
Have you heard briefly?
Yes.
Very briefly?
Yes.
I am objecting. It's not admissible. It's hearsay. It's a strategic decision. The past introductions have been strategic. The defense did not object to Dr. Welchers. I did not object to Dr. Wolf's, but that was a strategic decision. I'm objecting.
Okay.
The defense objected to Shannon Burgess. Only a select amount of documents were allowed. I wanted the whole thing in. I was precluded properly.
Because there was objection. There was.
I'm objecting.
Okay.
There's no hearsay. They objected to certain slides. We took out the slides. If they had an objection to the PowerPoint, they should have imposed that objection before it was displayed for the jury. The jury has now seen the entire PowerPoint. I mean, it's tactical. It's not strategic. It's tactical. They just don't like it because it hurts their case. If they didn't want certain things before the jury, which is exactly what admitting it into evidence does, brings it before the jury so that they can see it, they should have objected in a timely manner. When they objected, they chose certain slides, certain data on certain slides, and we took all of that out at their request and at the court's instruction. We did that with the court's instruction, with the Commonwealth's instruction, and there was no objection to playing before the jury. Given the fact that it's been displayed in, not in part, in whole, as it now assists for the jury, assists for the court, for quadruple K for identification, it should be admitted.
Okay.
Just like Shannon Burgess. It's no different.
All right.
Whoa, Lally.
So, Mr. Jackson, when you let us know which slides answer my question about slides that are not in evidence, and
They are all in evidence.
you want to put in evidence, the videos, just the videos, let me know that. And if need be, I'll hear you all on this tomorrow morning.
They
as
are
well.
arguing to
Okay.
put in the last
right.
PowerPoint presented.
Is that it for today? Will we see everybody just tomorrow morning? What else do?
Mr. Lesson needs to, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sacramento?
After the defendant rests, we will not be calling any witness, putting on any further evidence.
Okay. All right.
So no rebuttal case.
No rebuttal?
No rebuttal case.
We would like to review required findings not guilty at the close of all evidence. It won't be a lengthy argument, but I'm happy to be heard on that in the morning if we got tomorrow morning.
Okay. Is that all we have left now? I have no idea what Mr. Alessi wants to talk about, but would
I'd like to respond to that, Your Honor, and the answer is, given Mr. Brennan's answer with no more witnesses, my issue is moved.
okay, great. So,
The technical thing is we need to move in the 3 items of evidence, the documents associated with the sweatshirt, I think they've been marked for identification.
No, they were marked as evidence, right? Yeah, they're exhibits.
But no, they're coming to evidence, Your Honor.
So they,
I thought they were marked as identification, not evidence. If they're an evidence, they're in. If it's identification.
so I need to find that. It would be my intention that they get put into evidence. I'm not going to display them and bring a jury in just to see those at this point. Okay.
As long as they're in evidence and I can use them in closing argument, then so be it.
If I can, for clarity, Your Honor, there are exhibits. I have Y.
So that's not an exhibit, Mr. Alessi, if that's how it marked. That's identification.
I have a different parlance. I'll use this court's parlance. Yes, it's YYY, ZZZ, AA, BBB.
So that means that, all right, so that's for identification. Letters are identification, numbers are exhibits.
Your Honor, I understand that. We all know what we're talking about, and Your Honor agreed that they're going to be in evidence.
Right. So, and I've ruled that they're in evidence. I just need to know for this record whether they're in evidence or not. What you tell me, you just told me they're in evidence. They're not. They're exhibits. They're identification.
You told them that it was in
now
evidence.
They
Yeah.
should become exhibits. Can we do that now? Do we have them? Where are they? Oh, Jim, they're in there? Okay.
Yeah, and Your Honor, my whole point in wanting to be heard is that they're not in evidence, and I want to make sure they get it. That's my point.
Yeah. Bev, you don't listen.
Bev, you idiot.
What number are we at, Madam Court Reporter?
To the 230.
Okay, and we'll do A, B, C, D.
Is this the smelly pit?
So is it Y, Z, A, and B?
Oh, maybe.
That's a little nasty,
Not really
standing
sure.
up and.
That was impressive. I can't believe she did that in front of so many people watching her.
She probably didn't expect that.
Counsel, I'm not sure I have those.
All right, so we will make, so as of now, they're in evidence. Tomorrow, we need to physically put the sticker on those.
Can I stick numbers?
Yes.
230A,
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
230A through C. 230C.
Not 23C, 23OC.
Thank you.
All right.
Council, there are 4,
Order vote,
A through D.
just so the record, this is limited in saying different things. They were marked for identification as triple Y, triple Z, quadruple A, and quadruple B.
Okay.
And all I need to do for my records is figure out which one is which in terms of the focal points marking. As soon as we do that, I'm good, I'll get out of here.
I think it's.
We will do that first thing tomorrow morning. Right? We will, so everyone is in agreement then. I will let you have tomorrow without the jury. We'll have our charge conference here in person. Then I'll give you the rest of the day to get your closing arguments ready. I'm imagining that you don't want to argue tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Mr. Brennan, are you in agreement?
I'm in agreement. I'm not interested in arguing tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So we'll give you tomorrow. We'll have a charge conference tomorrow. I'm going to ask the court officers to call the jurors tonight as soon as possible. This is great that you did it. I was going to give you until 7 o'clock tonight, but if you're certain, then the court officers will call the jurors now and let them know they don't have to come in tomorrow. And then when they come in Friday morning at 9 o'clock, we'll do argument.
Yes, they rested on. Well, they had to discuss that they want the Welcher report in, and they want the Rensler report, not Welcher. Rensler report in, and they wanted to make sure that 4 pieces of evidence was provided as evidence, not just as a demonstrative. So they have rested. Tomorrow will be a day off. They will be having a charging conference, which I won't be streaming.
Why? We won't?
They will sit and go through 48 pages of stupid arguments about what is to be read to the jury. It's absolutely mind-numbingly stupid. I'm not even sure they're going to televise it.
In charge. Tomorrow morning will be the charge conference. Since we don't have jurors, do you all want to come in at 10?
She said, I will let you have the rest of the day for your arguments, which is the closing arguments. They can work on those.
O'clock instead of 9 o'clock?
What's up, buddy?
Does that work for the Commonwealth as well?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 10 for the charge conference. Do you have them now, Jim?
I do, Judge. And just for the record, YYY, ZZZ, AAAA, and BBBB are 223A through D. If you want to look.
In the same corresponding order. So
230?
you know what they are, Mr. Jackson, in order. Okay.
223.
Thank you. My only other question, Your Honor, was
All crooked trials do closings on Friday.
last year we were relegated to 1 hour. I would ask 1 hour and a half.
Please, just let this pass. No, I got it, but now you can go.
I would ask for.
Speak English?
I would ask for an hour and a half for a final summation, given the case, the length of the case, the amount of evidence that's been adduced. I don't think that's outrageous, and the court normally allows only an hour.
You might get an hour and 15 minutes out of me. Let me see it out now. Let me see. Yeah, you would not have got an hour and a half by asking for 2 hours. Mr. Brennan, what are you looking for? Do you want the same?
I don't have a position. I'll take whatever the defense is.
Let me think about it. All right. So we will see.
Thank you.
All right. So I'll see everybody at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Is there anything else we need to discuss?
No, thank you.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
All rise for the court, please.
Goodbye.
Jesus Christ.
So
is the 1 hour split between both for the state, is the 1 hour split, or do they get 2 hours because they have 2 arguments to make?
Normally, the state will have to have all of that in 1 hour.
I was just checking.
Both sides gets the exact same amount of time, but they can then split it. We've seen cases where defendants have 2 lawyers that they want to argue, Sarah Boone, where they split the time that way as well. I had a poll up. What if any sandwich proves murder? 34% says ham, 31 says Monte Cristo, 19 says beef sandwich and bread sandwich, and only 14% says roast beef sandwich. I will let you know that roast beef sandwiches has led to most unalivings.
Started a lot of wars.
So,
Jesus.
If I had known we would be done, I would have put my normal poll up. We are only 200 people left across the different, but I will do the defense has rested. Guilty, not guilty, manslaughter. I can't spell. I don't know. Oh, I got a spell check. Manslaughter. I'll do a quick poll where you can say where you are. If you are undecided at this point, you must vote not guilty, because that means you have a reasonable doubt to her guilt. If you're not at this point 1,000 million% sure she did it, that Karen Reed, in a fit of rage, moved her car at some speed, at some distance, backwards into John O'Keefe, striking him in a way that made him fall directly backwards and 7 feet up a lawn, hitting his head, causing a swelling of his brain, and thereby causing his death. If you're not there right now, you must vote not guilty, unless you think that she accidentally did it and left him at the scene, then you can give the manslaughter a try. But you can't get a hung jury now. A hung jury shouldn't be any option because we are grown-ups. We can only have one vote. And if you're not sure, then it's not guilty because that's reasonable doubt.
My poll is slightly different. I'm just asking for the verdict in your opinion. Guilty, not guilty, guilty of some, hung jury. Those are the 4 options on my poll.
I've got just 3 options: guilty, not guilty, and hung jury.
Well, yeah. And hey, Gus, nice that you spent some time with us on your breaks. Should we, while people put their votes in, have a little? How surprised are we he's not going to put on a rebuttal?
I wouldn't. There's no way I would call Welcher to the stand.
I'm surprised, actually. I figured he'd want Welcher to get up there and just.
What is Welcher gonna say other than I didn't do any measurements. I didn't do anything but roll around in paint. I didn't do anything.
Danny's surprised.
After hearing Dr. Rensler today, I would have been more surprised that he brought Welcher back because he know, and that's why he even shat on his own experts' opinions, said, he doesn't know anything. And you would just have given the defense another opportunity on cross to say, you have tested none of this. You have now seen our side. And you have done no tests to prove how their test was wrong. Well, he couldn't fly because he was not an electromagnetic dummy. But do you agree with the scientific fact that no way in any scenario proven by you in your original test can you assert that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed at some speed over 8 miles per hour, causing him to fly 7 feet up on the lawn, slamming his head on the ground, causing his death? And he would have, unless he wanna never work again, say, I cannot determine that.
Well, didn't Brennan almost go as far as to say, if there's no, location, there's no this, there's no that, you can't prove anything? I mean, didn't that come out of his mouth?
Yes.
Or was I?
Yeah.
So didn't he make a case?
He said there's no way you can prove
this
any
never
of
happening?
this, right? Well, that's the problem. And Sue, I can understand why people says manslaughter because I still think there is a likelihood that she will be found guilty in the manslaughter charge because she said I was drunk. At least some jurors will have that opinion. She was drunk.
Before Mr. Rensler, I'd say yes. After Mr. Rensler,
the Arcas, yep.
I don't know. But there could still be people that are not happy that she drove drunk and want to punish her for that.
Yeah. And by the way, Mo, you asked about, I think Massachusetts is one of those states where the state goes last.
Yeah.
I think defense will go first, then the state, which I think is wrong because it's the state that should prove their case. But that's how it is. Normally, they will get a preamble, and then the defense will go, and then they'll get an outro.
That's why.
But I think Massachusetts is a state where they say defense, then state.
Alice, correct. Alice. Sorry if I pronounced it. Sorry if I butchered it. Tomorrow they're going to do charging stuff. It'll be the lawyers and the judges, and then Friday they'll do closings and go into verdict watch. So no trial tomorrow, but they're going to be doing behind the scenes stuff. Baker doesn't.
Yeah, and I'm not sure it's going to be televised. And even if it's going to be televised, we are going to sit here and listen to Bev read the same document, which will take 4 hours because it always takes 4 hours, and I hate it.
With all the fuckery from last trial,
Well, I can set up a stream if you want to do it. We'll do it. F it, we'll do it live.
F it, we'll do it live. We'll do it live.
The thing is, we're going to hear the jury instructions on Friday anyway. Yeah. Because Bevs has to read them before they start opening statements.
I'm okay with having a day off tomorrow. I'm all right
Yeah,
with
I'm okay. Maybe I'll run the Petty Express and listen to Lori yell at a judge.
Alles, du bist korrekt. He testified that, well, he didn't testify, but he elicited testimony that his own expert did nothing of the sort that he claimed he did. I understand why he didn't want to bring him on redirect.
Baker, we might do at least the morning because there are going to be arguments from Yannetti that they didn't prove anything. They're supposed to be, Yannetti wanted to be heard for another kind of, I don't know, we might see some fireworks. That's the only thing I would say, but I don't want to stay for the whole day.
Baker, if you don't want to do it, there are many streams, so I'd imagine at least one of them will do the boring stuff. I can read that in a snarky voice because I can feel that's, oh, Jobster just had a vacation. He doesn't want to work. It's okay. I'll bring my Pac-Man
Semi-Fluffy doesn't
game.
want to work either.
I'm going to sit here with my Game Boy and you can listen to, I think, line 46. The inference should be on I instead of we. Oh, I wholeheartedly object, Your Honor. I wholeheartedly object. Well,
Oh my Lord.
if you go to line 2220, shouldn't that have been a semicolon? No, you don't use semicolon ever. Well, it's on the keyboard for a reason. Well, I was taught never to use it. Well, I was taught never to use an exclamation point.
There's
Did they even televise it last year? Because I don't think they did.
I don't remember. Yeah, they did.
Isn't that
'Cause
No,
there
I don't think it
argument
was
about
televised.
there was argument about the instructions.
That was after the jury. That was after the jury had gotten the jury instructions.
Yeah, you're correct. That's correct.
How lazy can one man be? You just took a week plus vacation to engage in debauchery. At least cover part of the charge. Jury instructions are the case.
I'll have you know,
I
the
took
debauchery-
6 days off.
The debauchery was awesome too. I must say, it was awesome.
We'll hear them again, guys. When they come in on Friday, we'll hear it all again.
Well, I don't mind. I could be out frolicking, but I won't frolic. I'll do what everyone else says. At least for some part of it until get 1,000 views, so I get my $5
Woohoo!
advertising money. What game will you be playing? Pac-Man. I don't have a Game Boy. I wish I had a Game Boy. Make it a Lego stream. I'll save my Lego stream till we go on Verdict Watch. Verdict Watch should start Friday. I have a stream Friday where I've been invited as a guest at 5 p.m. Eastern. But I've said if we are on Verdict Watch and
it's going to be.
I might. What?
It's going to be Verdict Watch.
Sorry?
It will
yeah,
be.
but maybe
Verdict
Bev might chuck them home and say, come back Monday rested and ready to do the deliberations.
I doubt it.
She's done it before. I believe she did it last time. They got the that was a Wednesday or something. They ended last time. Cybertruck.
Big orange machine.
Besides, if they start early in the morning and they only get 1 hour, I would think that they would be. She wouldn't send them home if it was before luncheon time that she normally takes.
Jury instructions will be at least an hour. Closing arguments 2 hours. Final. They'll get the case around noon. Bev time. They'll get the case around 2 or something like that. Then a couple of hours, and then she'll send them home for the weekend, and they'll come back, and all next week we'll just be sitting here.
Waiting for the outcome of this nonsensical charade put on by the Commonwealth and all of its corrupt police agencies.
Hi, Jamie. Frolic in the stream. Baker frolic at the beach. Baker frolicking in Pac-Man world. Baker frolicking everywhere. Yeah. I'm not sure Tony Luke's. It'll probably get a little stale before it come over here.
What the hell is Tony Luke's? Is that
It's a place that makes
cheesesteaks?
Cheesesteaks. It's been bought up by a consortium. That's what I had at the airport. You can stream by yourself. You've done it before. Yeah, I've done it many a time, but I don't want to stream boring stuff.
Why does he got to stream by himself? Dang, Sue, just trying to kick us out. It's a group effort.
Yeah. It's also Friday the 13th. Oh, jinx, 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 jinx.
Ooh.
The frozen one aren't bad. They just need some dry ice. Well, I can just, we do have sub places in Denmark. I can just go, and I like them with kebab. Or shawarma, or whatever you call it, wherever you're from. How can anyone just watch this case, nothing else, know nothing else, and still vote guilty? The state did not in any way, shape, or form prove any part of their case. Well, some people just don't like the way she looks. Some people just don't like anyone who has been charged with a crime. Some people just hate the world. That's, and again, we have to accept that even though we believe wholeheartedly that this should be over in 2 hours, they should just come back and say, we know the car didn't hit him, which I thought would happen last time. We will be surprised. Sadly, that's happening in way too many cases. Can I send dry ice overseas? Is that a go to jail card? I don't know.
Isn't it just frozen CO2? Isn't that all dry ice is?
I think, I don't know. Because there's certain foods I can't bring to the Americas.
Dry ice isn't food, though.
No, but he's talking about stuffing a sandwich in between the dry ice.
As long as, well, you might have to get it with without peppers. Because if the peppers have seeds, that might be against the rules.
Yeah, we think we have the same peppers here. Guess I came from a land of fairness. Bias Bev has been ridiculous, and Hank has made me hate lawyers. Yes.
How many times is he going to play every single snippet of all of those interviews?
That's probably going to be his entire closing argument, just playing those video statements.
The defendant's own words convict her. She said she left John in, a non-compos mentis, way on the lawn. She said it. Jury.
Booze cooks. Sorry. I didn't know the case, and I saw the arm, and I said, I have to look into this. And since then, I have felt this case is not on the up and up. Defense has rested 93 votes, not guilty 97%, guilty 1%, and manslaughter 1%, which is, I think, maybe a little higher not guilty than I. But again, it's only 93 out of the 100 and something that was watching my trial. And sorry, Rumble, we don't have that function over there yet. But I, of course, would also like to hear your opinions because we have 28 people still hanging out over there.
Speaking of 28 people, that's exactly how many votes I had on my poll. Ooh. The outcome being guilty 0%, hung jury 14%, guilty of some 3%, and not guilty 82%. 82% of you.
I've got not guilty 91%, guilty 4%, and hung 4%.
So we are kind of saying, don't $100 for a cheesesteak. Are you crazy? No food is worth that. Yeah. Unless gives you or it gives you a Hummer before you eat it. Well, I wouldn't eat it after.
Don't get a Hummer from your food, Baker. Don't do that.
Well, the sign with 50% on the flashlights wasn't I didn't see it this time.
Apple pie.
Obviously, either a fist fight in the garage or a dog attack. He fell and hit his head in the stairs in there. An accident. What are they protecting from? Is it a Smex cult? I want to have a Smex cult. I do that. What else do bacon need to survive jury watch? I don't need anything. I just need some of you to show up and keep me entertained, and coffee, and get rid of this stupid sniffles.
He needs shrimp cheese. That's what he needs.
I can get shrimp cheese tomorrow. I can get more shrimp cheese than you can, and I like shrimp cheese.
I've never
I should
heard
get
of it
some.
before,
I don't need much white bread, but I should get some of that and toast that. Toasted bread with shrimp cheese.
Why don't you just put like tuna on it, like a normal person, you weirdo?
Because tuna is weird.
See what I'm dealing with, y'all? See the nonsensical statements
You live
that come
on
out
an
of this
island
Danish.
and you don't like fish, tuna? I'm confused.
I don't
likes
like
fish.
I don't like tuna
not
because I ate a lot of that when I was in the army because we don't get paid that much to be in the army, and you get all these canned tuna, and one of them had a lot of bone in it, and since then it's the same. We have a lot of mackerel in the tomato sauce.
Ugh.
Since I found some bones in one of those, I don't eat that.
You know, fish have bones, right?
Yeah. Do you know what else has bones? Chickens. And you can still get boneless chicken wings.
Thank God.
It's a miracle.
God.
I know tuna is good for you, but I still don't. It's bleh. And have you had tuna in water? That's nasty. It needs to be tuna and oil.
I only get in water.
I don't like the oil.
Oil's no bueno.
Maybe it's an American thing.
I think this is the perfect way to go out.
Later, y'all.
Later.
We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we will dissuade Brandon from sending me $100 cheesesteak that I won't enjoy enough for ever making it worth that. Plus, I would have to pay import tax on a stupid sandwich.
So wait, now we're back to streaming again
Sir,
tomorrow?
how much was the sandwich?
We have been back to streaming ever since you started complaining that why don't you work on Thursdays? It's my holy day. I actually should be out in the woods at the holy tree celebrating Wotan or someone. I don't know. I just made it up to try and give myself a reason to not stream tomorrow. But apparently, Chubby, get to work. It'll be tomorrow, 10. We'll start precisely at 10 because I'm not giving you a 10-minute intro for that one. Y'all, of course, we'll be back. I wish we could do the non-boring stuff, but hopefully they will get in a fist fight, and then I would send Brandon $100 to go get him a cheese steak.
$20 says Alessi would whip Brennan's ass.
Oh, he would. He
Hands
bucks.
down. Yeah.
So everyone, go annoy Plevin, or I forgot to redirect. Go annoy Plevin, Doink, or go watch Aiden tonight. He will have third juror on, who was one of the alternates in the first case, is what I hear. I believe Nurse Kim will have better row on tonight. Yeah. I won't be on tonight because I need to sleep. And other than that, go give Andrea some donuts in her chat from the good old baker. And then, no, I was about to say I'll think of you while I make some cream pies.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs, and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
Just pin it on the girl, right?